201 times have changed. Welcome to the era of magic internet. Gildarts has an orange back hair and a little stubble on his chin. He wears a dark green cloak, the edge of which has been worn out. Under the cloak, his body is seriously injured. The left hand and left foot are gone, just magic prostheses. But even so, Knight can clearly see that the magic power in Gildarts has reached 7 stars. Even in the state of injury at this level, he might be even stronger in his prime. "Senior, have you heard of me?" Hearing the voice in his mind again, Gildarts grinned. "I heard on the way back from the mission that a great newcomer appeared in Fairy Tale. Creating a revolutionary magic internet, being awarded the title of the 10 Holy Wizards, etc. Ha ha ha, I've heard so many rumors about you that my ears are almost calloused." Nate smiled, but another question came to his mind. Gildarts's 100-year mission was to seal the 5 dragons of Kiltana in the northern continent. Logically, Gildarts should have been wandering in the northern continent for the past 3 years. I don't know why he went to the sacred peak Zonia, and then encountered a black dragon and lost a hand and a leg. It can't be that he got lost, right? You know, the sacred peak Zonia is in Ishgar in the eastern continent, which is a long way from the mission location. Only Gildarts himself knows this question. Nate was curious, but he couldn't ask. After all, the contents of the 100 Years mission must be kept secret, and the wizards who accept the mission must not disclose the information without authorization. I am waiting for the return of my senior in the guild. Leaving this sentence, Knight retracted the gaze of the 6 eyes and cut off the link of the telepathy. Turning his eyes, he looked at a corner of the open-air cafe. Everyone was looking forward to the return of Gildarts, but Kana had a melancholy expression on her face. "Your father is back, I talked to him for a few words." Kana was startled, and then she found that it was Knight's telepathy, and she couldn't help but complain in her heart. "Why do you know that I am his daughter?" "Guess?" "No guess. It must be magic like mind reading. Have you ever told your father a fortune?" "What did you tell?" "His romantic life when he was young." Kana looked up and looked around, and finally saw Knight in a hidden position in the corner of the open-air cafe. She stared, walked quickly and sat opposite. Nate spread his hands and smiled. "Your father was very popular when he was young, and he must be difficult to get along with women." Kana rolled her eyes at him. "You mean Gildarts has many women, so he doesn't know he has a daughter? Why don't you go and recognize him? He is the strongest S-class wizard in Fairy Tale." "I don't think I am qualified, at least wait until I become S-class." Kana's tone was a little depressed. Her mother often told her the story about her father many times when she was a child. After her mother died, she came to the guild and learned that her father was the strongest S-class wizard in Fairy Tale and was respected. From then on, Kana hoped that Gildarts would recognize her. But she never got her wish. Later, she wanted to take the initiative to recognize him, but she felt that she was not qualified. Then she wanted to become S-class so that she would have the courage to recognize him. Unfortunately, she took the exam every year, but she failed every year. She got 4 in the exam. "I think you're overthinking it. When your dad comes back, just tell him directly that you can't remember." Knight gave her some advice and said with a smile, "By the way, what's your mom's name?" "Cornelia." "Just ask, do you still remember Cornelia back then?" Kana's face was tangled and she drank in silence. Knight stopped talking. After all, this was someone else's family affair. "You make sense, Gildarts, that bastard dad." Kana seemed to have made up her mind, and then looked at Knight angrily. "They are all philandering men, damn it. Hey, don't take your anger out on me." Knight was speechless. "I gave you some courage, and you still blame me?" Kana laughed again. "You suddenly helped me, do you want to date me?" "Sure, if it's you, you can do it anytime." After chatting with Knight for a while, the depressed mood suddenly relaxed a lot. She blinked and asked gossipingly. By the way, Knight, how far have you and Myra progressed? She raised her two thumbs and touched them together. Have you kissed? Have you kissed? Knight said unhappily, stop gossiping. You haven't kissed yet. Kana laughed. Knight. While chatting with Kana, Gildarts finally returned to the guild. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Gildarts scratched his head blankly, turned his eyes, and looked at the waiter in the open-air cafe. Miss, if I remember correctly, there should be a wizard guild called Fairy Tale here. This is it, Gildarts. The waiter Myra Jane held a tray and smiled. I am Myra Jane, don't you recognize me? You Myra? Gildarts was stunned. In my impression, Myra was a little gangster, but the gentle girl in front of me didn't match her at all. No, at least the hair color is the same. Oh, you've grown so big. Gildarts laughed dryly. In 3 years, there have been huge changes. Even the guild. Gildarts. At this time, Natsu jumped out, with flames burning in his eyes. Let's fight. Natsu, you haven't changed much. Gildarts grinned, then noticed the little Charmander following Natsu, and suddenly looked dazed. Really? Will Harpy become a dragon when he grows up? No, but if you think about it carefully, the Harpy was indeed hatched from a giant egg. Is that a dragon egg? Gildarts muttered to himself. In his impression, the Harpy was just a small blue cat. I am the Harpy. The Harpy flew in the air, looking at Gildarts with a pair of lifeless eyes. It's Charmander, Natsu's celestial Pokémon. This made Gildarts even more confused. He looked at the flying Harpy, and then looked down at the small 2.0 Charmander at Natsu's feet. Then, he looked around, and everyone seemed to be followed by a small pet. A two-legged turtle, a cute-looking toad, a hopping yellow squirrel, and a white Harpy wearing a skirt? What's going on? Ha 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 ha, Gildarts, times have changed. Now is the era of celestial Pokémon. They are all mysterious creatures created by night. Everyone burst into laughter and began to explain one by one. Myra Jane couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Gildarts's reaction was so funny. At this time, Knight stood up and walked over, took out a first-generation magic web ring from his pocket, and said with a smile. Nice to meet you, Senior Gildarts, I am Knight. This ring is for you. Anyway, welcome to the era of magic internet. 202 Another invention of Knight. Natsu's 3-Dragon Power Mode. Knight noticed that Gildarts didn't wear a magic web ring on his finger, so he gave him one. He still had 800 or 900 of the first-generation rings in his hand, and he didn't give them away. He could use them as gifts when needed. Like now. Is this the magic web ring? Gildarts took it curiously. On the way back, he often heard people talking about the magic internet. It is said that as long as you wear a ring, you can use this revolutionary magic. Impression of the magic network. You can chat with friends at any time no matter how far apart you are. You can quickly find the information you want in the library. There is a place called the forum, where the netizens speak very nicely. And so on. These are all hearsay, and I have not actually come into contact with them. At this time, when the ring was given to him, Gildarts couldn't help but ask curiously. How to use it? Let me teach you, Gildarts. Natsu volunteered to stand up and began to teach Gildarts how to use the magic net as an old netizen. Others also gathered around and watched the fun. Seeing that Gildarts was about to become a new netizen, everyone missed the scene when they first came into contact with the magic net. Knight was also happy and relaxed, looking back at the corner of the open-air cafe. Kana was still sitting there, not daring to move forward. No, sister, you just made up your mind, but you don't dare to do it when the time comes? As if she understood the meaning from Knight's eyes, Kana suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She got up and walked over hesitantly, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. Under Natsu's guidance, Gildarts was thinking about what kind of online name to take. Wakaba touched his chin and suggested, I think we can call it the Walking Disaster. Ha ha ha, it's suitable and very vivid. Gildarts, like Knight, is a wizard who uses super magic as the basic magic, but he can cause damage unconsciously. The Gildarts mode of Magnolia was born for this. Everyone agreed. Gildarts finally entered the Buddhist nickname where to go fishing. Fuck, are you a fisherman? Nate thought, when men get older, they will be interested in fishing, hoof trimming, carpet washing and the like. Even powerful wizards in the magical world are no exception. Gildarts laughed. Any name is fine. Speaking of which, I feel embarrassed to receive a gift right after I came back. If you mind, you can give me money. 10,000 J. Thank you for your patronage. Nate said jokingly. However, he winked at Kana. Right now. Kana mustered up her courage and was about to speak, but Natsu interrupted her rhythm. Gildarts, fight me. Next time, Natsu, I'm not in the mood now. Gildarts shook his head. At this time, the voice of President Makarov came from behind. I'm back, Gildarts. Gildarts turned around, and Makarov came with his hands behind his back, like an old man returning from a walk in the park. A little yellow squirrel followed him. President, long time no see. Is the work going well? Makarov asked with a smile. Gildarts was silent for a moment, scratching his head awkwardly. Ha 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 ha, failed, there's no way, it's really not possible with my strength. Everyone was shocked. Really? Even Gildarts failed. I don't believe it. Gray murmured in surprise, even the uncle can't do it. Elfman nodded and said, knowing how to retreat at the right time, this is also a manly thing. As newcomers, Lucy and Wendy looked at each other. What mission? Everyone seemed very surprised. Wendy asked in a low voice. Lucy replied in a low voice, I heard it Washendred-year mission. Even the strongest wizard of fairy tale failed, how difficult is this 100-year mission? Lucy thought, ask Knight later, maybe he will know something. Noticing Lucy's expression, Urza persuaded seriously. Lucy, it's too early for you to accept the 100-year mission. Do I look like I'm eager to try? Lucy pointed at herself and couldn't help complaining. Gildarts ignored the surprise of others, and after an awkward laugh, he apologized helplessly. Sorry, President, I've brought shame to the guild. No, it's amazing that you can get out of this mission unscathed, the old man comforted, as far as I know, you are the first person to survive this mission. Get out of this mission unscathed? Does losing a hand or a foot count? Gildarts shook his head with a smile and lifted the package on his back. I want to rest first, so I'm going back first. Everyone looked at his departing back, feeling somewhat desolate. Oh, I'm so tired, go back and have a good sleep. By the way, Natsu, come to my house later, I have a gift for you, ha ha ha. Mila Jane helplessly reminded, that's not the main door. Seeing that Gildarts was about to hit the wall, a magical power automatically emanated from his body. With a bang, the wall blocking the front was shattered. Walian shouted, please go through the main door, don't you have to trouble Miss Yerusha again. Hee hee. Natsu grinned, followed suit, smashed the wall with a punch, and left with Gildarts. Then I'll leave first, bye, don't forget, the Pokemon battle will continue tomorrow. No one is allowed to run. You work so hard, do you want to be a gym leader? Nate complained in his heart and turned to look at Kana. Kana happened to look over, and after their eyes met, Kana smiled and whispered. Thank you, there is still a chance anyway. If you don't dare to say it in person, you can add him as a friend on the Magic Network. Nate was really impressed. It was such a small matter, but he was so shy. Kana's eyes sparkled, as if Columbus had discovered the new world, and her face was full of shock. Nate, you are really a genius." After saying that, she quickly returned to the table and sat down, opened the magic network and added her father's friend. Nate was speechless for a while. As soon as Gildarts left, everyone dispersed and continued to play Pokémon battles. Nate watched for a while, and Kana suddenly shouted, "Everyone come and see! Gildarts and Natsu are fighting!" Ah! Everyone was stunned for a moment and looked over. "It's a fight in the magic arena," Kana added. Knight raised his eyebrows, immediately opened the magic network, found Natsu's friends, and clicked on his friends to watch the fight. The next moment, everyone gathered around him. "Can't you watch the fight yourself?" Knight had to expand the screen and zoom it to the maximum, comparable to a 34-inch LCD monitor. Seaside Arena. Gilda 670 looked around and exclaimed. Incredible sense of reality, sea, water, air, sky, the degree of reality that cannot be distinguished by the naked eye. It is not magic at the illusion level. Knight, he is really an incredible man. Not far away from him, Natsu was full of fighting spirit. "Gilda, you won't get hurt no matter how you fight here." "Really?" Gilda nodded, stretched out an arm, and waved at Natsu. "Then come over, let me see if you have made any progress in the past few years." He, I'll definitely surprise you." Natsu took out a bottle of magic recovery potion from behind him and drank it in one gulp. The electric light flickered. "Ah!" Natsu roared to the sky, lightning wrapped in the flames, Thunder Dragon mode. "What?" Gildarts was shocked. "Is this magic fusion?" "Not over yet." Natsu barely maintained his consciousness, and recklessly burst out with power beyond his limit. This is the magic recovery potion invented by Knight, which can store a person's magic. As long as we use it, we dragon slayers can enter the state of magic fusion at any time. Natsu took out another bottle of magic power recovery potion. This time, the color of the potion was black iron. He raised his head and poured it into his mouth. In an instant, the magic power that was already very powerful became even more violent. Just now it was 2 kinds of magic power, now it is 3 dragon power mode. Boom! The sky-high magic power burst out, and Natsu's flame turned black. Gildarts was completely stunned. This magic power actually exceeded him. Is it Knight's invention again? 203 Gildarts shock, the tip of the iceberg of the magic network, 4/4. 3 dragon power mode. Everyone looked at each other and looked at Knight, expecting an answer. Is it a fusion of 3 kinds of Dragon Slayer magic power? Myra Jane guessed, Laxus's Thunder Dragon Slayer magic power, Gajil's Iron Dragon Slayer magic power, and Natsu's own Fire Dragon Slayer magic power. You can only see the picture, but you can't experience the changes in magic power. Myra Jane is not sure whether it is a true fusion of magic power. 2 different properties of magic power fusion is already extremely difficult. 3 types, the difficulty will increase exponentially. This is a very dangerous behavior, and correspondingly, once successful, it will also gain a huge power increase. Iluza praised, it is with the help of the simulation effect of the magic arena that you can try it recklessly, right? If you do this in reality, if you fail, it will cause serious injuries to your body. Nate thought, you 2 each said a sentence, but you guessed it very accurately. In fact, this matter has to start with Laxus. Nate explained it to everyone. Some time ago, Laxus challenged him, and the 2 had a competition in the arena. Chapter 163. Laxus used the Thunder Dragon mode, but still lost to Knight. After that, he thought, 2 dragon-slaying magic powers are not enough, then 3, or even 4. So, Lacacius created a Dragon-Slaying Magic Research Institute chat group. There are only 4 members in the group. Laxus, Natsu, Gajil, Wendy. After continuous attempts, the 4 Dragon Slayers finally successfully developed a fusion of Dragon Slayer magic with 3 attributes, thunder, fire, and iron. After Knight finished speaking, Wendy added. Mr. Natsu wanted to try it in reality, but was stopped by Mr. Laxus. It is currently only used in the magic arena. Whether it will succeed in reality is unknown. But in the magic arena, it doesn't matter if it fails. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Cheating. Natsu cheated. The 3-dragon power mode is too strong. Although I can't feel the specific magic strength, Gildarts is suppressed. Oh my god! Natsu is beating Gildarts. In the battle screen, Natsu was wrapped in black flames, and the speed of the explosion could not even be captured by the screen. It was like teleporting, changing direction in an instant and appearing in Gildarts's field of vision. In the fist and foot attacks, the destructive power of each blow was terrifying. Gildarts was suppressed and had no power to fight back. He was like a sandbag, being hit into the sky and into the sea. Makarov was stunned, but soon found something wrong. This state is unstable and can't be maintained for long. Love Happy exposed Natsu's past on the spot. There is only 1 minute now. When the time is up, Natsu will lose. Nate calculated silently, there are 15 seconds left. Everyone started counting down for Natsu. Can he win in 15 seconds? Seaside Arena. Bang! Hit in the face again, Gildarts was like a small stone, floating on the sea. He flew hundreds of meters away in an instant. It's incredible. Is this Natsu's potential ability? The fusion of 3 kinds of magic is difficult to achieve normally. Is it because this is a simulation effect in the game? Being able to simulate it also means that it can be used in reality in theory. Gildarts analyzed very calmly. He had been through many battles and did not react abnormally because of Natsu's powerful strength. In short, let's defend with all our strength and delay for a while. In his opinion, Natsu's 3-dragon power mode is still very unstable and can't last long. It's been 50 seconds. Isn't it over yet? Gildarts stabilized his body and finally stopped after flying out of most of the map. He used magic to make himself stand on the sea and looked 300 meters away. Natsu took a deep breath, and his chest suddenly swelled several times, like a balloon. 3 dragons. At this moment, the black flame formed a phantom of a 3-headed dragon behind him. Fire dragon, Ignir. Iron dragon, Metalicana. And, a thunder dragon whose name I don't know. Roar. A thick black flame, wrapped in lightning, rushed forward suddenly. It crossed a distance of 300 meters in an instant, and the sea surface was split in 2. The aftermath of the roar alone evaporated the sea water. What a powerful force! I can dodge it, but, try it. Gildarts grinned and stretched his hands forward. Super advanced magic crushing. It can instantly crush all the matter it touches into pieces. The next moment, the black roar has arrived. Gildarts resisted with all his magic power, forming a magic shield in front of his palms. Boom! The earth shook. No, to be precise, it was the game map that was shaking. The sea evaporated in the aftermath, setting off huge waves. The 2 forces were deadlocked for about 7 seconds. Then, the black flames penetrated Gildarts's magic shield and swallowed him in an instant. Then, the roar of the 3 dragons continued unabated, and they hit the air wall of the map directly. Outside the game, the spectators were full of astonishment. Natsu won. Gray muttered dully. He suddenly felt a lot of pressure. The difference in strength between the 2 was not big. How come Natsu could beat Gildarts in a blink of an eye? Myra Jane said worriedly, will the map be penetrated too? No, it's a reinforced map. Knight shook his head, and Natsu is going to lose. In the screen, the roar of the black flames quickly weakened. Natsu's eyes turned white, and his body fell straight from a height to the coast. The fire dragon scales on his face also faded quickly. With a thud, he fell on the beach. At the same time, The sea ignited by the black flames. To be precise, it was the seabed exposed by the evaporation of the sea water. Gildarts climbed up with blood all over his body. You almost won, Natsu. Gildarts touched the blood flowing from his forehead, and the blood dyed most of his face red. He wiped it and licked it. Is the smell of blood so real? As soon as he finished speaking, he and Natsu were kicked out of the game map together. Winner, where to go fishing? In the spectator screen, the game determined that Gildarts won. So strong. Oh, oh, oh. Both Natsu and Gildarts are so strong. So this is the correct way to use the magic arena. Use the magic recovery potion to find the magic that matches you and merge it. No, I think that is the special feature of the Dragon Slayer mage. Ordinary mages can't do it. Nate thought that the simulation in the game is the result of reducing the difficulty. In reality, Natsu wants to use the 3 dragon power mode. At least he has to carry the speakers and play a background music to succeed. Gildarts opened his eyes and his consciousness returned to reality. Turning around, he saw Natsu lying on the ground sleeping soundly. When the consciousness enters the game, the injury will not be transferred to reality, but the fatigue will accumulate. Gildarts did not disturb Natsu's deep sleep, but thought of night. Just a short while after returning, the rumored Lord of the Magic Network has given him a great surprise. The magic internet is indeed worthy of its reputation. No, this is just the corner of the mountain, right? Gildarts thought of another game. Celestial Pokemon Let. 204 Kanna's date invitation. Pictured is Kanna. On the 2nd, Knight returned to the apartment. After observing the Pokemon battles for an entire afternoon today, he did not find any strange bugs for the time being. He learned through the background query that the Pokemon with the highest level at present is Natsu's Charmander. It has reached level 10. Charmander is the 16th level evolution. With Natsu's liver, it will be there in 2 or 3 days. Therefore, Charmander's evolution must be arranged as soon as possible. This is very simple. To put it bluntly, it's just a change of appearance for the celestial doll, which is not a big deal. Booty's the upgrade too fast. Nate thought about it and it didn't seem to be too fast. After all, there are too many Pokemon, up to thousands of types. A player can't just train one Pokemon. They will always like one after another. Moreover, Knight has set a level cap for Pokemon, 50 levels. After reaching the maximum level, the ability value of the Pokemon will be capped. If you want to continue to become stronger, please find a way yourself. For example, like Natsu, personally teach Charmander the dragon slaying magic. The Charmander trained in this way will definitely be stronger than other people's Charmanders. Real battles are fine for now, and online battles must also be written. Knight opened the programming tool that comes with the Magic Network. Start copying 007. Just copy the code of Magic Arena. No, this is not copying. This is the secondary use of the code. The only thing to note is that in the battle, a player can only carry up to 6 Pokemon. In addition, the other content is similar to Magic Arena. It is also divided into Bronze Trainers, Silver Trainers, and the highest King Trainers. Knight is addicted to the pleasure of copying codes. Unconsciously, an hour has passed. Someone sent me a private message. I clicked it and saw it was Natsu. Natsu, Nate, come and have a Pokemon battle with me. Baringteeth.jpg. Why don't you go to bed? Nate was speechless. It would be a pity if he didn't use such good energy to write code. What's more regrettable is that Natsu will never be able to learn it. Sigma man, go find someone else, busy, pathead.jpg. Natsu, everyone else is resting sigh.jpg. Don't I want to rest? Nate complained in his heart and immediately sent him a screenshot. Sigma man, 1v50pkcha.jpg. Sigma man, are you sure you want to fight me? Smile.jpg. Natsu, staring.jpg. Natsu, cheating. You cheated. Sigma man, Natsu, I believe in you. You will become a gym leader sooner or later. Come on. Natsu, what is a gym leader? Sigma man, it means the strongest trainer in a guild. This title belongs to you. Natsu, oh, it's burning. Sigma man, go ahead, practice, and aim to be a gym leader. Natsu, got it. Goodbye, Knight. Hey. Finally fooled him. Nate sighed. Of course, it wasn't all a lie. He did consider whether to hold a Pokemon competition and let players challenge gyms and collect badges. As for the Wizard Guild will take charge of the museum. However, this matter is too far away from now, and the game has just started to be produced, so let's talk about it later. Continue to write code. After a while, someone sent a private message. Please buy me a drink, thank you, Knight, I have recognized my father. Please buy me a drink, restaurant dinner.jpg. Kana sent a photo, in which she and Gildarts were having dinner together in a restaurant. Knight thought, it is really easier to say things online, right? There is no pressure to say it in person. Sigma man, congratulations. Please buy me a drink, you gave me the courage. I want to thank you very much. How about going on a date with you next time? Sigma man, I suspect you will take me to the tavern, and then I will accompany you to drink. Please buy me a drink, what's wrong with drinking? I drank when I was 13. .jpg. Sigma man, wait a minute, I remember that according to the law in Fiori, 15 years old is considered an adult, right? Buy me a drink, he stick out your tongue. .jpg. Buy me a drink, it's really a date, not a drink. Why don't I believe it? Knight thought, it will definitely turn into a drink together. He heard Myra Jane mention that 30% of the guild's annual alcohol consumption went into Kana's stomach. For this reason, Kana's work money was basically given to the guild. Rather than drinking with Kana, Knight would rather spend time with his girlfriends. Sigma man, unless you promise not to drink. Buy me a drink, really not drinking, angry.jpg. Sigma man, really? I don't believe it. Buy me a drink, what do you have to believe? Roll your eyes. .jpg. At this point, it seems that it has nothing to do with dating. Knight smiled and continued typing. Sigma man, I will believe you unless you don't drink for a week from now on. Buy me a drink, please kill me. Buy me a drink, no, I understand. I won't drink for a week. I will definitely do it. Sigma man, do you really want to date me? Cover face.jpg. Buy me a drink, no way. Buy me a drink, anyway, I am also a woman who keeps her word. Sigma man, come on, I will supervise you. Buy me a drink, yeah, I have to have dinner with my dad. Bye. Just after saying goodbye, less than half a minute later, another message came. Buy me a drink, he saw it. Cover face.jpg. Wait, what does it mean to be seen by him? Nate's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the next second, a friend request popped up. User where to go fishing added you as a friend. Do you want to add the other party as a friend? Gildarts, I didn't do anything. It was your daughter who asked me out. Nate's mouth twitched, and he had to click to agree. Where to go fishing, thank you, Knight. Thank you for what? Thank you for going out with your daughter? Nate didn't react for a while. Where to go fishing, I heard from Kana that it was you who helped her, so she had the courage to recognize me. So that's what happened. Nate replied. Sigma man, you're welcome. I didn't do anything. Where to go fishing, no, it may be just a little thing for you, but it's a great favor to me. Where to go fishing, I met many women on my journey when I was young, but the only one I really fell in love with and married was Kana's mother. Where to go fishing? When I left, I didn't know she was pregnant. When I learned the news many years later, I only got the news that she died in an accident. Where to go fishing, anyway? Thank you very much for this time. No, you type so fast? Nate didn't have time to reply. After reading one, the next one appeared immediately. Sigma man, don't take it to heart. Guildmates should help each other. Where to go fishing? I owe you a favor. If you need help, you can always find me. The chat ended here. Nate touched his chin. He didn't even mention the date. A new month, please vote. 205 Urza chooses to be a traitor. Kana's date invitation is just a small episode. After finishing the chat with Guildarts, Knight continued to copyright code. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, Lucy prepared dinner. Nate put down his work and went to the next door to have dinner with his girlfriend. Parallel world, Edla's. The capital, a luxurious bedroom. Urza Nightwalker lay on the comfortable luxury bed, slowly opened her eyes, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. I lost. It was half a month ago that she got the magic net ring. In the past half month, she has been addicted to Magic Arena. This game has a great impact on her. Without leaving home, just click on the match, you can enter the game world and compete with masters from all walks of life. The winner will get ranking points and improve the rank. The loser can also gain practical experience and hone himself. Urza Nightwalker likes this game very much. If there is anything unsatisfactory Fang, there is only this face. The self in another world seems to be very famous. Arisa Nightwalker is often mistaken for the fairy queen Urza Chocolate in the ranking. She doesn't care about this, just cleanly solve the opponent. But with the increase of wins, her rank is getting higher and higher, and the opponents she matches are getting stronger and stronger. Until today, she finally reached herself. Then she lost. Arisa in another world stared blankly at the game interface in front of her. Player nickname, Fairy Hunter. Rank, Master. Wins and losses, 69/1. After 70 ranking games, she ushered in her first defeat. And the person who gave her the first defeat was herself. Arisa in another world couldn't accept it. She could accept losing to anyone, but she couldn't accept losing to herself. She couldn't help but open the ranking record and click on the game information of another self. Player nickname, Knight. Rank, Diamond. Wins and losses, 61/34. When seeing the wins and losses, Urza from the other world could not help but be stunned. Lost 34 games? How could she lose so much? Urza from the other world was full of doubts. She had personally experienced the strength of her other self. The magic that can instantly change the full body armor, each armor has a different effect. If it is just like this, the combat ability is just on par with her. In fact, in the ranking that just ended, the two did fight hard at the beginning. But Knight has a special knife, the blade can be transformed into countless small cherry blossom blades. When the opponent used this move, she was defeated in an instant. How could she lose so much? Urza from the other world frowned slightly. At this time, a friend request popped up. User Knight added you as a friend, do you want to add the other party as a friend? Is it the humiliation of the winner? Urza from another world looked solemn, but escaping was not her character, so she decisively clicked to agree. Knight, hello, me from another world. Knight, sure enough, it's me from another world. If there's no Senbonzakura, I'm afraid it would be a draw. Senbonzakura? Is it the knife? Arisa from another world frowned and replied after a moment. What do you mean me from another world? You and I just look exactly the same, we are two different people. Fairy Hunter, I'm Urza Nightwalker. Knight, hello, Nightwalker, I'm Urza Chocolate. Do you want to play again? Friends can invite you to compete, no need to queue. Knight, I feel that competing with you will be of great help to improve my strength. So this is what you mean by adding her as a friend? Erisa from another world thought for a moment and asked the question in her mind. Fairy Hunter, why did you lose by 34? Your rank is only diamond, so you won't be matched with very strong people. Even if you are unlucky and match with a very strong new player, you can't lose 34, right? The opponent replied quickly. Knight, that's my boyfriend, a friend sparring. Fairy Hunter, boyfriend? Iluza from another world was stunned for a moment. My other self actually has a boyfriend? The word boyfriend has never appeared in her life. Knight, yes, friend sparring does not count the ranking points, it will only be displayed in the win-loss game. Except for my boyfriend, I have never lost. Knight, the diamond rank is still too low, and I can't meet a strong opponent. You are the strongest I have met since I ranked. Knight, do you want to play another game? If not, I will spar with my boyfriend. Iluza from another world couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of man would my other self like? He can win 34 times, so he must be a very powerful wizard at least. After hesitating for a while, she couldn't help but type and ask. Fairy Hunter, okay. Fairy Hunter, before that, what kind of person was your boyfriend? Fairy Hunter, it's hard for me to imagine that I would like a man although you and I are not the same person. Knight, he is the founder of the magic internet, and this game was created by him. Smile.jpg. Otherworld Urza's expression was dull for a moment. The founder of the magic network? She immediately thought of the man who broke into the palace half a month ago. Subconsciously opened the friend list. Sigma Man, online, idol. Is he her boyfriend? No, he is her boyfriend in another world? Otherworld Urza had a subtle emotion. Suddenly remembered what the other party asked her to do, 10,000 magic network rings sold and required to be activated in person. She solved this matter a week ago. But she has not contacted the other party. The people of the 2nd and 4th Magic War units are still in the hands of the other party for the time being. The main reason for not contacting is the king. After owning the magic net, the magic problem that troubled Edras has been solved. 0 flowers. These days, she used the function of Magic Net Express to buy magic crystals from the next world. She doesn't even need to spend money, as long as she spends points, there are many people willing to sell to her. And points, 100 will be given for signing in every day. This means that as long as everyone has a magic net ring, they can get magic crystals continuously just by signing in. If it is not enough, it is also feasible to buy it with gold. Gold is a precious metal, and it is also a magical material. Its value in both worlds is the same. However, after the king learned all this, he did not want to give up the anima plan. Not only did he not give up, the king even wanted to seize one more thing. He wanted to seize control of the magic network. It was precisely because of this that Urza in the other world didn't know what to do, so she didn't contact Knight for a long time. At this time, the Knight sent another private message. Knight, do you want to fight? 0.0. Fairy Hunter, next time, I suddenly remembered something. Knight, I understand, then we will fight next time. Fairy Hunter, yes. After a brief communication, Urza in the other world clicked on Knight's avatar, hesitated for a moment, and typed text. Fairy Hunter, I have completed what you asked me to do. Fairy Hunter, as agreed, can you release my companions? The other side quickly responded. Sigma Man, all 10,000 rings are sold out? Surprised.jpg. Fairy Hunter, with my identity, this is a simple matter. Fairy Hunter, and there is something I want to tell you. Sigma Man, what is it? Just tell me. I can satisfy some small requests. You are very capable and helped me a lot. Thumbs up. JPG. Erisa from another world took a deep breath. She is loyal to the kingdom, not the king. There are channels to obtain magic safely, and she does not want to use violent means to plunder magic from another world. In addition, the more important point is, Magic Arena made her understand that the wizards in the other world are very powerful. Now, there are more than 30 kings alone. Erisa from another world has not yet ranked as a king, but she can see the wins and losses of the kings through the rankings. It can be judged from the number of wins and losses alone that the 3 kings on the list must be powerful wizards with real materials. I am afraid that each of them is stronger than her. Adras is definitely not a match for another world. Once the anima plan is launched, if there is a counterattack, it will push the kingdom into the abyss. The king can't be allowed to continue to mess around. Thinking of this, Urza from the other world typed a paragraph with a heavy heart. Fairy Hunter, please come here, I will help you spread the magic network to the whole world. Fairy Hunter, my country can no longer solve the problem by itself, I need your power to intervene. Fairy Hunter, stop the king. Earth. 206 Urza, do you want to be Her Majesty the Queen? Knowing that King Faust not only did not give up the anima plan, but even wanted to seize control of the magic network. Nate just laughed. It feels funny that a tiger is being stared at by a cat. He himself has not completely mastered the magic internet, and it is pure fantasy for others to want to seize it. Knight felt that he had given him a chance. Last time he broke into the palace, he did not attack the king. This was entirely for the sake of Mr. Ergen. Let's change the king. Thinking of this, Knight opened Mr. Gon's avatar and sent him a private message. Briefly mentioned the matter of King Faust. Finally. Sigma Man, so, are you interested in being the king? Mr. Ergen. Mr. Ergen, obviously, he has a way to obtain magic power, why doesn't he give up the anima project? How do I know if you ask me? Ask your dad. Knight complained in his heart. In the original plot, this king showed an extremely radical personality, giving him a feeling of greed. Knight was not very surprised. When he handed over 10,000 rings to Nightwoka, he had already foreseen that the current scene might happen. Sigma Man, I plan to deal with the king and make him abdicate. How about you be the new king? You are the Prince of Edras, it will be easy for you to inherit the throne. Mr. Gang, I want to act with you. Mr. Gang, but I am not worthy of being the king, I have not made any contribution to that country. Mr. Gang, besides, I like fairy tale very much and have no intention of quitting the guild. Then who will be the king? There must be a king. The promotion of Edras's magic network still depends on the assistance of the new king. Nate himself has no interest in this. In a magical world where personal power belongs to oneself, running to be the king of another world is purely idle. Nate thought about it and simply let Nightwoka be the king. This is Urza's otherworld counterpart, who has popularity and strength. The most important thing is that she looks exactly like Urza. Thinking of this, he immediately sent a message to the other party. Sigma Man, I already know the matter, I will go to your world tomorrow. Sigma Man, but I have something to ask you. Fairy Hunter, what? Sigma Man, you just said that you would help me spread the magic network to the whole world. Fairy Hunter, well, this is also a personal selfishness. The magic power of Edras is depleting. We need the magic crystals of your world. Fairy Hunter, and your magic internet, can help us. Fairy Hunter, seriously speaking, I should thank you. As expected of Urza, even in another world, she is still this serious. Knight simply asked directly. Sigma Man, your King Faust wants to start a war between the two worlds, I will stop him. Sigma Man, Erisa, are you interested in being the queen? Fairy Hunter, ah? Queen? At the same time. Edras world. Arisa Nightwalker stared blankly at the private message. She understood what Night meant. The other party wanted to destroy the anima plan from the root, and the simplest and most direct way was, of course, to get rid of King Faust. And the position of the king naturally needs someone to inherit it. But me? Arisa Nightwalker was in a daze for a long time. I don't know why Night wants her to be the king. Is it because he loves the whole house? Urza from another world is his girlfriend, so naturally he has some trust and closeness to her? Nightwalker typed a paragraph of text, wanting to ask if this is the case. But if it is not, it feels a bit self-indulgent and embarrassing, so he deleted it again. Fairy Hunter, why me? Fairy Hunter, half a month ago, I was still your enemy. Sigma Man, not an enemy, it was Myra and I who broke into the palace and forcibly took you away. Sigma Man, anyway, you will be the Queen of Edras, which will help me spread the magic network better. Urza Nightwalker was silent for a moment. If we cooperate with Night, the magic power withering problem that plagues this world will be completely solved. Becoming a queen, what's wrong with that? She is not a woman who will retreat in the face of difficulties. Fairy Hunter, I understand. Fairy Hunter, I will become the queen of the kingdom of Edras. Sigma Man, then you have to work hard. Her Majesty the Queen is not that easy to be. Smile.jpg. Sigma Man, I will go to your world tomorrow. Good morning. Arisa's mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Fairy Hunter, good morning. The next day. A little after 9 in the morning, Nanko Park. Yesterday, Night sent a private message to several people, asking them to meet under the sky tree in Nanko Park today. The first to arrive were Natsu and Happy. Natsu was surprised that Natsu didn't sleep in. Good morning, Natsu, Happy. Good morning, Night, what do you want to see us for? Natsu was full of energy and clenched his fists and said, do you have any work commissions to do together? Happy complained, Natsu, that's Night. A person who never does commissions. How could he find them for work commissions? Natsu realized it late and scratched his head. What would that be? Travel to a parallel world. Don't you want to go? Night chuckled and said, by the way, Happy, your hometown is in Edras. The reason why he brought Natsu along was not only to have a free tool, but also to help Happy return to his hometown. Hometown. Happy muttered in confusion, do I have such a thing? I came out of an egg. But someone has to be born, right? You must have parents, right? Night rolled his eyes and didn't explain too much. Let's talk about it later. There are other people. After a while, Wendy and Xiaolulu also came. When they saw Natsu, both the man and the cat were a little surprised. Happy immediately began to show his affection, but Xiaolulu only disliked it. Wendy whispered to her. Xiaolulu, I think you've gone too far with the harpy. Don't be so rude, okay? I know. I'll be careful next time. Xiaolulu nodded helplessly. After that, Myra Jane and the elfman from the other world arrived. Good morning, Night. Morning, Myra Jane. Night said hello to the poster girl from the other world, I'll send you back today. If you want to come and play next time, you can contact me at any time. Thank you very much for your hospitality during this period. Marajana's smile, like Marajana's, has the power to warm people's hearts. At least Night feels good every time he sees this smile. Are we leaving now? There's still one person. Just as Night finished speaking, Mr. Gang walked into the park. Seeing so many people gathered, Mr. Gang was a little surprised. Wendy. It's Mr. Gang. Wendy bowed politely, nice to meet you again. I'm sorry for causing you trouble in the last guild ranking match in the Magic Arena. Grandine. It's okay. Mr. Gang shook his head and glanced at Night, hesitating whether to reveal his identity. At this time, Knight stood up from the park bench. After clapping 1.5 times, a huge flying thunder god magic circle unfolded under everyone's feet. Everyone, let's go. Please stay calm. It will be bad if the coordinates are deviated. Natsu shouted excitedly, let's go, adventure in another world? I'm already excited. As soon as the voice fall. Suddenly enveloped by golden light, the expanding golden light illuminated the entire park, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Then the golden light faded, and the figures under the sky tree disappeared without a trace. Dark Guild, Fairy Tale. It was still the same mushroom forest. In front of the guild gate, Big Sister Lucy has led many guild members to wait for the visit of guests. It's coming. A golden teleportation array appeared on the ground in front, and the next moment, 8 figures appeared together. Good morning, Big Sister. Knight greeted with a smile. Don't call me Big Sister. Big Sister Lucy complained on the spot, then glanced at everyone, smiled with her hands on her hips. Welcome to Edras. I'm Lucy, Lucy Ashley. 207 Meet you again, invade the palace for the second time, 4/4 ask for monthly tickets. Natsu came to Edras for the first time and was very excited. He immediately looked for himself in the crowd. Natsu in the other world, full name Natsu Dragneel, is cowardly. Hiding behind the crowd, when Natsu found him, he was so scared that he kept saying sorry. Why should I apologize? I'm Natsu from Asland, Natsu Dragneel. What about you? Natsu greeted him cheerfully. Natsu in the other world simply squatted down in fear. Yes, sorry. Natsu here only becomes handsome when he encounters transportation. Lucy said helplessly. It's the opposite. Happy was stunned. Natsu, who is not afraid of transportation, turned out to be like this? The big sister smiled and said. Anyway, let's go to the guild first. And welcome back, Myra, Elfman. Listener really stayed there. That's her real home. Myra nodded slightly. Although separation is sad, it is not a situation where we can never see each other again. Therefore, there are not too many regrets in my heart. When I want to meet, I will ask Knight again. After 01, everyone walked into the guild. Both sides were curious about each other, and they talked enthusiastically and quickly became familiar with each other. Big Sister Lucy hooked Knight's shoulder and pulled him to the corner. Knight, let's keep the promise we made last time, right? Have you sold out your ring? Knight was a little helpless. We are really good brothers. Big Sister Lucy shook her head and said. No, there are more than 2,000 left, and it should be sold out in 3 or 4 days. When you sell out, I will take you to Asland as a guest. It's a deal. Big Sister laughed, and suddenly lowered her voice and said, So, what are you doing here this time? What are you talking about in a sneaky way for? Knight complained in his heart, but did not hide it. I'm here to change the king of your country. Ah. Let Mr. Gang tell you the details. Knight thought for a while, turned around and greeted Mr. Gang. I have to meet someone first, Mr. Gang, you bring them to the capital to meet up. I understand. Mr. Gang nodded, and did not ask Knight what he was going to do. It is indeed best for him to explain the matter of anima. After explaining a few more words, Knight thought about it and teleported away. URU has the coordinates of the flying thunder god left by Knight. In fact, not only URU, but all girlfriends have them. If they encounter dangerous situations, Knight can appear beside them at any time. At this time, Edras, the capital, a hotel. URU sat cross-legged in the room, with Sodi Shirayuki placed on his knees, his mental power resonating with the sword, and practicing sword zen. Suddenly, she opened her eyes suddenly. He grasped the hilt of the knife like lightning, stood up and slashed backwards with his sword. The blade transmitted cold magic, enough to freeze the uninvited guest into ice with one blow. As soon as Night appeared, he saw a knife slashing at him. "Long time no see, are you treating me like this?" "Night. I'm sorry, I thought it was some blind thief." You said with surprise, and then embarrassedly excused himself. "Recently, thieves are rampant in the capital." As she said, she smiled and put away the pomelo snow, and took the initiative to tiptoe and kiss Night on the face. "Should you forgive me?" "No, I have to kiss you well." Night hugged Yu's waist tightly and lowered his head to kiss her lips. After not seeing him for half a month, Yu missed him very much and responded enthusiastically. The two kissed and kissed until they fell to the bed, and then the clothes inexplicably became less, and finally there was nothing left. Time passed unknowingly until noon. Yu lay comfortably in Night's arms, with a satisfied smile on his face. In the simple little hotel, the sunlight outside shone through the curtains, bringing a little light, and the air was filled with the smell of lust. While stroking Yu's smooth silky back, Night asked about business. "How are the rings selling?" "About 1,000 rings sold." Yu blushed immediately. She was not good at doing this kind of thing. "By the way, you called me master a lot just now. I think I should fulfill my responsibility as a master and teach you the magic of ice shaping." You changed the subject so abruptly. Night patted her butt. "Now you are no longer my master." Yu was embarrassed and angry, and a little bit amused. "You were like a cow just now, why didn't you say anything?" "So, what do you want to do this time?" "Can't I just miss you?" "I don't believe it." Yu pinched Night's face and said angrily, "There are chats on the internet every day." "Actually, it's like this," Night explained leisurely while playing with the giant panda. After listening, Yu was a little confused. "I can understand dealing with the king, but I don't understand why you want to promote the magic network here." Yu has seen the reserve magic pool of the deep network. For a long time, she relied on the magic power of the reserve pool to move in the outside world. Therefore, she guessed that the magic power in the deep network magic pool came from the magic network users. The magic power of this world is buried in the earth, and it is also rapidly withering. Maybe in a few years, those floating islands in the sky will fall. And the people in this world don't have magic in their bodies. This is what she didn't understand. Night thought for a moment and said, "Magic is an infinite resource, at least in Asland. Since it is infinite, the more people who mine this resource, the more income there will be." "Understand?" "Of course, this is one reason, and on the other hand, he has a system task to complete." Yu blinked his eyes suddenly. "Understood. If the magic of Asland is compared to the gold 077 mine, then the people of Edras are miners. And the second-generation magic network ring is the pickaxe used by miners." Yu was in high spirits, his eyes full of admiration. Perhaps the internet magic created by Night is a kind of magic that can become a god. At this time, the ring flashed a white light. Night opened the magic network private message. "Mist Gang, Naz has sent us to the capital, and we are now in the King's Square of the capital." As if afraid of causing misunderstanding, he added, "It is Naz in this world. Ready to act, do you want to join us?" Night pulled his hand out of Yu's arms, lifted the quilt, got up and dressed. "Next time, I'd better use the dress-up magic, it's troublesome to put on clothes." "You shouldn't need my help." Yu also got up, snatched the clothes from Night's hand, and smiled, "I'll help you put them on. Master still knows how to care for people." Yu rolled his eyes at him, and like a gentle wife, helped her husband put on his clothes. After that, she put on her own clothes. After sending Yu back to the deep web space, Night went to the King's Square to meet up with Mist Gang and the others. Everyone already knew the details. Night didn't waste any words. With their lineup, they could just go in and be done. Not long after. Boom! An explosion sounded in the palace, alarming the whole city. 208 Savior and Her Majesty the Queen. Pictured is Erzanite Voka. The big explosion alarmed the whole city. Citizens on the street looked towards the palace, only to see a beam of fire rising into the sky and thick smoke billowing. Explosion! What are you doing again? The magic war troops are dispatched. Is it an enemy attack? The citizens were not panicked at all, but curious. The layout of the capital city is in the shape of a round cake, and the higher the terrain is, the palace is located in the center. It is a towering spire-shaped behemoth. The explosion occurred at the top of the tower. The audience hall. Knight thought, and the vibration force instantly shattered the door. See you again, Your Majesty. As he walked into the audience hall, he greeted him in a calm tone. In the hall, 2 teams of elite soldiers stood on the left and right, and when they saw the enemy breaking in, they pointed their spears at the assassin. King Faust sat on the throne, looking at the attacker with a gloomy look. You again? Faust stared with his eyes wide open, his eyeballs full of bloodshot. Knight noticed that he was wearing a silver ring on his finger, and immediately smiled. It seems that you have used my magic net. But people should not be greedy, Mr. Gang, leave it to you. Knight did not make a move, Bai's own son was present. Mr. Gang said nothing and silently took off a magic wand behind him. Seeing this, Chief of Staff Bayero hurriedly said. What are you waiting for? Zeus, Urza, deal with them. Arisa held the 10 Commandments gun, but was unmoved by the words. And the young man beside her, the captain of the 3rd Magic Combat Unit, Zeus, immediately waved the command magic wand in his hand. At this moment, it's none of your business. Knight's eyes narrowed slightly, and his 7-star magic power burst out. Boom! The whole audience hall was shaking violently, and the soldiers couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground one after another, their faces full of panic. And this was just the aftermath. Knight's magic power was completely directed at the captain of the 3rd Magic Combat Unit. In an instant, Zeus's mind went blank. Knight's figure became bigger and bigger in his vision. Especially the pair of eyes of the sky, like the eyes of a giant, almost filling his vision. With a plop, Zeus knelt down suddenly. In a short moment, his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Monster, monster! He murmured in a low voice in fear. After this interruption, Mist Gang did not continue to cast magic. Arisa Knight Voka frowned and suddenly put the 10 Commandments gun on the king's neck. Everyone put down your weapons! She shouted. What are you doing? Urza. Chief of Staff Bayero was stunned. King Faust's face was gloomy. You betrayed me, Urza Knight Voka. No, I am only loyal to this country. Urza Knight Voka took a deep breath and said calmly. Your Majesty, this is the last time I call you. Since I brought back 10,000 magic net rings half a month ago, you have also tried the power of the magic net. The magic power that troubles this country will no longer be a problem. Why do you still insist on implementing the Anima plan? Even if the plan succeeds, how to deal with the revenge of the Asland world later? Through the magic net, you should be very clear about the power of the wizards in the opposite world. Your behavior will drag this country into the abyss, and you have lost your qualifications as a king. Hearing this, Chief of Staff Bayero was stunned. You want a coup? I just found the right way. Urza said calmly and repeated again. Everyone put down your weapons, my words are no longer effective. The crooked soldiers looked at each other. It was unknown who was the first, but when someone started, all the soldiers quickly dropped their weapons. The veins on Faust's forehead popped out, and his face was extremely angry. What do you know? This is for Sleep Magic Mist Illusion Naraku. Mist Gang pointed his wand and interrupted the king's words. Instantly, King Faust felt a strong sense of sleepiness. His eyelids became extremely heavy, and before he fell asleep, he looked at Mist Gang with incredible eyes. This voice is Yu-Ji. Take a nap, father. Mist Gang finally took off his mask and said calmly, your rule is over. Well done, Mist Gang, I thought I was going to hear a lot of mouth cannons. Nate silently gave him a thumbs up. The others saw Miss Gang's face and were all shocked. Chief of Staff Bayro said in astonishment. You are His Royal Highness Prince Jalal. Jalal? Wendy and Natsu were also shocked. But soon, both of them reacted. Mr. Gang is Jalal of Edlas. Knight felt that the scene in front of him was a bit boring. People of Edlas have no magic power and rely entirely on magic items to fight. Before using the forbidden weapon Dragon Knight, Faust was just an ordinary old man. He couldn't even resist. A sleep magic solved it. Now that Mr. Gang revealed his identity, the situation was instantly controlled. Leave it to you, Mr. Gang. Knight winked at Urza and turned to leave the audience hall. Urza took back the 10 Commandments gun, pulled the unconscious king off the throne, and threw him to Mr. Gang. Then, she didn't say anything and followed Knight silently. Come with me, the gold for selling rings is in my room. Knight followed her and looked at the back of Urza in the other world. Without relying on the 6 eyes, he could tell the difference between Urza and his girlfriend. The walking pace was slightly different. It might be due to different habits of using weapons, which led to this subtle difference. Urza Nightvoka could feel the scrutiny, she didn't look back, and said calmly. Same as your girlfriend. No, the hairstyle is different. Knight shook his head, and then asked a little strangely. How do you know Urza is my girlfriend? She told me herself. Really? Knight thought, you two have added each other as friends? Nightwalker, you will be the queen soon. Do we need to prepare a coronation ceremony for you? Hearing this, Urza Nightwalker paused, turned around, and smiled lightly. What this country needs is not a coronation ceremony, but a speech in the King's Square. Mr. Knight, you will appear as the messenger of Asland and bring hope to this world with barren magic. In my room, there is a dress prepared for you, the savior. 209 New partner, Light and Light Queen AI. King Faust was controlled, and the operation was declared over. Most of the soldiers in the palace didn't know what happened, and everything was settled. Urza Nightwalker took Knight all the way to her official residence. The soldiers she met on the road hurried over, and she sent them away with a few words. Soon, the two came to her personal storage room. In the storage room, Knight got a box of gold bars. I don't know how much the gold is worth over there, but it's about 300 million J here. Urza thought for a moment and said, if you think it will be a loss, I can make up for the loss. The cost of a ring is less than 10,000 J. The materials used by Jud are very cheap. The most expensive is the magic crystal inlaid in the ring. More than 200% profit, pure profiteering. According to the agreement, I will give you a quarter of the profit. Before Knight finished speaking, Nightvoka shook his head. I am not interested in money. Your magic internet is of great help to Edras. If possible, I hope to get more rings. As expected of the future queen, she is no longer interested in money. Knight thought about it and decided to cooperate with her. In Mr. Jud's plan, the production of 610 rings will reach 1 million next month. Of course, it is just a plan, and whether it can be achieved in practice is unknown. The kingdom of Fiori can easily consume these rings, and there is no extra goods to sell to Nightvoka. You know, the kingdom of Fiori has a population of 17 million. And the kingdom of Fiori is just a permanent neutral country located at the southern end of Ishgar in the East continent. There are many other countries in Ishgar. In addition to Ishgar, there are also the West continent, the North continent, and even the South continent. Knight didn't know the exact population of the world of Asland, but with a monthly output of 1 million rings, the market would not be saturated in the next few decades. After all, the quality of the rings was not high, and they would be damaged after a year or two of normal use. Profiteers. Naked profiteers. Knight criticized Lucy's father in his heart, and turned to the future Queen Urza and said, "There are no extra rings to sell to you. But I have a suggestion, why don't you find someone to make them yourself?" Her Majesty Queen Urza showed a surprised look. "We produce it ourselves. Its manufacturing process is very simple, probably like this." Akaj briefly mentioned the production process. Queen Urza's eyes sparkled. If they could produce it themselves, they would save a lot of costs. The people of Edras had no magic power, and they relied on magic props to cast magic. Therefore, their magic props production level was extremely high, and there were many prop masters in the workshop. According to Knight's description, among the materials needed to make the ring, only the magic crystal is a little troublesome. It needs to be imported from the world of Asland. But now that we have the magic network, the import of magic crystal is not a big problem. So, Queen AI, do you want to cooperate? Knight smiled and said, "The profit distribution is the same as my other partner, half for each person, and there is an additional condition." "What did you call me?" Queen AI? A smile flashed in Urza's eyes, and she suddenly understood why she liked him in another world. "I am not the king of this country yet," she denied it symbolically, then nodded. "I want to cooperate with you. What are the additional conditions?" "The additional conditions are simple, Lady of Light and Light." Knight changed the name again. "I hope that the rings you produce can be put on the shelves of the future Magic Network Mall and sold to people in Asland." Queen AI finally couldn't help it. "What is Lady of Light and Light?" "There is a world called Azroth, where there is a queen named Ashera. The Light and Light praises her beauty as more beautiful than light." "Is that so?" "Azroth, Queen Ashera? Adris, Queen Urza?" Queen AI suspected that Knight was teasing her and praising her beauty in various ways. "You don't believe it?" Knight couldn't help laughing. "I believe it. Thank you for the compliment." Queen AI thanked helplessly. "Let's get back to business." "I didn't compliment you, I just teased you because you looked so stern." Knight thought that the two Urzas had slightly different personalities. If it was Urza Chocolate, the reaction would not be like this. "What is the Magic Net Mall?" Queen AI asked. "The content that will be updated in the next version." Knight roughly described the version update and the functions of the Magic Net Mall. After hearing this, Queen AI's beautiful eyes showed shock. "You mean, the magic net is still in an unfinished state?" In her opinion, the current magic net is already an incredible magic. As a result, Knight told her that the magic net is still far from complete, and the functions will be richer in the future. "Leave the surprise for later. We are just getting started." Knight admired her shocked expression. "Anyway, I hope you can put the ring on the Magic Network Mall. Only if you meet this condition can we cooperate. I promise you." Queen AI immediately agreed, stretched out her hand to shake Knight's, and said seriously, "Mr. Knight, you are the light of light, the light that brings hope to Edlas. You don't have to call me sir, and don't call me the light of light, that's used to describe women." Knight looked helpless. Was he teased back? As expected of Urza. He remembered that he used stand here and don't move to tease Urza before, and the other party also learned it. In this regard, the two people are really the same wit. Queen AI smiled and turned around and said, "I'll get you the dress you need for your speech. Please wait." After a while, she brought a gorgeous outfit. After Knight took it, he used the magic of changing clothes to put it on instantly. Then he asked, "Do you have a speech?" "Speech?" Queen AI shook her head, "Please you improvise, and you don't need to say anything. Just tell the people that you are a messenger from another world, and you brought the magic net to our world and saved the exhaustion of magic power. I think you are making things difficult for me, fat tiger." Knight complained in his heart, "What should I say then? Your king committed a heinous crime, so I drove him out of office? It doesn't seem appropriate. Knight fell into deep thought. At this time, the ring flashed white light, and Mr. Gang sent a private message. Mr. Gang, we have controlled the palace, please come to the Privy Council. Sigma Man, how is the king? Mr. Gang, he is still asleep, I want him to abdicate voluntarily and crown the new queen. Mr. Gang, let Urza come too, we have to ask her opinion. Knight closed the private chat, suddenly remembered something, took out a stack of cards and handed them to Queen Ai. These are your companions, the people from the 2nd and 4th Magic War units, and now they are handed over to you. 210 Knight's Savior Speech. After Knight returned the captives to Urza, the two went to the Privy Council together. It was actually a meeting room. There was a long table in the meeting room, with people from different camps sitting on both sides of the table. The frightened captain of the 3rd Magic Warfare Corps, Hughes. Chief of Staff Bayero, a little old man with dark circles under his eyes. And the assistant chief of staff, a little girl who didn't like to run in shoes. This is the Kingdom Camp. And Mist Gang, Natsu, Wendy, as well as Happy and Charlu, sat across the long table. King Faust was lying next to Natsu, still in a coma. No one on either side spoke until Knight and Queen Ai arrived. Also walking into the meeting room were Pansalili, the captain of the 1st Magic Warfare Corps who had just been released, and Shugboy, the captain of the 4th Magic Warfare Corps. Everyone is here, so let's talk about the new king first. Knight took his seat and spoke straight to the point. A new king? The people in the king's camp looked at each other in bewilderment. Pansalili and Shugboy had just regained their freedom and had no idea what was going on. Iluza walked to the other end of the long table and said heroically, I have reached a cooperation with Mr. Knight. From now on, our kingdom of Edlas can make magic net rings by ourselves. With the magic net, the magic that troubles our world will no longer be a problem. Faust is trying to start a war between the two worlds. He is greedy and stubborn. He is no longer suitable to be the king of this country. And I will take over this crown and lead the people to continue. Who opposes? The eyes full of oppression swept over several people in his own camp. Happy covered his mouth and whispered. Natsu, even if it is Urza in this world, it is Urza, just as scary. Love Happy. Natsu nodded vigorously. No, who is the harpy between you two? Knight complained in his heart, is it so scary? Why didn't I feel that way? Wait, what new king, what magic net? What does it mean that the magic problem has been solved? Pansalili was the first to stand up, with a confused face. Arisa, you want to be the king. Also, why are there two exit here? Is this what Queen Shajit meant? At the end, he pointed to the two cats Harpy and Charlulu. Let me explain. Mist Gang spoke softly and greeted with a smile, Lily, long time no see. J, His Highness Jalal. The black cat Pansalili only then discovered the existence of Mist Gang, and immediately opened his eyes wide with an expression of disbelief. Next, Mist Gang told the story in detail. So, for the peace of the two worlds, with the help of Knight, I came back to stop my father's atrocities. After listening, both of them were stunned. After staying in the card for a while, the outside world has changed so much? If this is the case, there is really no need to continue the anima plan. I have no opinion. But the new king, I think it should be a prince. Mr. Gang interrupted Pansalili's speech and shook his head and said, I am not a prince. I am now the wizard of fairy tale, Mr. Gang. After a pause, let Urza be the new king, which is the best solution at present. Knight felt troublesome and tapped the table with his fingers to attract everyone's attention. I am not looking for you to discuss it. This is a matter that has been decided. Now I am notifying you. You are not qualified to bargain with me from the position of strength. This is not a negotiation. If you don't want to accept it, you can get out." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became much colder. After the silence of the people on the king's side, no one spoke. "Mr. Gang, wake up Faust, let him take the initiative to abdicate and crown the new king." Knight was too lazy to continue listening to nonsense, so he got up and left. Walked out of the Privy Council, found a quiet place, opened the programming tool of the Magic Network, and continued to write his code. The online battle version of Star Spirit Pokémon basically copied Magic Arena, so it was written very quickly. After about half an hour, Knight finally finished the last bit of the tale. Done. But, I feel like something is missing. Knight thought, should I make a video website and then make a Pokémon animation? In the world of magic, making animations does not require artists to draw one by one. This behavior is too stupid. You can directly use memory magic to make the pictures in your mind into animations. Even dubbing is saved. There are two kinds of related magic that can be thought of. First, memory modeling magic. Second, the Ark of Lost Magic embodiment. Just thinking about it, I suddenly felt someone approaching. Queen AI came to Knight with a piece of cut fruit. "Excuse me just now, please have it." Knight was not polite and picked up a fruit he had never seen before and ate it. "Is it over? Faust has agreed to abdicate, and I have asked someone to prepare the next speech." Queen AI nodded. Nate was quite curious about how Mist Gang made his father obedient. Queen AI raised her lips slightly. "What you said in the Privy Council just now scared those people, and they immediately became honest. Thank you for helping me. Zero asking for flowers." Nate subconsciously wanted to say verbal thanks are insincere, but then he thought that the two of them were not that familiar. So, he smiled and said, "You're welcome, we are partners." Queen Urza nodded seriously and recognized the identity of partners. Then, she noticed the programming interface in front of Knight. "What is this?" "Making a new game." Nate casually explained Star Spirit Pokémon. Queen AI immediately became very interested. "Pokémon? Interested? Well, I'm a little curious. I'll send you a client. This game is made specifically for people like you who don't have magic power." Next, Knight taught Queen AI how to play Pokémon. He also gave her 50 gold tickets. Queen AI's luck was not as bad as Myra's. She drew almost all 50 tickets before she finally got the guaranteed prize. She drew Pikachu. Time unknowingly came to evening. In front of the King's Square, tens of thousands of people gathered together. There were a large number of soldiers around to maintain order. I heard that there was a speech by the king to announce a major event. My brother-in-law's sister's husband's aunt's son is a guard in the palace. I heard that the king solved the problem of magic power withering. No, I heard that the prince is back. You are all wrong. Didn't you hear the explosion at noon? There was a coup in the palace. No, my information is the most accurate. There are visitors from another world visiting. The people's whispers never stopped, and various versions were circulating. Silence. Suddenly, on the high platform, the voice of Chief of Staff Bayero spread throughout the venue through the magic loudspeaker. The soldiers raised their spears and hit the ground heavily. In an instant, a pin drop could be heard in the square, and all the noise disappeared without a trace. Tens of thousands of eyes were fixed on the podium. Knight was wearing a gorgeous robe, like an old wizard immersed in magic. People of Edras, some of you may have seen me, or maybe not. I am Knight, you can call me the Lord of the Magic Network, the founder of the Magic Internet. At this moment, some people in the audience were shocked. The Lord of the Magic Network? This small group of people had obtained a ring in advance through various channels and had contact with the world of the Magic Network. Because of this, when the founder of the Magic Network appeared on the podium, they felt excited as if they had seen a big star. Knight smiled slightly and continued. I came here to save this world with withered magic power. 211 and you will eventually be crowned king. 4/4 monthly ticket request. Knight gave an impromptu speech, speaking whatever he thought of. Facing tens of thousands of people, Knight was still able to smile and not be stage fright at all. His voice was gentle, which could make people feel like spring breeze and listen to every word patiently. I come from another world. Your world is called Edras, and my world is called Asland. By chance, I came to your world and traveled around your country. I found that the two worlds are like twin sisters. My friends in Asland are similar to those in Edras. They have similar names and the same appearance, but they have different lives and very different personalities. Hearing this, there was a commotion in the audience. Someone shouted excitedly. I told you, my information is the most accurate, it is indeed a visitor from another world. No one paid attention to him, and the people were immersed in Knight's speech. I came to save this world withered by magic? How to save it? Most people didn't understand, but just looked at the podium curiously. But a small number of people with rings could already guess. Among them was a journalist. Gajeel from another world, wearing a neat black suit, a gentleman's hat, and carrying a pen and paper. Faced with such important news, his excellent professionalism made him write down every word Knight said clearly in a notebook. It will definitely be explosive news. Gajeel grinned. Then he suddenly thought, wouldn't it be better to broadcast the speech live on the Magic Network? As a well-informed reporter, he bought a ring on the black market a week ago. Thinking of this, he quickly turned on the Magic Network live broadcast and aimed the camera at Knight on the podium. Knight's 6 eyes overlooked the whole audience, and any small movements could not be hidden from him. Reporter Gajeel's behavior was discovered by him at the first time. Knight did not stop him, but smiled at him in a friendly way. Gajeel, please make me look more handsome. Also, remember to write Lord of the Magic Net in the title of the live broadcast room, more people will click into the live broadcast room. Reporter Gajeel was stunned for a moment, and seeing that all the eyes around him were sweeping towards him, he could not help but ask loudly. Do you know me? Lord of the Magic Net. In Asland, you are one of my companions. Knight nodded. Like I said just now, there are similar people in the two worlds. In my world, you are my companion, the Iron Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer? Another me? Reporter Gajeel became very interested and wanted to interview another self through the magic net. But now is obviously not the time. He continued to ask boldly. Lord of the Magic Net, you just said that you want to save our world. How are you going to solve the problem of magic withering? No, buddy, this is a speech, not a press conference. Why is there a question and answer session for reporters? Knight thought with a smile. Through it. He took out a second-generation ring from his pocket and showed it to all the people. This is the magic I created, called the Internet, or Magic Network for short. Some of you have already received the ring and have been in contact with the Magic Network, so you should be very clear about its function. The Magic Network is a world without national boundaries that can break the barriers of space. It can connect the two worlds closely and become a big family. In Asland, magic is infinite. The Magic Network is like a water pipe that can pour water from the boundless ocean into your dry farmland. It will save you. The scene fell into silence again. After a while, a fierce cheer broke out. The withering of magic began a long time ago, and it has become more and more serious in recent years. The entire world of Edras is like a pond that is about to dry up, and they, the Edras people, are the fish in the pond. The fear of losing magic lingers in their hearts every day. But today, the Savior has arrived. Lord of the Magic Net. Lord of the Magic Net. The first people who shouted Knight's title were all New Age netizens who already had the ring. There were not many of them, about 2,000 or 3,000, scattered in the crowd, not worth mentioning. But driven by these people, others also joined in. The sound was like a huge wave, and the whole King's Square was shouting Knight's name. "Please be quiet." After they shouted for a few minutes and released their emotions, Knight used magic to amplify the sound and overwhelmed the whole audience. The people gradually quieted down. Reporter Gajeel saw the opportunity and shouted, "Great Lord of the Magic Net, how can I get the ring in your hand? Are you my agent?" Knight had a black question mark on his face, thinking, they are too cooperative, should we say it is tacit understanding or wit? "I have handed over the craftsmanship of making rings to your new king. Your country can make them by itself in the future. It is not an expensive magic prop. The spirit of the internet lies in sharing. I sincerely hope that each of you can have a magic net ring of your own." 0. The people became excited. If the king can make rings, it should not be an expensive luxury, right? However, what does the new king mean? In the excitement, some people also kept their sanity and thought of the huge explosion in the palace at noon. "Great Lord of the Magic Net, what do you mean by the new king just now?" Reporter Gajeel instantly grasped the key point and asked questions quickly. "You messed up a good speech. The king himself should explain the new king." Looking around, Knight smiled and said, "My speech ends here. It's just a joke to say I'll save your world. I just brought the ring to give you the entrance to the magic network. The only ones who can really save you are the people of Asland." After saying that, he turned and walked down the podium. At this moment, the King's Square once again shouted Knight's name, and the sound lasted for a long time. Behind the podium, Iluza smiled and said, "It seems that you are very popular with the people. You are worthy of being the light of light, Mr. Savior Knight." A very short speech immediately gained great reputation. The people of Aslan suffered from the withering of magic for too long. Any hope can attract the support of the masses. Iluza even suspected that if Knight just called out at this time, someone would put the crown on his head. Light among lights. Nate rolled his eyes at her eyes. This joke can't be passed, right? After thinking about it, he raised a slight arc at the corner of his mouth and coughed lightly. "Iluza, the moment you step onto the podium, the King's Square will call your name, Urzanite Voka. One day, I will leave this world, and you will be crowned king." "What does it mean?" Queen Ai blinked, and a trace of confusion flashed in her beautiful eyes. Although they had known each other for a short time, she always felt that Knight was teasing her. Unfortunately, she didn't understand where the joke was. "Are you teasing me?" Queen Ai asked directly, asking if she didn't understand. "This is Urza's character." Knight denied it righteously. "How could it be? This is to express my expectations and pride in you, Your Majesty." "Sure enough, are you teasing me?" Queen Ai frowned slightly, and laughed after a moment. "Just tease, who made him save the world? The privilege of the savior." 212 The first mission with a perfect rating. After the old King Faust came to the stage, he first admitted the anima plan to the people. He expressed regret for almost causing a war between the two worlds. Then he announced in public that the throne would be inherited by Urzanite Voka. The people were extremely shocked by this. Nate was also a little curious about this and couldn't help asking, "How did you make him abdicate?" "I have closed many small animus over the years and have conducted in-depth research on this magic," Mr. Gang replied. "I told him that his anima plan could not succeed. If he insisted on launching it, I would reverse this magic and completely eliminate the magic of Edlas." "Isn't this reversal magic?" Nate thought to himself that Mr. Gong's qualifications were indeed very high. Without the blessing of the Six Eyes, he mastered the reversal magic of anima only by relying on his own years of research. "Great!" Knight had to praise the other party. Mr. Gang shook his head and said, "It was you who really made him give up. Your magic net can indeed bring hope to this world. On behalf of the people of Edras, I thank you, Knight." "You're welcome. You have helped me a lot. There are corresponding people in both worlds. Faust corresponds to Makarov, the third president of Fairy Tale. Knight glanced at Urza from another world on the podium and turned back to the palace. There is nothing to see anymore. Back to the palace. The banquet hall is decorated with luxury. Natsu and Happy are feasting like hungry ghosts who haven't eaten for a few days. Wendy and Xiaolulu are also sitting at the dining table, turning on the Magic Net live broadcast to watch the coronation ceremony. Mr. Knight. Seeing Knight return, Wendy raised her head and smiled gently to greet him. You look good. Knight also smiled and said, have you found your savior? Yes. Wendy nodded, but couldn't help puffing up her cheeks. Brother Knight, why didn't you tell me earlier? I was the only one who was kept in the dark. I'm an outsider, you have to ask Mist Gang. Knight felt helpless, why blame me? Why do you call me Brother Knight like Lysina? Knight walked over and tasted the food from another world. Because Brother Knight is a very kind person. Wendy laughed, just like a brother. It seems that she is in a good mood. Knight suddenly remembered something, by the way, Happy, Xiaolulu, don't you go back to your hometown to take a look? Hometown. Happy raised his head, still chewing a fish in his mouth. Knight pointed to the sky outside the window. Xiaolulu looked in the direction he pointed, and there was a beautiful island floating above the capital. That's your hometown. There are cats like you living on that island. The name of the race is Exit, or Transcendence. Transcendence is called Angel in this world, and has a high status, above humans. Ruled by the Transcendence Queen Shajit. Shailalu and I are from Edras. Harpy opened his mouth in astonishment, and the half-eaten fish fell on the table. What people? It's a cat. Nate complained in his heart, do you have any misunderstandings about your own race? Naz scratched his head and said, is this what you meant by hometown before? Wendy was also surprised by this. She looked at the floating island and suddenly saw a black spot approaching quickly. It seems that something is flying towards this side, she said softly. It's a transcendence. Nate's 6 eyes have a very wide vision. When he saw the other party's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. In a blink of an eye, the target had flown out of the window. The harpy said in shock, it's Yi. How rude, stranger, I'm Yi, the commander of the guard division of Extania. It's obviously a cat, but it has the face of Yi. Natsu was stunned. During the campaign against the 6 demon generals, he had seen the blue Pegasus Yi, but he didn't expect that Yi in this world was actually a harpy. Yi had a pair of white wings behind him, and landed lightly on the windowsill. I am ordered by the Queen to invite all the guests from afar to visit Extania. No. Knight refused decisively, Natsu, Hobbit, you can go as you like. Hobbit's hometown? You will meet a group of hobbits, right? Natsu said with great interest, Hobbit, let's go to the island to have a look. Wendy, do you want to go? I'm worried about Xiaolulu, let's go together. Wendy glanced at the white cat Xiaolulu and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Yi said with a headache. Mr. Knight, are you not coming? Knight noticed that he was wearing a magic net ring on his finger. I don't know where this group of transcendents got it from. Is it the batch of goods from the big sister Lucy? Or the 10,000 pieces sold by Knight Voka? Of course, this is not very important. Thank you for the invitation from the Queen. If you have anything, you can contact me directly through the magic net. I believe you should all know my magic net nickname. Knight refused again. He really didn't want to participate in meaningless social activities. Arya had to give up. Soon, he took Happy and Xiaolulu away, and Natsu and Wendy followed. Knight watched them leave and enjoyed the food alone. More than an hour later, Urza came back. Knight teased, the Queen is back? It seems that everything is going well. Please call me Urza, Mr. Knight. Queen Ai looked serious. I have asked people to recruit prop masters to try to make the first batch of magic net rings as soon as possible. For this, I still have 9,000 pieces here. Knight remembered the remaining ones sold by URU, and immediately took out a cloth bag from the dressing space and handed it to Queen Ai. The people in the capital should want it very much, you can sell these first. I understand, thank you, Mr. Knight. Queen Ai accepted the kindness and thanked her again seriously. Is there anything I can do for you? I always feel bad when I accept kindness unilaterally, and I should do something to repay the other party. Nate thought, I asked you to help sell the ring, and you still have to thank me? This is a win-win situation. I won twice. Why don't we just sit down and have a meal together? Eat. Queen Ai was stunned for a moment. Is this considered a return? Ask the kitchen to change a table, she nodded, with a serious expression on her face. I am so rude, it is my duty to entertain guests. The 30,000 rings he brought last time have been sold out. He can submit the task now, or he can continue to wait for Queen Ai to make more rings. Task: expand the internet to another parallel world. Reward: depends on the completion of the task. The system did not say that the completion is calculated based on the number of rings sold. From the description of the task itself, he has won over the Queen of the Other World as a partner. In the future, the development of the magic network in Edlas will be very smooth. If you want to continue to improve the completion, do you have to wait until everyone in the world has a ring? There is no need for this. Thinking of this, Knight decisively submitted the task. Task submitted. Results calculated. Evaluation: perfect. 213 Gate of Truth, monetization of magic. Perfect. This is the first time Knight has seen a perfect task evaluation. There have been good and excellent before, but this is the first time that it is perfect. What will the reward be? Knight looked at the reward content with curiosity. Reward: Gate of Truth. Detected that this is not the world of Full Metal Alchemist. Reward conversion in progress. Gate of Truth, Gate of Truth. Why is it stuck here? What does it mean that the Gate of Truth is transformed into the Gate of Truth? Is it magic? Or a magic item? The answer is neither. Knight held his forehead and felt a trance. This time, it was not the magical knowledge that flowed through his brain, but the essence of the Gate of Truth that was forcefully infused into his soul. This transformation, it turns out to be this kind of transformation. Nate gradually realized that the system was not stuck with a bug. In the words of the programmer, the system tampered with the source code of the fairy tale world and wrote a new program called Gate of Truth. Its function can be described in 8 words. Equivalent exchange: see the truth. As long as you pay the full amount of fees, you can push open the Gate of Truth and see all the truths in the world. The more you pay, the more truth you get. This is the theory. But as a newly written program, the Gate of Truth at this time is obviously a newborn baby. It knows nothing. Even if the Gate of Truth is pushed open, there will be nothing in the world of truth behind the gate. Summon it out and see. Nate slowly stretched out his hand forward and tried to summon the Gate of Truth. The palm began to flash black electric light. But the next moment, Knight retracted his right hand. Feeling that the summoning would be a bit loud, it would be better to change to a quieter place. While thinking, Knight closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the deep web space. The world of nothingness. A huge ball of white light released a soft light. It is the reserve magic power of the deep web. Nate appeared in front of this ball of white light, and his 6 eyes quickly calculated its star rating. About 1,700 stars of magic power. Nate's current magic power is 7 stars, the average level of the 10 holy wizards. If it is used up, he can use the reserve magic power to restore the full state 240 times. Previously, in the battle with the ghost, Knight fought against Josephala of the Holy 10, and used it twice at that time. After that, he never used it again. Can I use magic to pay for the gate of truth? The law of equivalent exchange of the gate of truth is absolute. At least Knight can't violate this rule at present. If you don't pay magic, you have to pay for other things, such as life, feelings, body, soul, knowledge, etc. Compared to these, it is obviously the simplest to pay with magic. Summon the gate of truth. Knight activated his ability again, and saw black lightning flashing in his palm. A heavy stone door appeared in front of him. Knight walked to the gate of truth and pushed the door open with both hands. Behind the door, it was the world of truth. Sure enough, there is nothing. Knight pondered for a moment, and asked the pale world of truth, 1 + 1 how many? The feedback of the gate of truth instantly appeared in his mind. 2. Simple math problems can still be solved. The moment Knight had this thought, more knowledge flooded into his mind. Prove 1 + 1 2. This is the simplest math problem, even a child knows the answer, but its proof process is extremely complicated. Knight's heart skipped a beat. Pay the price with magic power. In an instant, the 7-star magic power in his body was consumed. Not enough? Knight was shocked. Is a problem like 1 + 1 2 so complicated? Well, it seems quite complicated. He quickly drew out the reserve magic power and restored it to full state. The gate of truth continued to draw out 3 stars of magic power, and a total of 10 stars of magic power were consumed to get the proof process. In an instant, Knight's mind was infused with new knowledge. The mathematical proof of 1 + 1 2 was mastered by him as if it was innate. Then, the gate of truth sent out feedback again. 1 + 1 2. The proof process. Enough, I don't want to know. Knight was shocked. The gate of truth actually told him 1 + 1 2? This must be some kind of truth, right? But it is obvious that its answer will be much greater than the price required to pay for 1 + 1 2. Knight is not interested in this kind of pure mathematical research for the time being. No, it's not that he is not interested. In fact, he still wants to know why 1 + 1 is not equal to 2. It's just that the current reserve magic power is not rich enough to be wasted casually. Even the newly born gate of truth has this ability. But just a question like 1 + 1 2 consumes 10 stars of magic power. Who can afford this? Knight couldn't help but complain in his heart. That is, he has 1,700 stars of reserve magic power. If another of the 10 holy mages stood here and asked the question, he might lose a leg or an arm because of insufficient magic power to pay the price. How much magic power does a leg have? The moment Knight's doubts arose, the gate of truth sent feedback again. No, I don't want to know. Knight hurriedly stopped the gate of truth. He was really afraid of it. It was deadly to think about problems casually in this place. Turning around and leaving the pale world of truth, as the visitors left, the gate of truth slowly closed its door. Knight punched out, and the vibration force exploded. With a bang, his super magic attack failed to shake the gate of truth at all. It's good to use it as a shield. Knight thought, this thing has just been written into the source code of the fairy tale world, and it needs time to grow. How long will it take to become the gate of truth that has all the answers? Knight didn't know. In a sense, this door is God, right? It's worthy of the perfect evaluation reward, it's really luxurious. Knight was quite satisfied with the reward. Although this door doesn't seem to be of much use now, at least it's hard. It can be used as a shield for fun. However, thinking of the price that the gate of truth needs to pay, Knight immediately felt that the reserve magic power of only 1,700 stars seemed far from enough. How to become a god? If you ask the gate of truth this question, what kind of price do you need to pay? In other words, how much do you need to pay, magic? We didn't want to launch it so early, but now it seems that we have to come up with the function of Magic Network Bank as soon as possible. Of course, the Magic Network Bank does not store real money. It is of no use to Knight. He has endless money by selling Magic Network rings. The currency stored in Magic Network Bank is Magic Network Coin. It is not a virtual network currency, but magic. The monetization of magic. 214 Magic Network Bank, 2 Lucy Twins minigame. The function development of Magic Network Bank is not difficult. This is a function of the Magic Network itself. The reserve magic of the deep network can be regarded as a magic bank. It just doesn't pay interest. How much you deposit is the same as what you take out. It will not increase or decrease. The magic card pool of Star Spirit Pokemon can convert the player's magic into a card draw ticket. Knight only needs to modify this function slightly, and then create a personal profile for each bank user. This is very simple and can be done in one go. When his consciousness returned to reality, Knight immediately sent a private message to Natsu. Sigma Man, ready to go back, are you going? The mission in Edlas has been completed, and there is no need to stay here for the time being. And the big sister Lucy has been urging him to go to Fairy Tale in Aslan to play. Natsu, you have only been here for 1 day, and you are going back so soon? Natsu, play for a few more days, Knight. It's super fun here, there are harpies everywhere. .jpg. Natsu, by the way, we met the harpies' parents, they are all very kind, let's have a cup of tea together. Natsu, and that Queen Xia, it turns out to be Xiaolulu's mother. Just be happy. Natsu shook his head and replied. Sigma Man, Mr. Gan and I are going back first. When you want to come back, send me a message and I will pick you up. Sigma Man, it's rare for Habi and Xiaolulu to return to their hometown. You can stay a few more days. Naz, received. 000. After finishing the chat with Naz, Knight sent messages to Mr. Gan and Queen AI respectively. Queen AI replied very quickly. Fairy Hunter, are you leaving? Sigma Man, can't bear to see me go? Sigma Man, if you can't bear to see me go, I can stay a few more days, cool.jpg. Fairy Hunter, I have taken a screenshot and will send it to me in Edras later. Sigma Man, brother, I'm kidding. Fairy Hunter, I'm kidding too, smile.jpg. Fairy Hunter, but it's not appropriate to call me brother. I'm also a woman. In this kind of place, it's very serious. Knight thought with amusement. Sigma Man, then I'm leaving, Queen AI, you don't have to see me off. I'll come to see you again after your ring workshop produces the first batch of rings. Fairy Hunter, actually, I also want to visit your world. Sigma Man, you're welcome anytime. Why don't you just follow me now? What will happen when two Ursus meet if I take a queen back? Should I say it or not? Knight is looking forward to this scene. Fairy Hunter, I will build the ring workshop as soon as possible. I'll trouble you next time. Sigma Man, okay, then, see you next time. Fairy Hunter, see you next time, smile.jpg. After saying goodbye to Queen AI through the magic net, Knight found Mist Gang and returned with him. Magnolia, Nanko Park. Under the sky tree. The golden flying thunder god magic circle unfolded, and 3 figures appeared together. The extra person is naturally the big sister Lucy. Before returning, Knight went to the fairy tale in another world and brought her back. Oh, is this Asland? The atmosphere is full of magic. Big sister Lucy looked around excitedly. Knight, take me to the guild. And where is poor Lucy? I know you are anxious, but don't worry. Knight opened the magic net and sent a private message to his girlfriend Lucy, telling her that Lucy from another world is coming. At this time, Mist Gang looked up at the sky and observed the sky of Magnolia. After a while, he said. The giant anima has been closed, but the remaining magic may cause the birth of some small anima, threatening the safety of Magnolia. I'll go clean them up. Knight, Lucy from another world, I'm leaving first. After that, he put on the mask silently and left alone. "Thank you for your hard work," Knight shouted at his back, and Mist Gang waved without looking back. After a while, the eldest lady hurried over. "It's really me." Seeing the eldest sister Lucy, the eldest lady was surprised and looked at herself without blinking. The two had each other's magic network friends and had chatted several times before. But it was the first time they met in real life. They were exactly the same. Except for the hairstyle and clothes, they were just looking in the mirror. The eldest sister Lucy took the initiative to greet, "Hello, me from Asland. I didn't expect you to really come, me from Edras. Are you surprised? You can still see your future self in the future." Knight smiled secretly in his heart, 3 Luces can almost make up a mahjong table. "I'll leave her to you, Lucy. I have something else to do. Go ahead. I'll entertain you in the other world." The young lady smiled and nodded, and sent her boyfriend away. After Knight left, Lucy's eyes turned, and she suddenly had an idea. "My other world. My name is Lucy Ashley, call me Ashley." "Ashley, do you think Dad can tell us apart?" The young lady giggled, "I guess he definitely can't tell the difference." "You have a father?" Lucy Ashley said in surprise. "Of course I have a father, but my mother is dead." Lucy sighed. If her mother was still alive, she would definitely take herself in the other world to show her mother. "Don't be sad, Lucy. My parents died when I was very young. At least you still have a father." Lucy Ashley comforted her. Lucy was slightly startled and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you." "It's okay, it was many years ago, I'm living well now, very happy." Lucy Ashley said with a smile, "Let me see your father, will he be the same person in different worlds like us?" "Well, I'll open the video chat later, you pretend to be me, and see if my father can tell them apart." Lucy opened the magic network, found the account of Judd Hartfilia, and sent a video chat. Soon, the video was connected. In the picture, Judd seemed to be at the door of a chamber of commerce. "What's wrong, Lucy?" Judd asked with concern. Dad was in a meeting with the bank and saw. As he spoke, he frowned, and his tone became stern. "Who are you? How is my daughter? What's your purpose? Money? I advise you not to act rashly. If you hurt my daughter's hair, the Hartfilia Chable will do everything in its power to retaliate against you. Besides, my son-in-law is one of the 10 holy wizards, the founder of the magic network, Knight. Let my daughter go now, and I can pretend that nothing happened." Judd said a series of words with a cold face. "Eh? Why did you find out that I'm not Lucy?" Lucy Ashley blinked, looking shocked. At the same time, she was envious. There is a caring father and a husband who sounds very powerful. Wait. Knight? Don't pretend, I know Lucy very well. Your transformation magic is indeed powerful, but she is not my daughter." Judd warned again, "If you just want money." Suddenly, another Lucy appeared in the picture, blushing and angrily said, "What are you talking about, stupid dad? Boyfriend, just a boyfriend, not married yet." Lucy Judd was stunned. "What are you doing?" On the other side, Knight returned to the apartment. The most urgent thing is to write the Magic Network Bank first. After the monetization of magic power, the reserve magic power of the deep web will usher in explosive growth. As long as there is no run on the bank, the magic power deposited by the user is approximately equal to the magic power he can control. There is an upper limit to the magic power of a magician. Only when the magic power in the body is consumed, the magic power factors in nature will enter the magician's body and slowly restore his own magic power. This organ that stores magic power is called magic power source in the magic world. Instead of keeping the mana source full all the time, it is better to deposit the mana that is not usually used into the bank. When needed, you can use it. You can even sell it on the Magic Network Mall. As for what resources users want to exchange for Magic Network coins, Knight has no control over it. I can also set a negative interest rate for Magic Network Bank. Users can store mana. For such a great function, it is not too much for me to charge a custody fee, right? Thinking of this, Knight couldn't wait to start writing code. This time, he wrote to the top 6 or 7 points. Done. Find someone to test if there are any bugs. Knight opened the friend list, looked around, and finally chose the poster girl. Sigma Man, Myra, help. Traveler who set out, what's wrong? Doubt.jpg. Sigma Man, Magic Network Bank. Client. Sigma Man, help me test it. 215 Sisters Private Chat, the great effect of Magic Web Coins, 4/4 asking for monthly tickets. Fairy Tale Guild. The tavern was bustling during the day, but there were few people on the street. Lysina was helping to clean the tables and chairs, and saw her sister suddenly standing there, staring at the Magic Web Chat interface in a daze, so she approached from behind with a rag. Sure enough, you are chatting with Knight. Lysina couldn't help laughing, full of gossip. Sister Myra, I heard from everyone that you are in love with Knight, is this true? Mirajan looked back at her sister, smiling and tilting her head. Not really, it's all just nonsense. Really? But you knitted a scarf before, and I saw it on Knight's neck after the Harvest Festival. Detective Lysina said wisely, Sister Myra gave it to him, right? Hey, you found it? Myra Jane blinked. So. Lysina's eyes sparkled. Did you kiss? Did you kiss? What does it feel like to kiss a boy? Faced with her sister's direct attack, Myra Jane, as the elder sister, did not show any shyness at all. She said with a smile. Lysina, are you old enough to fall in love? Don't change the subject, Sister Myra. Did you kiss or not? Not fooled at all. Lysina chose to continue to ask about this low-level change of topic. This time, Myra Jane blushed a little. She remembered the scene when she was kissed by Knight when she gave a scarf to him on the day of the Harvest Festival. If you ask what it felt like, my mind was blank at that time and I couldn't remember anything. I only knew that the kiss was very comfortable and I accidentally bit Knight. As soon as she saw her sister's reaction, Lysina had guessed the answer. Sure enough, they kissed. Oh my god, my sister actually kissed a boy. Sure enough, they are in love. In Lysina's eyes, the fire of gossip burned. Then, did you do anything else after the kiss? Did Knight touch your breasts? I read in a romance novel that when a boy kisses a girl, he either touches her breasts or her buttocks. Lysina didn't understand why boys like to touch these two places, but novels always say so. So she wanted to know if it was the same in reality. No. Myra Jane thought about it, but she wasn't sure. But a while ago, she and Knight were camping together. They slept in the same sleeping bag, and Knight was not honest at all at that time. Anyway, he touched many places. Looking back now, Myra Jane couldn't help blushing. Even in front of her sister, it was difficult to keep her sister calm. You lied. You touched it, right? Lysina covered her mouth in shock, and blushed a little. Why do boys like to touch breasts and buttocks? I don't know, why don't you just ask your brother Knight? Myra Jane laughed mischievously and teased her sister. Okay, I'll say that it was Sister Myra who asked me to ask. Lysina giggled and then simulated the scene. Brother-in-law, why do you like to touch my sister's breasts? Are they soft? Are they big? Okay, stop fooling around and clean up the tavern quickly. Myra Jane covered her face, she really couldn't do anything with her sister. Fortunately, there was no one in the tavern now, everyone had left. However, what she didn't know was, a little blonde loli was witnessing the private conversation between the two sisters. Mavis looked down and saw her own little feet. She touched her ordinary chest with both hands again, revealing a sad look. Will grow up? No, she won't grow up. From the moment she was cursed by An Shen, she stopped growing. Not only that, she is now a ghost. Woo woo woo. Mavis floated into the kitchen crying, turning her grief and anger into appetite, stealing the food of the guild. Finally, she drove her sister to clean up, and Myra Jane had time to help Knight test the new function. Magic Network Bank? Seeing the name of the client, Myra Jane showed confusion. While she was chatting with her sister, the client had been downloaded. Myra Jane was no stranger to banks, there was a bank in Magnolia. But adding the word Magic Network in front. Did the bank's functions move to the internet? A slender finger clicked on the client, and a new function interface popped up. There was the name of the account and the unique digital identifier of the account. There was a balance display, the number was 0. There were also functions such as deposit, withdrawal, and transfer. Convert your own magic power into Magic Network coins and store them in the Magic Network Bank? After studying it inside and out, Myra Jane couldn't help but open her eyes wide. She immediately understood the power of the Magic Network Bank. There is no need to elaborate on how important magic power is to a wizard. A wizard's magic power is in an overflowing state most of the time. If this overflowing magic power is converted into Magic Network coins and deposited in the Magic Network Bank. What does this mean? This means that wizards will not have to worry about the problem of running out of magic power. Even this kind of Magic Network coin can still be traded. However, the magic power of each wizard carries the imprint of his personal mental power. Is it really okay to have magic power with different attributes? Myra Jane couldn't help but worry. But she soon realized that Knight couldn't be unaware of this problem. While thinking, she clicked the deposit button and continued to input magic power into the Magic Network ring. Her account balance was increasing rapidly. 103,0501. 00110. After inputting almost 1/5 of the magic power, Myra Jane saw that her account balance changed from 0 to 110. In Knight's words, this is about 1 star's magic power equal to 100 Magic Network coins. After thinking about it, Myra Jane tried the withdrawal function again. Options popped up in the interface. One is to enter the withdrawal amount, and the other is to withdraw all. Since it is a test, Myra Jane must of course select the two options. Try all of them. Soon, a look of shock appeared on her pretty face. Feeling the magic power flowing into her body from the magic net ring, Myra Jane opened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Is it pure magic power? Same as magic crystal. How did she do that? 0 seeking flowers 0. Myra Jane didn't understand at all. Why did her magic power become pure magic power after a round in the Magic Net Bank? This kind of magic power usually only exists in natural magic crystals. Too amazing, worthy of Knight. Myra Jane thought blankly for a while, and couldn't help but smile brightly. Then, she deposited 200 Magic Net coins into the bank again. Then, click on the transfer function, select the object Sigma Man, and transfer amount, 200 Magic Net coins. Confirm. Transfer successful. The bank balance instantly became 0. Seeing this, Myra Jane immediately sent a private message to Knight. Your magic bank has received 200 magic coins. Knight was making a new Pokémon when his ring suddenly flashed. When he opened the Magic Network, he immediately received a notification from the Magic Network Bank. Is it Myra? Knight stopped his work. Now the test version of the Magic Network Bank has only 2 accounts, his and Myra Jane, opened. People who don't have the Magic Network Bank cannot transfer money to each other. Traveler who set out, great, Knight. Traveler who set out, this new function will definitely cause an earthquake in the magic world, worship.jpg. Sigma Man, don't worship me yet, did you find any problems during the test? Push Glasses PT. Traveler who set out, no, several functions are normal, snicker.jpg. Traveler who set out, by the way, I just have something to tell you. Traveler who set out, didn't you ask me to find some ordinary people to test the Pokemon game before? Sigma Man, is there a problem? Traveler who set out, well, I encountered a small problem. Traveler who set out, many people told me that the consumption of magic power in Pokemon battles is too high, and the magic crystals that come with the rings can't last long. Traveler who set out, they need to buy magic crystals temporarily to replenish the magic power of the rings while fighting. There is a picture. A scene popped up in Knight's mind. It's like someone is holding a mobile phone and playing games while charging it. The level of Pokemon is not high now, right? It's okay to do this. But after reaching the maximum level, the power of the moves will become stronger, and the consumption of magic power will also increase accordingly. If you charge and play games at the same time, you may not be able to replenish it in time. Nate pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. He is not a god, it is impossible for him to consider all the details, and it is normal to be negligent. At this time, Myra Jane sent another private message. Traveler who set out, so, you developed the Magic Network Bank, right? Traveler on the way out, with magic web coins to replenish the consumption of mana, there is no need to use the method of magic crystals. Seeing this, Knight was slightly startled. Sigma Man, yes, that's what I think. Cool.jpg. Traveler on the way out, snickering.jpg. 216 new card pool released, Caterpillar evolves Rayquaza. Ordinary players consume magic web coins to support Pokemon battles. To do this, you need to add a recharge port to the client of Star Spirit Pokemon. In short, it is to consume magic web coins to recharge the game and turn it into a kind of reserve magic for Pokemon. Of course, this is a statement for players. In fact, magic web coins are just numbers. Knight only needs to modify the player's balance in the bank. Then give the corresponding account a permission to allow the other party to use the corresponding amount of reserve magic in the deep web. This recharge system is very simple, and Knight thinks he can write it in half an hour. However, since it is going to be changed, just change the magic pool in the card drawing system as well. The original magic pool is that you can get 10 gold tickets by inputting the magic of 1 star. After that, it is changed to 100 magic web coins to buy 10 gold tickets. The main body of the game Star Spirit Pokemon will no longer provide magic exchange for gold tickets. In the future, if you want to draw magic pools, go to Magic Web Bank to exchange for magic web coins. Or, go to Magic Web Mall to buy magic web coins sold by other players. That's it. Knight did it as he thought, and immediately opened the programming tool to start modifying. The probability of getting items from the magic pool is higher than the other two pools. With this change, ordinary players will definitely want to spend money to buy Magic Network coins to draw from the magic pool. This is a good thing. After all, the magic pool has to bear the cost of the other two card pools. For the magician, it is also a good thing. If ordinary players want Magic Network coins, they have to spend money to buy them, right? The magician will have an extra income. Almost say, thank you, T. Nate thought in his heart, I found one for you, a stable way to make money. 2 days later in the morning, Nate posted a message in the Fairy Tale Love Each Other chat group. Sigma Man, all members. Sigma Man, the card pool will be updated later. Everyone should pay attention. Those who haven't drawn all the 3 starter Pokemon and Pikachu now will have no chance later. Bigusro, what does it mean to update the card pool? Staring.jpg. Sigma Man, 4 new Pokemon will be released later. The original 4 will not be drawn in the future. Sigma Man, it's not that you can't draw them, they will enter the permanent pool. Sigma Man, every once in a while, the Pokémon in the limited time pool will enter the permanent pool, and the number of Pokémon in the permanent pool will increase. Sigma Man, do you understand? The more the number, the lower the probability of drawing the Pokémon you want. Smile.jpg. Begusro. Begusro, damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I only drew 2. Is it too late to draw now? Begusro, wait for me. Night. Don't change the card pool yet. Kowtow.jpg. Lucy, I drew all 4. Urza, I drew all at the beginning too. Smile.jpg. Altair, oh, did you all draw all? What a coincidence, I drew all too. Juvia, Juvia also drew. Eatmelon.jpg. Myra Jane, everyone drew all? Surprised.jpg. Macau, impossible. Why are you so lucky? Wakaba, yeah, it's only been a week, and you used all your magic power to draw cards? Gray, I only have Squirtle. I'm kneeling.jpg. Alpa Green, I smell gossip. Snickering.jpg. Kana, Lucy, Urza, Altair, Juvia, Myra, oh, I understand. Smirk.jpg. Happy, there's a relationship. Smirking with his mouth covered. .jpg. Loki, coincidence, it's all luck. Serious face.jpg. Nate's heart skipped a beat. Begusro. Look at what you've done. You threw a bomb into the deep water and blew out all the fish in my pond. Don't panic, this is all explained by luck. Nate felt that the weather in Magnolia in mid-October was unexpectedly hot. Picked up the scarf Myra Jane gave him from his neck and couldn't help wiping his face. Seeing that the gossip in the group was getting more and more intense, he couldn't play dead at this time. He was about to say something. Gildarts, I also drew all 4, isn't it easy? Levy, well, with your magic power, Gildarts, it's really easy. .jpg. Levy, Master, I want a gold ticket too. No. I, Knight, have never given anyone a gold ticket. Natsu, why do you have to draw all 4? I only need Ignia. Wendy, Mr. Natsu, your Charmander is special 0. Melty, Nate, Sigma Man, what is the new card pool? Marcus, yeah, what are the new 4 Pokémon? Aren't you curious? Seeing that everyone finally changed the topic, Knight breathed a sigh of relief. Melty, good job. Next summer, I'll treat you to ice cream. Sigma Man, Bobo.jpg, Caterpillar.jpg, Unicorn.jpg, AbleSnake.jpg. Sigma Man, in addition to the update of the card pool, the Magic Web Bank has also been updated, and the card drawing rules of the Magic Pool have been modified. In the future, Magic Web coins will be used for drawing. Levy, Master, look at what you have updated. One bird is fine, but there are also snakes and bugs. Listena, I think it's cute. Smile.jpg. Alba Green, I hate bugs, but Bobo seems to be very powerful. Felide, birds can fly, right? I don't need to fly, but for people who can't fly magic, raising a Bobo will be very helpful. Arzuk, I want an able snake, it feels very powerful. Loki, I don't know how to deal with bugs. No, you don't draw bugs? You don't draw 3.2, so I didn't do it in vain? Sigma Man, you will regret it if you don't draw it. Don't blame me for not reminding you then. Sigma Man, the final evolution of Caterpillar, very powerful. Sigma Man, Rayquaza.jpg. Nate made a picture of Rayquaza temporarily and sent it to the group. Instantly, the guild group exploded. Listena, what a handsome dragon. I want it. Brother Knight, I want it so much. Levy, compared to that, Master, I wronged you. Kowtow.jpg. Begusro, I will definitely draw it. Rayquaza, wait for me. The direction of the group chat changed drastically, and everyone's desire to draw was very strong. Nate nodded with satisfaction. The caterpillar eventually evolved into Rayquaza? It doesn't matter, just set it to level 51 evolution at that time. Knight, am not lying. 217. The game is already there, and the animation of Pokémon should also be arranged. Green caterpillar, of course it can't evolve into Rayquaza. This is a legendary beast. Let's not talk about whether it can be made. Even if it can be made, there is only one of each legendary beast, which is not suitable for entering the card pool. At least it won't enter the card pool at this stage. Seeing that everyone in the group was attracted by the final evolution of Caterpillar, they all clamored to draw Caterpillar. Nate's mouth curled up slightly. The plan worked. Sigma Man, since you want to draw so much, then update now. While everyone is so excited, quickly cut a wave of leaks. Use the developer's authority to force update the accounts of the fairy tale people who participated in the test and more than 100 ordinary players. Instantly, the group was quiet. After a few seconds, after the network was disconnected and reconnected, the guild group became lively again. Big Slow, start drawing! A group of people shouted and joined the card drawing action. Nate looked at this scene and couldn't help feeling relieved. What a good leak! I kind of want to see how the leaks draw cards. Thinking of this, Knight left the apartment immediately. 10 minutes later, Knight came to the outside of the guild. He didn't dare to enter the guild. He saw a 04 horrifying scene in the open-air cafe. Lucy from another world, Urza, Juvia, Ultia, Melty, Kana. 7 girls sat under the same parasol, all obsessed with drawing cards. What is this? Knight thought, if he walked in now, would Shura Field break out? Let's not talk about Lucy from another world, Melty, and Kana. He has slept with the other 4 girls, all of whom are girlfriends with clear identities. Juvia and Ultia aside, Lucy and Urza don't know that he is dating many girls at the same time. Fortunately, the card pool has just been updated, and everyone is busy drawing cards, so no one has discovered him for the time being. Knight thought it would be better not to disturb them. As soon as he turned around, he saw Levi. Levi walked with a hop-hop movement, very happy, and her eyes lit up when she saw Knight. Master! SHH. Knight took a step forward and quickly approached the little apprentice and covered his mouth. What if you shout and disturb them from drawing cards? It's okay to disturb them from drawing cards, but I'll be in trouble. Levi blinked, looked past Knight, and saw Urza and others in the open-air cafe outside the guild. A deep smile flashed in her eyes. Levi nodded, indicating that she would not shout. Knight then let her go, and then heard the other party whisper. Master, which one is your girlfriend? No, a normal person should ask which one? What does which one mean? Knight dragged her away. Levi didn't resist, but smiled, and said. I guess it's Lucy, Urza, Altair, Juvia, and Myra. Wow, Master, you are amazing. I used to think that you just wanted to like Myra and Urza at the same time, but I never expected. Knight glanced at her and said calmly. It seems that the teacher still assigned you too little homework. And, don't talk nonsense. No nonsense. I saw the chat records in the group just now. That's because they are lucky. Knight denied. Levi looked like I don't believe it if you don't listen. She said excitedly, don't worry, Master, I will keep my mouth shut. As she said that, she stretched out her hand. What for? Hush money. Levi's eyes smiled into crescents. I also want gold bills, Master, give me a few too. She is worthy of being a good disciple of the Master. My Master cuts other people's leeks, and you cut my leeks? Knight opened the backstage helplessly and gave her 200 gold notes. It must not be known to other people. This is a secret between you and me. Do you understand? Yet. I will definitely not tell. Libby nodded like pounding garlic, smiling, Master, I will definitely stand on your side and support your love affair. Thank God you don't shout everywhere. Knight rolled his eyes at her and pulled her away from the gathering point of girlfriends. Master. I won't take your benefits for nothing. How about I help you spy on the military intelligence? Libby made a suggestion with full interest. You just like gossip, right? Knight saw a strong curiosity in her eyes. How is the homework I assigned to you last time? Is it a novel website? Knowing that Knight was changing the subject, Rebby still nodded and said. I was just about to report this to you, Master, take a look. As she spoke, she opened her magic web and showed Knight the results of her recent work. Writing apprentice, pronounced as cow and horse. Knight did not keep his little cow and horse privately, and he was also very serious about teaching Rebby programming. Now watching Rebby show her own novel website, I feel a little relieved. Although the website looks retro. It's just like a message board in the early days of the internet, not beautiful at all. But at least it is really a novel website. Not bad, it's worth the teacher's careful teaching, it looks pretty good. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Rebby said happily, I think programming is very interesting, Master, I also want to make a game. Knight thought for a moment and said, send me the source code of the website, and I will help you modify it later. Instead of making a game, you can try to make a video website now. Video. Another new word. Libby looked a little confused, but she was smart and could roughly guess what it meant through word association. Is it a movie? Movie website. Libby opened her eyes wide in surprise. Movie. This time, it was Knight who was stunned. Are there movies in this world? Yes, there is a movie theater in Magnolia. Master, do you want to put movies on the Magic Network? Levy immediately became interested. Watching movies is a very expensive entertainment activity. If movies can also be put on the Magic Network, it seems to be very interesting. Knight thought, how come I didn't know? It turns out that there are movies in the world of fairy tale. But on second thought, this is a magical world, it is normal to have movies. Movies don't even need special effects, and don't need special effects artists. Gorgeous magic can handle everything. Where is it? Let's go and see. Knight immediately suggested. Levy blushed. Men and women watching movies together always feel like a date. But with the Master, it's a field trip. Well, in order to put the movie on the magic internet, this is a job requirement. Master, I'll take you there. Soon after, the two came to the movie theater and watched a movie together. The movie theater used a thing called Magic Crystal of Image. This thing is very expensive and its function is almost the same as that of a projector. It doesn't even need a white screen to play movies, it can be projected directly in the air. It's just that the picture quality is not very good, maybe not even 720p. The movie that Knight and Libby watched is called Snow Mountain Love, which is a popular love drama. To be honest, it's very boring. Knight almost fell asleep while watching it, but Libby watched it. When the hero and heroine, after going through untold hardships, finally arrived at the snowy mountain, and the scene of hugging and kissing appeared. The little apprentice Rebecca blushed and didn't blink. Nate thought, this is also a pure girl who has never been in love. However, although the movie is boring, the special effects in it are very gorgeous. No, to be precise, it is not a special effect, it should be real magic. It should be the producer of the movie who invited the magician to participate. Wait until the movie is over. Nate immediately decided, next, you write a video website. Master, is the video you mentioned different from the movie? Rebecca was a little concerned about the name. There is a difference, but don't worry about it. Nate smiled and said, anyway, you are responsible for writing the video website, and I will make an animation. The name of the animation is Pokemon the Star, unprinted. The game is on track, and the animation has to be arranged. Animation production is simpler than game production. Everything is to sell cards. 218 Looking for the arcade of manifestation, the fourth generation visits the second generation. Pokémon the Celestial Spirit, the original sequel. Levy whispered, "It sounds like a movie about Pokémon the Celestial Spirit. Master is going to make a movie about Pokémon? It seems so interesting." Levy raised her hand with sparkling eyes. "Master, no, Director, I also want to participate in the movie performance. The little apprentice is a little cute, why didn't I notice it before?" Nate shook his head and said, "It's not a movie. Although it's almost the same, one episode is only more than 20 minutes. It's in the form of a TV series and will tell a long story. Then can I appear? Although I don't know how to act, I have participated in commissions for drama performances before." Levy didn't give up yet, she put her hands together and asked, her tone a little coquettish. "Master, please. Drama performance?" Nate thought of Urza first, she was the kind of girl who would be interested in this kind of thing. Seeing that the little apprentice wanted to get a role in The Unmatched, she simply arranged one for Urza. Thinking of this, Knight touched the little apprentice's head. "The production method is different from filming a movie, but you can be assigned a role in the play, how about it?" "Really? Thank you, Master." Levy's face was full of surprise, and she was already looking forward to her appearance in the play. "The movie is over, let's go." "Yes." Nate and his apprentice left the movie theater. He complained about the price of movie tickets. 2 tickets cost nearly 10,000 J, which is really expensive. No wonder the theater is small and not crowded. When the video section of the Magic Network is online, you will all go bankrupt. It seems that it won't happen. Couples should still go to the movies on a date, and it is best to go to a private theater with a box. The two returned to the guild. Nate saw that the guild was unusually lively from a distance. A large group of people gathered outside the iron gate of the guild, and Myra Jane was dealing with these citizens. "Miss Myra, I want to issue a commission." "You can issue commissions online, Uncle Mag, don't you have a ring?" The poster girl looked puzzled. "This commission is different. My commission is to ask you, the Wizards of Fairy Tale, to sell me 1,000 Magic Network coins. The reward can be negotiated." Mila Zhen was obviously stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but look at others. "Magic Web coin? You too?" Everyone nodded. "Yes, Miss Myra. That's right, my commission is also Magic Web coin. My grandson likes astral Pokémon very much. After this update, Magic Web coin is needed to buy gold tickets. Please sell it to me first." These people are ordinary players who participated in this test, or relatives of ordinary players. Hundreds of people gathered at the door, clamoring to buy Magic Web coins. Now it can only be bought from the Wizards of Fairy Tale. Nate and Rebecca looked at each other. Rebecca whispered, "Can you sell it, Master?" "Of course, this is your own magic power. That is, the Magic Web Mall has not been written yet, otherwise it would be directly sold in the mall." Nate was not surprised by the scene in front of him. It seems that the citizens of Magnolia have a good quality of life and have money to spend in the game. However, it is probably difficult for them to get what they want today. The members of the guild also need to use Magic Network coins to draw cards. Levy also thought of this, and immediately winked at Knight playfully. "I have the gold ticket given by the Master, I can sell it." "I'll go sell it, thank you, Master." As he said, he ran towards the clients excitedly. Knight did not get involved and turned away. The guild was so lively today, so he didn't get involved. It was mainly because his girlfriends gathered together to refresh, which was scary. Compared to these, he had to learn the magic needed to make unprinted as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if he can't learn it, it's the same to ask someone to help write it into the magic app. There are two kinds of magic that can achieve the effect simply. One is memory modeling magic. This is ancient magic. Knight has long forgotten the name of the master of this magic. I only know that the other party represented the regular guild Saber-Tooth Tiger in the Great Magic Fighting Exercise 7 years later. Saber-Tooth Tiger is now just a weak guild. It will take until next year, when 5 powerful wizards join, to surpass Fairy Tail and become Fiori's strongest guild. The master of memory shaping magic is one of these 5 wizards. Nate doesn't know where this person is now. Second, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory of Demon Heart has mastered the Arc of Lost Magic. From the perspective of animation production, compared to memory shaping magic, the Arc of Materialization is a little more convenient. And Knight knows where the master is very clearly. Third, ask the magical Gate of Truth. Theoretically, the Gate of Truth can answer all questions. Unfortunately, it has just been born in the world of Fairy Tail, and it depends on luck whether it can get the answer. While thinking, Knight walked along the river and separated a wisp of consciousness to enter the deep web. Summon the Gate of Truth and ask about the magical truth of the Arc of Materialization. The Gate of Truth seems to be down and did not answer. After that, Knight asked about the memory shaping magic, and the result was the same. Forget it, the Gate of Truth is a child who was only 2 or 3 days old, so it is understandable that he doesn't know. I didn't get the knowledge about the 2 magics from the Gate of Truth. In this case, Knight had to go to the Devil's Heart in person. He closed his eyes, sensed the breath of the time worm, locked the position, turned into a beam of golden light and flew up, and disappeared in the sky above Magnolia in an instant. The Endless Sea. A magic airship slowly flew at an altitude of dozens of meters above the sea. Deck. President Hades held a magic wand, stood in front of the ship wall, and looked at the turbulent sea. According to the information, it is near this sea area, isn't it? Hades couldn't help frowning. Now, the 3 keys to unlock the seal of Jalal have been collected, and the next step is to find the trace of Jalal. Find Jalal, unlock his seal, and start the era of great magic. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the sky, like a meteor passing through the sky, passing overhead. With a thud, the golden light fell on the deck, shaking the entire magic airship. Wow, this is the first time we meet officially, right, 4th generation? President Hades grinned, finally tired of Fairy Tail. Are you going to join my guild? What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? Besides, why did you start calling me 4th generation? Did Mavis teach you? There are too many complaints, and Knight doesn't know where to start. Anyway, smile first when facing your senior. Nice to meet you, 2nd generation. 219 Diverting trouble to others, Knight's plan works. 4/4 flowers requested. Hades looked at Knight. He didn't have 6 eyes, so he couldn't accurately judge the magic power Knight possessed. But the answer can be obtained by just using one's own mental power. The level of Saint 10. Fairy Tail really has successors. After Makarov, Guild Arts appeared, and now there is Knight. Hades was filled with emotion. No wonder Mavis called him the 4th generation. The president after Makarov will most likely be him. While Hades was sizing him up, Knight was also sizing him up. Magic, the power is more than 8 stars, this is just Hades's normal state. Knight remembered that the 2nd generation also had a demon eye, which can fully release the hidden magic after opening the eye. The full power state may reach more than 9 stars. Even more, the 2nd generation has a demon heart that can continuously provide him with magic. After studying Zeref's black magic in depth, he also created inner magic. He is also a knowledgeable great magician. According to the Witch Lady, the lost magic of the 7 followers of Purgatory was all taught by the 2nd generation. Thinking about it this way, the 2nd generation is really awesome. Knight couldn't help but wonder, how did Natsu and the others beat him in the plot? Magic is indeed the power of idealism. The two stood on the deck and looked at each other for a long time. Finally, it was Knight, the junior, who spoke first. Second generation, according to the agreement, 027 I will return the soul of Hua Yuan Zeker. But at the same time, there is a condition. Hearing this, Hades showed a little interest. Condition? Hades admired Knight's courage to come to see him alone. He is indeed a genius wizard who can create revolutionary magic. Talent, courage, everything is outstanding, much better than the 7 followers of Purgatory under his command. The only thing that made him dissatisfied was that this kid kidnapped Ultia, whom he had cultivated with great difficulty. Young girls are unreliable and are easily led by love. I remember you need the power of the ugly hour to develop a new function of the magic network. It seems to be completed. Knight nodded. It's still under testing, thanks to the magic book you gave me last time. Ho ho ho, it's just a small gift, don't worry about it. Hades chuckled twice. Tell me, your conditions. I heard that among the 7 followers of Purgatory, one of them has the Ark of Lost Magic manifestation. Knight said straight to the point. I hope to get the magic book about this magic. The reason is the same as the ugly hour. Hades frowned slightly. That's right. The magic network. What will the final form of the magic internet look like when it gathers the strengths of thousands of families? Will it become the magic of one? While thinking, Hades stroked his beard and smiled. Just join my guild. I can teach you any magic you want to learn. Makarov is just average. I can teach you anything he can't teach you. Knight thought for a while and said, the first generation won't allow it. Seeing him mention Mavis, Hades's face suddenly became much uglier. He remembered the previous harvest festival. After retreating, there was an ID called Fairies Are Forever Adventure who applied for him as a friend. It turned out to be the first generation Mavis. After a moment of silence, Hades raised his right hand, black magic flowed, and a magic book appeared in his palm. This is the magic book of the Ark of Lost Magic. With your talent, you can learn it by yourself. Take it away, go back, and tell Mavis not to stop me. Stop what? Stop you from finding Zeref? Knight thought, where is Zeref now? Will he be in Tenro Island? It is already mid-October, and the S-level exam of this year's guild will be in early December, which is a little more than a month away. If Zeref is in Tenro Island, Hades will anger him again. The Black Dragon in Apocalypse will appear. Nate doesn't want to be sealed for 7 years, so he just diverts the trouble. Thank you, second generation, you are really a good person. Nate took the magic book thrown to him and smiled. I heard from Ursha that you want to create a big magic world and pursue the magic of the legendary one. Do you need Zeref's power for this? Ultia, that woman, really told this kid everything. Hades was extremely unhappy. You want to stop me too? Hades narrowed his eyes, and magic power surged around him. A strong sense of oppression came over Knight. Nate looked calm and smiled slightly. I'm not interested in what you want to do, second generation. Speaking of which, I also want to thank you for taking care of Ultia all these years and training her into an excellent wizard. It just so happens that I know some information about Zeref, so I'll tell you as a thank you. Really? Hades was skeptical, but he just listened. According to the information I got through the magic network, Zeref is still alive. Knight said slowly. Not only that, he also created a superpower called the Albaraz Empire in the Western continent and served as the Emperor. What? Hades looked shocked. He was not surprised that Zeref was alive, he knew it from the beginning. But the Albaraz Empire, the Emperor? It will take about 10 days or half a month to reach the Western continent from the Harjan port in the Eastern continent. With this magic airship under our feet, the speed will be even faster. Nate grinned and spread his hands and said, I can't guarantee the authenticity of the information, you can confirm it yourself, second generation. After a pause, he said, but I want to remind you that there are several very powerful wizards over there, please be careful. Then, goodbye. After saying that, Knight snapped his fingers, released Huayuanzikr from the soul prison, and returned it to Hades. Then, he turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Huayuanzikr was still a little confused, and had no idea what was going on. President Hades. He stared at Hades blankly. Hades's face was heavy. Zerf is the emperor of the Western continent? The Western continent is called Alakadacia, which is separated from the Eastern continent Ishgar by a sea. The two sides are basically isolated from each other, and news and books and letters cannot be circulated. Only occasionally immigrants from the Western continent come to Ishgar to look for job opportunities. Huayuan, contact other people and go to the Western continent. Hades made a decisive decision. He believed it for a while. As the lord of the magic net, that guy shouldn't use false information to deceive him, a centenarian. There was no deep hatred between the two, and they could talk to each other in a friendly manner. The distance between them was not too far. It was necessary to go to the Western continent to verify the truth of the information. On the other side, Knight got the magic book of the Ark of Embodiment he wanted, but he didn't rush back to Magnolia. Instead, he watched the actions of the magic airship from a distance. Seeing the airship flying towards the west of the sea, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. If I go to the Western continent, I might not be able to come back. Knight pinched his chin and thought, don't blame me, second generation, I didn't tell a lie. Hades went to the Western continent. Including the time for gathering intelligence, it would take at least a month to go back and forth, right? It is highly likely that he will miss the S-rank exam of Fairy Tale. As long as he does not come to disturb the exam, even if Zeref really wanders to Tenro Island, he will not turn evil. If Zeref does not turn evil, the Black Dragon will not appear. If the Black Dragon does not appear, the 7-year sealing will not happen. Perfect. He has figured out the trick of diverting trouble to others. Nate gave a thumbs up to his own wit. The plan worked. Let's not worry about the Black Dragon for now, let's learn the Arc of Materialization first. Nate opened the magic book, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. With the Gate of Truth, does he still need to learn it himself? 220 production completed, watching the Pokemon animation with Myra. Pictured is Myra Jane. Nate has a bold idea. Perhaps, he doesn't need to learn the Arc of Manifestation by himself. Gate of Truth knows all truths. As long as the Gate of Truth understands this magic, he can completely consume magic power, obtain the infusion of the Gate of Truth, and master it instantly. Can it work? Try it. Thinking of this, Knight stood in the sky out of thin air, stretched out his right hand forward, and the palm of his hand flashed with black light. The next moment, a heavy stone door exuding an ancient atmosphere was born. The Gate of Truth was suspended in the sky out of thin air. It was about 10 meters high, and some strange patterns were born on the door, like a tree. Nate was sure that the last time he summoned it, there was no such pattern on the door. It is really growing? Or is it because this time it is summoned in reality? Knight shook his head, pushed open the Gate of Truth, and stepped into the world of truth behind the gate. The world of truth is no different from the last time, it is still pure white. There is nothing. Knight showed the magic book in his hand and said loudly. The rule of the Gate of Truth is equivalent exchange. I will exchange the knowledge in this magic book for a truth. As soon as the voice fell, the magic book in Knight's hand turned pages quickly without wind, and the speed was jaw-dropping. It took about 5 seconds. The magic book that recorded the Arc of Lost Magic was turned over, and the back was facing up. Is it finished? Knight thought, the Gate of Truth is really interested in magic knowledge. Although it is a dead object, it is also the embodiment of a certain rule. The truth I exchanged is that I want to learn about the magic called the Arc of Manifestation recorded in this magic book. Knight spoke softly, waiting for the feedback from the gate of truth. After waiting for a few seconds, he didn't feel any knowledge enlightenment. This won't work? Knight was a little confused. Then, a feeling was born in his heart. Not enough. This is not equivalent. It was the gate of truth that rejected this transaction. Knight was speechless. You are good at calculating. I feed you a magic book that records lost magic, and you charge more. But the good news is that you can feed the gate of truth a magic book and let the gate of truth teach him magic. This method is feasible. Thinking of this, Knight said immediately, use magic power to make up for the insufficient part. Instantly, the magic power in his body was consumed. On the way here, he had been using the sky dance technique to fly at high speed, which consumed about 2 stars of magic power. Now the remaining 5-star magic power in his body was extracted, but it was not enough. Nate used his reserve magic power to restore himself to full state. Then, it was drained again in an instant. Still not enough? Replenished for the 2nd time. The 3rd time. The 4th time. Until the 5th time, the principle of equivalent exchange was finally satisfied. Then, Nate calculated silently in his heart, and it consumed about 35 stars of magic power. It doesn't seem much, but this is for Knight. For other people, it may not be the same. It's powerful, but ordinary people can't afford the gate of truth. Nate complained in his heart. Suddenly, the feedback of the gate of truth appeared. Similar to the knowledge initiation of the system, complex and profound magic knowledge poured into Knight's mind. The inculcation of the gate of truth is rougher than the system. Nate felt a sharp pain in his brain, and it took him a while to digest the knowledge. He learned the arc of manifestation. Not bad, this method is indeed convenient, but it consumes a lot of magic power. An ambition was born in Knight's heart. With the help of the magic net to harvest magic power, and then through the knowledge inculcation of the gate of truth, he can completely learn all the magic in the world. Turning out of the gate of truth, Knight immediately began to try to make Pokemon animations. The magic effect of the arc of manifestation is very simple. In one sentence, turn everything you imagine into reality. It sounds very powerful. In fact, it is indeed very powerful. Of course, the more powerful the magic, the greater the side effects. After mastering the arc of manifestation, Knight immediately understood its side effects. Overuse will exhaust one's imagination and make him a fool without imagination. With my reserve magic power, there is no problem of overuse. But the consumption of mental power and the accumulation of fatigue will still exist. Knight thinks that as long as he pays more attention to this side effect, there will be no big problem. Thinking of this, Knight casts magic and materializes the picture in his memory. Pokemon, Unprinted Edition. Unprinted edition means that there is no subtitle, indicating that this is the first part of the animation series. Episode 1, Pokemon, It's You. Pokemon needs to be modified and changed to Celestial Pokemon. About the origin of Pokemon, it also needs to be explained. They are magical creatures that came from the celestial world to the human world. Because he was not very skilled, it took Knight more than an hour to finish the production of the first episode. At this time, a light screen in the sky was playing the OP of the first episode. Zero Ask for Flowers. The arc of embodiment can even manifest singing. At the same time, Knight also improved the picture quality, which is absolutely impeccable. Standing on the vast ocean, Knight appreciated the content of the first episode and was very satisfied with the effect of the arc of embodiment. It's just too time-consuming. It's too troublesome to produce episode by episode. Knight waved his hand to disperse the light screen. The consumption of magic power is not large, and the production difficulty is very low. The only disadvantage is that it is a bit time-consuming. Just like a movie theater, manifest a piece of image magic crystal and manifest the first animation in memory in one go. We have to rely on the power of the deep web. While thinking, Knight closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the deep web again. In the deep web, he is almost omnipotent. It is also easy to perfectly reproduce his own memory. Although Knight has watched all the Pokemon animations, it has been a long time and he can't remember many details. But this forgetfulness is just what he thinks, and the memory is actually still stored in his brain. With the power of the deep web, these parts that are usually difficult to recall are also reproduced. Finally, with the power of the arc of embodiment, they are packaged into a piece of image magic crystal. In this way, the content of the unprinted is completed. A total of 271 episodes. It seems that I forgot to give Rebe a supporting role. Forget it, I'll add her later. However, 271 episodes, too many, why didn't I think it was so many before? Knight complained. In order to ensure the quality, he needs to watch it himself to avoid any major mistakes. Consciousness returned to reality. Knight opened his eyes and found that it was already night. The night on the sea is a bit cold. It's a bit boring to watch it alone, find someone to watch it with me. Knight opened the magic network and sent a private message to the poster girl. Sigma Man, I made an animation of celestial Pokemon. Do you want to watch it together? Myra Jane replied immediately. Traveler on the Way, animation? Sigma Man, it's similar to a movie, but it's very long, usually about 100 hours. Traveler on the Way, staring.jpg. Traveler on the Way, it's very long but it's a Pokemon movie, it sounds very interesting. Traveler on the Way, I'm in the guild, let's watch it together. Shy.jpg. Sigma Man, I'll be back soon. Knight thought about it and activated the Flying Thunder God magic, and instantly returned to the guild. 221 Detective Listener, Miss Myra who stayed out all night. Magnolia, Fairy Tale. In front of the guild gate, a golden light flashed, and Knight returned instantly. Guilds on the internet are usually not crowded. The tables and chairs of the outdoor cafe were all tidied up, and the grocery store selling peripheral goods was closed. It is worth mentioning that the clerk of the grocery store is Marcus, a wizard who is good at using dust magic. The grocery store sells a wide variety of items at affordable prices. A t-shirt with the guild emblem is only 3000J, and a pleated skirt is only 2500, towel 1000J. In addition, there are pillows, wristbands, mugs, scarves, snacks, natural magic crystals, strange magic potions, guild emblem crystal products, etc. But the most popular products are still the models. Among them, Knight's models are the best-selling of all models. It is said that a certain Miss Rain girl who does not want to reveal her name bought out all the Knight models in the store in one go. Knight has nothing to say about this. Jovia always spends money on strange places. Walking into the tavern hall, there was no one in the hall either. Knight observed the flow of magic power through his 6 eyes and found Marajana's breath on the 2nd floor. Without taking the stairs on both sides, Knight flew up to the 2nd floor lightly and met the poster girl in an office. The door of the office was open, and Myra Jane was sitting behind the desk, using the light of the magic crystal to count the income and expenditure of the guild last month. Busy. Myra Jane raised her head and smiled gently. It will be over soon. Sit down for a while, Knight. Knight walked to the sofa and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea without hesitation. While drinking tea, he admired Miss Myra who was working hard. As the guild's poster girl, her job is not just to serve tea and water. Purchasing, auditing, finance, etc., are all done by her alone. Fairy Tale cannot do without Myra, just like the 3D area cannot do without Tifa, and the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Compared to that, the president is not important at all. The president only needs to write a self-criticism. Finally finished. After a while, Myra Jane let out a long breath, put away the statistical financial statements, and handed them to the president tomorrow. She stood up and came to Knight, smiling. Sorry for the wait, do you want something to eat? If you want to watch anime, it's better to prepare some snacks, and fruit juice drinks. Knight didn't bother to be polite with her, just because he hadn't eaten yet. Then wait a moment, I'll go to the kitchen to get it. Mila Jane left with a brisk pace, and soon returned with a plate of fruit snacks. All your favorites, where is the movie? Today's poster girl was wearing a white dress, put the fruit plate behind the tea table, and sat next to Knight. She sat down in a very ladylike manner, smoothed the skirt behind her with her hands, put her legs together, and slightly moved her knees to Knight's side to express her closeness. Then she tilted her head and blinked her beautiful big eyes at Knight. It's not a movie, it's an animation. Knight was very rigorous, using the arc of embodiment to materialize a magic crystal of image. After starting up, the image magic crystal projected a beam of light, and a light curtain unfolded in front of the two of them. The first episode of the original series began. First, the opening song. This song is very classic. As the most famous song in the Pokemon series, Knight can also sing it. Nice. Mirajana's eyes lit up, and she praised with joy. The melody of the song is cheerful and relaxed, and the lyrics are full of vitality. After just listening to the first half of the song, Myra Jane couldn't help but hum along with the subtitles. Nate smiled and thought, the singing is pretty good. Soon, the song ended. What's the name of this song? Myra asked curiously. The target is Pokemon Master. Knight replied, Pokemon means Pokemon, so the target can also be called Pokemon Master. Myra Jane smiled softly and said, did you compose and write the lyrics, Knight? So awesome. That's not the case. Although the admiring eyes of the poster girl are very useful, Knight didn't want to take credit for others' achievements. It's just not easy to explain, so I'm too lazy to explain it. If it's shown in the movie theater, I think this song will be popular all over the mainland. Do you like watching movies? No, it's a bit strange to go to the movies alone. The poster girl covered her mouth and laughed, hinting wildly. Mr. Kyangji likes movies. Every time there is a new movie, he will go to see it alone. The money he earned from work is invested in the movie Magic Crystal. Who is Kyangji? Knight was confused. Wang Kyangji, a quiet person, usually likes to wear a jacket and sunglasses. Knight, you haven't seen him many times, so it's normal that you don't have an impression of him. Myra Jane said with a smile. As a staff member of the guild, she knows the information of every member. Knight really has no impression. There are 300 or 400 wizards in Fairy Tale, and most of the people who usually gather in the guild are familiar faces. Since the online commission was introduced, many people may not show up in the guild for half a month. Next time there is a new movie, let's go watch it together. Knight didn't forget the hint from the poster girl and took the initiative to invite. Okay. Myra Jane nodded with a smile. When will this Pokemon movie be released? This is not a movie, it's an animation. Knight corrected again, and then explained the video website function that will be updated later. Myra Jane was surprised. Can it be watched on the Magic Network? I plan to use the advanced on-demand method. Users can spend Magic Network coins to watch the latest episodes on demand. The animation is already made, so just use it to harvest a Wave Magic Network coin. The harvesting method is also very mature, just use the charging model of the previous life. First update a certain number of episodes for free, and then enter the charging 0. Of course, it is not a permanent charge. One episode will be released every day, so that the audience can watch it without spending money. It is just a little less enjoyable than paying users. The first part of the original series has 271 episodes, which is enough to expand for half a year. After listening to the explanation, Myra Jane couldn't help but admire Knight's wonderful ideas. Knight always has some wonderful ideas that will surprise her. It's a pity that I can't see the animation you made in the movie theater. Myra Jane said with some regret. That's not necessarily the case. There can be a theatrical version. Knight took the soft hand of the poster girl, moved his butt and took the initiative to get closer. Anyway, let's watch the first episode now. Myra Jane smiled with her eyes and rested her head on Knight's shoulder. The two watched the animation together and soon immersed themselves in the story. The story of the first episode can be summarized in one sentence. The protagonist Zai got his first Pokemon Pikachu, and set off on a journey with the goal of becoming a Pokemon master. Myra Jane was completely attracted by the story, and the appearance of Pikachu made her feel very close. Because she also has a Pikachu. There are also the 3 starter Pokemon, which means that new Pokemon trainers can get 3 Pokemon at the beginning. At the end of the first episode, Zai met Ho-Oh, one of the legendary beasts. Although it was just a glimpse, Myra Jane was very interested in the unknown Pokemon, and smiled and urged. What Pokemon is this? Hurry up and go to the next episode, it's really interesting. As she was talking, the magic web ring flashed. Myra opened the private message. It was her sister Lysina. Lysina, Sister Myra, you haven't come back yet? Are you busy at work today? It's almost 10 o'clock. .jpg. Myra Jane glanced at Knight and found that Knight was reading her private chat. She couldn't help but said angrily. Don't peek. After hesitating for a while, she quickly replied. Traveler departing 1.2, Lysina, go to bed first. You may not return to the dormitory today. Lysina, is work so busy? Traveler departing, yeah, a little busy, hello. Lysina, something's wrong. How can I be so busy that I don't return to the dormitory? .jpg. Lysina, Myra, you are not going on a date with Knight, are you? Come to think of it, I haven't seen him all day today. Seeing her sister's detective speech, Myra Jane blushed slightly. Why did you guess so accurately? Lysina, wow sister, you are going to stay out all night. Smirk.jpg. Stop it, idiot, just watching a movie, no, watching anime. Myra Jane thought shyly. Lysina, come on, sister, you must tell me what it feels like to have sex with a boy when you come back. Ghostface.jpg. Which one is that? What kind of books do you usually read? As a sister, Myra Jane suddenly became a little worried about her sister's mental health. Suddenly remembering that Knight was right beside her, the hostess blushed. 222 Mavis also loves to watch anime, a night for 3 people. Myra Jane quickly closed the private chat with her sister, fearing that Lysina would say something lewd again. You didn't peek, did you? We were sitting together, so we must have seen it, right? Nate thought, I really can't tell, Lysina's chat style is quite bold. No, I didn't see anything. Actually, it doesn't matter if you saw it. Really? I only saw a little bit. Okay, you really peeked. Myra Jane pretended to be angry and said. No, you are still fishing for law enforcement? Nate put his arm around her waist from behind, hugged her tighter, and quickly changed the subject. Don't you think it's getting colder recently? Especially on the ground. While saying this, he clicked to play the second episode. The OP song was playing again. Amid the music, Myra Jane leaned obediently in Knight's arms, her cheeks slightly red. As if she had thought of something, her eyes flickered with shyness. It's a bit cold, the climate in Magnolia is like this, it will snow in 10 days or half a month. Will it snow so early? Nate was a little surprised. As a southerner, he had seen snow only a few times in his life before. Yes, so you have to keep warm. It will suddenly get cold in the next few days. Don't catch a cold. Myra Jane reminded with a smile. Speaking of snow, Knight thought of you, remembering that he had promised her to go to the north to soak in the snowy hot springs. 05. It seems that you don't have to go to the icy northern border to experience it in Magnolia. While his thoughts were scattered, Knight held the poster girl's hand with his other hand. The girl's hand bones were small and soft to the touch, but a little cold. Your hands are a little cold. Give me the other one and I'll warm it up for you. Okay. Myra Jane put both hands into Knight's palms and took the initiative to hold them, as if holding a hot pack. Then, she leaned close to Knight's head and put her lips on Knight's cheek. A reward for the hot pack, she said with a smile. Then I'll reward you too. Knight thought, kissing the cheek doesn't count. While hugging Myra Jane tightly, kissing against pink lips. The poster girl's lips were like peach blossoms, moist and translucent. Haha, I don't want it. Myra Jane shyly wanted to dodge, but her waist was tightly hugged, and she only resisted symbolically. Then the two kissed each other. This second time being kissed by Knight, Myra Jane once again felt the feeling of a blank mind. The body was tense at first, but soon relaxed, immersed in the beauty of the moment. Until the song ended, the second episode of the animation officially began. Myra Jane came back to her senses, pushed Knight away, and said with a red face, I want to watch the animation. You watch yours, and I kiss mine. Knight wanted to kiss her again. But after thinking carefully, it seemed not good to watch the animation while kissing. Then watch it. It's very long, more than 100 hours. You can't finish it even if you watch it all night. That's good. You can watch it for a long time. It's not important to watch it for a long time. The key is to watch it with Knight. Myra Jane thought happily in her heart. The two returned to the initial state of snuggling with each other and watched the second episode together. Myra Jane was watching it for the first time, so she was able to watch it with relish. Knight had watched it several times and knew the content of the previous episodes very well. He was in a state where he could watch it but couldn't concentrate. So, it became Myra Jane watching the animation and he watching Myra Jane. There was a height difference between the two. Even if they were sitting, Knight was half a head taller than Myra. Therefore, as long as he lowered his head, he could see some unique views from the neckline of the white dress. Miss Myra's underwear today was also very cute. Knight wanted to touch it very much. With a thought, he activated the arc of materialization and conjured a blanket to cover the two of them to keep warm. Then the hand under the blanket began to attack tentatively. Myra Jane looked unaware, she was really attracted by the plot. The story of Pokemon is not complicated at all, and the rocket team that appeared in the second episode is a bit funny. The members of the villain organization that specializes in kidnapping Pokemon, Musashi and Kojiro. There is also a talking Meowth. Immersed in the story, she suddenly felt something crawling into her skirt. Myra Jane pretended not to know and whispered. Nate. Hey. Why do they use Pokeballs in the animation? Shouldn't they use cards? Good question. Nate thought that there were shots of Pokeballs in every episode of 271, and it would be too troublesome to change it, so he was too lazy to change it. Because throwing the ball is cooler, right? Why is it called a Pokeball, not a celestial ball? A celestial balls are more advanced balls, very rare special balls, and there are master balls, etc. There are many kinds. Nate started making up stories on the spot, and of course his hands were not idle. The poster girl's thighs felt so comfortable to touch. Myra Jane couldn't stand it, and said angrily. Stop touching, have some snacks. She stretched her hand out from under the blanket, picked up a strawberry and stuffed it into Knight's mouth. Nate opened his mouth and bit it. It's delicious. Did you make it? I'm ignoring you, I want to watch anime. Myra Jane smiled, rolled her eyes at him, and turned to continue watching anime. While eating, Knight continued to touch the long legs. If he didn't stop, it meant acquiescence. It would be stupid to stop at this time. Of course, Knight didn't go too far, and didn't forget to distract the poster girl's attention. He also took a strawberry and stuffed it into the poster girl's mouth. The poster girl opened her mouth subconsciously and ate one, then another. Knight never stopped feeding him. Until the end of the second episode. Myra Jane was still not satisfied, and stood up a little shyly, whispering, "I'll go to the bathroom first." She left in a hurry. When she left, there was no leg to touch. Knight felt hungry and was thinking of getting some snacks to fill his stomach. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside him. Hurry up episode 3, I want to watch episode 3. Knight was startled and turned around to see that it was the first President Mavis. The stupid on Mavis's head swayed left and right, and he tilted his head to urge. Fourth generation, hurry up and play episode 3. First generation, why are you here? What's the matter? Since you two started kissing? The first generation blinked with an innocent expression. No, how did you hide it from my 6 eyes? Knight complained in his heart, was he too lax? Why are you here, the first generation? I live in the guild, and this sofa is my bed. Got it. So, some food has been missing from the guild kitchen inexplicably these days, and you ate it all, right? Knight complained in his heart, let's wait for Myra to come back and watch it together. He was too embarrassed to continue touching the first generation here. Even if he was embarrassed, Myra Jane would be 600 embarrassed. Sure enough, after Myra Jane came back, she was surprised to see a little blonde loli next to Knight. Don't worry, listen to my explanation first. Knight said helplessly, this is the first generation president, Mavis. Mavis smiled and greeted, hello, Myra, I am Mavis Viviamilio, the first generation president of Fairy Tale. Ghost. Ghost. Marajana's silly expression made Knight feel very cute. Yes, I'm a ghost. Mavis nodded and urged, hurry up, episode 3, the fourth generation, Pokemon is very interesting. She was more obsessed with the plot than Myra Jane. Knight had to satisfy her. Then, the number of people watching the show changed from 2 to 2 people and 1 ghost. The ghost was also a glutton, and most of the snacks on the table went into her stomach. After watching more than 10 episodes in a row, Myra was sleepy, and Knight was also a little sleepy, but Mavis was energetic. Knight simply gave her the video magic crystal, hugged the poster girl, sat in the corner of the sofa, and fell asleep with Myra Jane. He cast a reverse magic silence to isolate the sound of the animation. Soon, both of them fell asleep. Mavis turned her head and glanced at the two of them, smiling gently. How many girlfriends does this philandering fourth generation have? When they first met, she thought Lucy and Knight were a couple. Then they came to Magnolia and met Urza in a dessert shop. She heard Knight admit that Urza was his girlfriend. After that, it seems that all the pretty girls in the guild have a special relationship with the fourth generation. Mavis didn't disturb the two people who were resting and turned down the volume of the animation. She murmured in her heart. The fourth generation is too popular. 223 0.8 version update. Third generation, the council is nothing, 4/4 monthly ticket request. When I woke up the next day, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Knight opened his eyes and found that he was covered with the blanket he materialized yesterday, and Myra Jane had woken up early. Then he got up and saw Mavis still watching the animation. First generation, you are not going to watch it all in one go. Knight rubbed his messy hair. Mavis curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, looking energetic and not tired at all. She turned her head, her eyes sparkling. Pokemon is really interesting. The animation is interesting, but the celestial Pokemon created by you, the fourth generation, is even more interesting. Nate glanced at the animation screen, which was the content of the Crimson Gem, which should be more than 30 episodes. You read it so fast. Nate stood up and said. That image magic crystal is the product of magic materialization. It can be preserved for a week. I'll give it to you. After that, he prepared to go to the bathroom to wash up. Mavis puffed up her cheeks immediately. Celestial Pokemon is even more interesting. She repeated it, and Knight finally understood the hint. Nate thought with a smile, after watching the animation, everyone would want to draw cards. Didn't you draw the first generation? I don't have the client, no one sent it to me. Mavis looked like she was about to cry, with tears in her eyes and a face full of grievance staring at Knight. No one sent it to you? Knight was stunned, and then thought that before yesterday, the only people who knew her existence, besides himself, were President Makarov and Urza. Now there is another Myra Jane. It's normal that no one sent it to you. Knight quickly comforted her. I'll send it to you, don't cry first. As he said, he opened the Magic Network and sent Mavis the beta client and the Magic Network bank. Mavis changed her face on the spot and opened the game happily. Sure enough, it was fake crying, just like Myra, acting exaggeratedly. Knight thought, I still have to cooperate with your performance. 4th generation, the client is broken. At this time, Mavis looked at Knight with expectation again. Is it broken? That means you don't have a ticket to draw cards. Knight couldn't complain. The 1st generation wanted to get his gold ticket for free. Since you are so cute, I'll give it to you. He sent 200 gold tickets to Mavis's account on the spot. Mavis looked at the number of gold tickets and looked at Knight again with expectation. Stare. He didn't say anything, but his meaning was very clear. No, how many more do you want? Do you want to draw all 8? The two looked at each other for a long time. Knight thought that although he was not a Lolita control, the 1st generation was too cute. It was like a little girl asking for candy from an adult. So, seeing this cuteness, he sent her another 200 tickets. 400 tickets are enough to draw 8 elves. 4th generation, you are such a good person. I have decided to dismiss the 3rd generation and give you the position of president. Mavis laughed and started to draw cards happily. Knight. No, we can't repay kindness with enmity. Give me back the gold ticket. The lobby of the tavern on the 1st floor. Behind the bar. Lysina pestered her sister, whispering. Myra, did you do that yesterday? Just watched a movie. Myra Jane rolled her eyes at her sister in annoyance. I really don't know what kind of weird books she usually reads. Just watched a movie. Lysina opened her eyes wide, I don't believe it. Tell me quickly, Myra. On the other side. Knight finally made the 1st generation give up the idea of dismissing the 3rd generation. At this time, while washing up in the bathroom on the 2nd floor, he opened the Magic Network to reply to various messages. I didn't have an apartment yesterday, and Lucy sent a greeting. After dealing with Lucy, someone else sent a message. It was the former Speaker of the Council, who was rarely seen. Crawford Shim, Knight, the Council has been reorganized. Recently, you fairy tale have tobe careful. Sigma Man, what's wrong, Speaker? Crawford Shim, not Speaker anymore, because of the Demon Heart incident last time, I am just an ordinary counselor now. Psi.jpg. Crawford Shim, the new Speaker is Grandorma, he has always been dissatisfied with you fairy tale. Crawford Shim, it is obviously a regular guild, but what it does is more excessive than many dark guilds. Sigma Man, Mr. Crawford, you are still suitable to be the Speaker. Crawford Shim, in short, you should be honest in the near future, Grandorma may take action. Sigma Man, what action? Crawford Shim, although he did not hide it from you fairy tale, he had to have an excuse to cause trouble for you. Got it. Someone will be sent to investigate. Investigation in the open, or in secret. It's not his turn to worry about this matter, just tell the old man. Thanked the former Speaker for the information. Then he told President Makarov about it as soon as possible. Fairy family, I know, the council is nothing, don't worry about them. As expected of the president. With rich experience in dealing with the council, he easily saw through the fact that the other party was a makeshift team. Knight couldn't help laughing. Then, he looked through the private messages and found Mr. Jude's message in the morning. Jude Hartfilia, my dear son-in-law, the bank has agreed, and they also want to try to open a convenient payment function on the Magic Network. Why did it suddenly fast forward to my dear son-in-law? Knight thought about it and guessed that Jude must have known about his relationship with Lucy. Hey, should I coax my father-in-law at this time? Sigma Man, as expected of the father-in-law, he easily dealt with the bank. Jude Hartfilia, ha 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 ha, your magic network is powerful. Thumbs up. JPG. Knight thought, men are easy to please, a father-in-law can handle it. Jude Hartfilia, when are you and Lucy getting married? You must hold a grand wedding, and I will pay for it. Good guy, you are urging me to get married now. I can't get married, what about other girlfriends? Sigma Man, I think it's too early now. Jude Hartfilia, ha ha ha, I won't interfere with your young people's affairs. After chatting for a few more sentences, he ended the chat with Jude. Not taking the urging of marriage to heart, Knight planned to write the bank's payment system first. Banks in the magic world, of course, cannot do without magic. They have their own magic props such as magic bank cards, and 2 cards can be traded and transferred face to face, which is quite convenient. Therefore, what Knight has to do is also very simple, just allow banks to run this system on the Magic Network. The function name is Magic Network Payment. The bank's idea was also very simple. They could try to cooperate, but they could only try to pay in the early stage. Even if there were major problems, the losses could be borne. 2 days passed. Knight completed the functional development of Magic Network Payment and completed the connection with the bank. After that, he urged Libby to complete the writing of video website. Whether it is a novel website or a video website, the essence is the same, and they are all very simple functions. No need to consider the problem of information storage. In fact, even Knight himself doesn't know where the information is stored. Probably the system. It's time to update version 0.8. The amount of update this time is so large. Knight seriously considered whether there was anything missing. Who cares, update first. Bug can be fixed slowly. So, a long update announcement was written, and Knight synchronized the update to all users on the network. Magic Internet Alpha 0.8 version update announcement. 224 Dating with Kana, Eating Kana. Magic Internet Alpha 0.8 version update announcement. 1. Added the Magic Network payment function, now users can use Magic Bank Card to complete online transactions. 2. Added Magic Network Bank, wizards can deposit their own magic power into the bank, and the deposited magic power will exist in the account in the form of Magic Network coin. Users can withdraw magic power at any time, or trade Magic Network coins to others for use. 3. Added Magic Network Mall, users can sell physical goods, virtual points, Magic Network coins, etc. in the mall. A certain percentage of commission will be charged for each transaction to maintain the normal operation of the Magic Network Mall. 4. Added a new section, Novel section, users can upload their own novels. 5. Added a new section, Video section, allowing users to upload their own videos. 6. Added a long animation Star Spirit Pokemon, unprinted to the video section. 10 episodes will be updated on the first day, and 1 episode will be updated every day thereafter, with updates at 8 o'clock every day. 7. If you find any bugs, please report them in the bug feedback post. The update announcement is very long, longer than any previous one. Nate did not update the new game Pokemon of the Celestial Spirits together. First, the number of Pokemon is still a bit small. Second, animation is needed to warm up the new game. Wait. For version 0.8.1, we'll talk about it in a few days. After the update was completed, Knight began to make more Pokemon. This big update shocked the entire network. After reconnecting to 127, a large number of posts appeared on the forum, all updating the content on the forum. Payment function, Magic Bank, Mall, novels, videos, animations. There are too many contents, it's simply overwhelming. And it happened to be the time when the number of people online was the highest in a day. Knight hadn't been idle for a few minutes, and a lot of private messages came like snowflakes. Lucy, thank you for your hard work, Knight, but remember to eat on time. Lucy in the other world, I heard about the Magic Network coin a few days ago. This is a function tailor-made for us Edras. Thank you. Myra Jane, the animation is online, I just want to watch it again. Jinalai right, awesome. Why are you so capable? .jpg. Lebby, master, the novel website I wrote is online, so excited. Wendy, brother Knight, we want to come back, please come and pick us up, thank you. And you have been working hard on the update. .jpg. Among the women, I also saw Laxus. Nate was a little curious about what he was going to say. Laxus, I heard that Natsu's Charmander can use Fire Dragon Slayer magic, why can't my Pikachu use Thunder Dragon Slayer magic? Nate didn't even reply to the girl's message, but replied to him first. Sigma Man, because your Thunder Dragon Slayer magic is not written in the magic app, and Pikachu is an electric mouse, it's a bit strange to know Dragon Slayer magic. Continue to read the private messages, there are too many. Knight only replied to a few girlfriends. Suddenly saw Kana's name. Kana, it's been a week. Kana, I'm a woman who keeps my word. What week? Knight looked puzzled, and it took him a long while to remember that it should be about the date. Sigma Man, you really quit drinking for a week? Surprised.jpg. Kana, yes, I used a lot of willpower. Kana, you said you would supervise me, but I haven't seen you in the past few days. Roll your eyes.jpg. Sigma Man, busy updating content, spreading hands.jpg. Kana, you've worked hard so the agreement counts, right? Sigma Man, I'm still busy. Kana, don't be busy, idiot, give yourself some time to relax, isn't it okay for me to go on a date with you to relax? Kana, dorm selfie.jpg. How come every girl can do this? Kana subconsciously clicked on the picture. Kana in the photo was wearing sexy underwear and choosing clothes in front of the closet. Her guild emblem was on the left side of her abdomen. Kana admired it and had to admit that Kana had a good figure and was very voluptuous. Sigma Man, I am a man who will not be easily seduced, push glasses.jpg. Kana, selfie1.jpg, selfie2.jpg, selfie3.jpg. Kana, I don't believe it, you have been dating many girlfriends. Kana, do you want me to count for you? Covering mouth and laughing.jpg. Nate continued to click on the pictures. They were all Kana wearing underwear and posing in seductive poses. Silently saved the photos in his personal gallery. Sigma Man, you know I have many girlfriends, but you still want to date me? Rolling eyes.jpg. Kana, you don't understand this, right? Kana, girls just like things that many people fight for zohum.jpg. Kana, help me pick one, which one do you want me to wear on a date with you? Sigma Man, we can wear nothing. Kana, puh. Kana, pervert. Kana, but you can if you dare to come, I'll wait for you at Nanko Park Shy.jpg. Nate was shocked. Kana is really a bold girl. Now that it's said so, he has to go even if he doesn't want to. Making Pokemon? Making Pokemon is not as important as dating. Thinking of this, Knight immediately put down the work at hand, silently changed clothes, and changed into a private dress suitable for a date. Flying Thunder God Magic, Start. Nanko Park. A golden light flashed, and night appeared under the sky tree. There were still many people in the park after 8 o'clock, but Kana was obviously not there yet. Nate sent her a private message. Sigma Man, I'm here. Kana, staring.jpg. Kana, I'm still changing clothes, snickering.jpg. Sigma Man, do you still need to take a shower and put on makeup? Kana, yeah, since it's a date, this is basic courtesy shy.jpg. Sigma Man, what did you mean when you said last time that your dad saw it? Kana, I was lying, stick out your tongue.jpg. Nate was speechless, so naughty. Kana, wait for me for half an hour, I'll be there soon. Half an hour later. Kana came to the park in a sophisticated outfit, carrying a small bag in her hand. After seeing Night under the sky tree, she ran over with a smile on her face. Good morning, Night. Good morning. Night took the initiative to extend his hand and chuckled, where do you want to go? Well, how about going to the movies? Is this a normal date process? Nate didn't mind. So the two of them went to the movie theater he and Levi had been to last time. It was still as busy as usual. The theater that could accommodate dozens of people was only occupied by him and Kana. The movie was the previous Snow Mountain Love. It was Night's second time watching it, and Kana didn't think it was very good. When they came out of the movie, it was already 10:30. It's not good at all. Kana complained, by the way, didn't you update the Pokemon animation? Why don't we just watch this together? Where to watch it? Nate thought about it and took her to the hotel. It was the small hotel he stayed in when he dated Altair last time. This place still had no business. When she was led into the hotel, Kana became a little nervous, and her ears began to turn red. It wasn't until Night closed the door that she came back to her senses and her face turned red. Standing in the hotel room, she fiddled with her long hair a little nervously. This is my first time to come to such a place with a boy. It's my first time too. I don't believe it. Kana rolled her eyes at him with amusement and was not so nervous anymore. Night took off his shoes, sat on the head of the bed, and patted the seat next to him. Aren't you watching the Pokemon animation? Sit here. Kana also took off her high heels, crawled to Night's side, and asked curiously. Will it be good? At least better than the movie just now. Night opened the Magic Network, entered the video section, and clicked on the first episode. The two leaned together to watch the animation. Kana watched it very seriously, and it was indeed 100 times better than Snow Mountain Love. From time to time, she was amused by the plot. Night couldn't watch, he put his arm around Kana's waist and sniffed her nose. You smell so good. Hey, let's watch the animation. Kana's face flushed, and she felt Night had buried his head in her neck. Then, a hand slipped through her hem and grabbed her panda. Can I kiss you? Kana was so nervous that her whole body stiffened, and she hummed inaudibly. The screen was still playing the ending of the first episode of the animation. But the two people watching the animation were no longer interested. Night kissed Kana while gently taking off her underwear. Soon after, the quilt was covered, and the two embraced each other passionately, using their body temperature to keep warm in the gradually cold days. Be gentle, this is my first time. 225 reserved magic power exceeds 20,000 stars, and the top 100 king is born. After entering October, the weather in Magnolia turned cooler, and the temperature dropped sharply, getting colder day by day. It's not winter yet, but the cold wind at night seeps into every corner. The cold wave is coming, announcing that winter is getting closer and closer. At 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, everything is silent, which is the coldest time of the day. But in the guest room of the small hotel, it is warm as spring. The quilt is warm and comfortable, making people lose all sleepiness. Kana's eyes are full of spring, and there is a deep blush on her face. Love novels are all lies. It doesn't hurt at all, it's very comfortable. Kana is a bold girl. After the pleasure, her body and mind are completely relaxed, as if she owns the whole world, moistening her heart like morning dew, and her heart is full of satisfaction. Nate stroked her tight and delicate back with one hand and opened the Pokemon animation with the other. Pull the progress bar to the end of the first episode. Your dad won't beat me if he finds out, right? What does my love life have to do with him? Kana couldn't help laughing and patted Knight's cheek. Are you scared now? Why did you ask me to call you dad just now? You were calling me so hard. Knight thought with amusement in his heart. Kana was just as he imagined, very comfortable. Unlike Juvia's moistness, Kana was full of flesh, and hugging her was like hugging a ball of cotton. If your dad knew that you found a boyfriend with many girlfriends, he would definitely be angry. Kana rolled her eyes at him. Then why did you bring me to the hotel? We agreed to watch anime. Then she laughed softly. He is a playboy himself. When my mother was alive, she often talked about my father. Although she didn't mention much about my father's romantic affairs when he was young, Kana was still young at that time and didn't understand much. But now I understand a little bit. After Knight turned on the animation, he retracted his hand into the quilt and grabbed a giant panda to play with. He muttered in his heart, I am much more serious than your father. Knight vaguely remembered that in the original plot, when Kana and Gildarts met, Gildarts reported a bunch of dish names until he guessed the name of Kana's mother in the end. Gildarts was the real scumbag, and in the end he only married Kana's mother. But he left after the marriage, and he didn't even know that his wife was pregnant. In contrast, Knight felt that he was a completely good man. A good man should give every girl a warm home. Kana was a little sensitive and said angrily, let me watch the animation well. Is it okay not to go back to the girls' dormitory today? Knight didn't stop, thinking, you watch yours, I play mine, we don't interfere with each other. I live alone, it's okay. Kana rested her head on Knight's arm, one leg hanging on him, and snickered. Are you afraid that your other girlfriends will find out? I love each of you equally, including you, Kana. I don't believe it. Don't talk to me, I want to watch the animation seriously. Kana said she didn't believe it, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Knight moved the animation light screen in front of Kana to facilitate her to follow the show better. He closed his eyes and separated a wisp of consciousness to enter the deep web. 5 or 6 hours have passed since the version update, and he is most concerned about the feedback of Magic Web Bank. The core space of the deep web. When Knight opened his eyes, he was blinded by the huge ball of light. It's so big, how many times has it expanded? The huge ball of light was condensed by pure magic power. The previous ball of light was already big enough, but the big ball of light at this time was at least 5 times bigger than before. How long has it been since the update? In such a short time, the magic power has increased so much. More than 20,000 star magic power. Nate was surprised, but not particularly surprised. Currently, there are nearly 14 users in the entire network, and the number of wizards is just over 4. Even if everyone deposits half a heart of magic power, there are 20,000. When you think about it, it's normal. Not only that, this big light ball is still growing, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. It will grow every day in the future. It won't be long before it will exceed 100,000, or even a million. Nate was moved. The magic bank is really a killer. In the absence of a run, Knight thinks he can keep 50% of the deposit, and he can use the remaining 50% at will. With a snap, he snapped his fingers. The forum interface appeared in front of him. The forum is extremely lively, with various new posts emerging in an endless stream, and the refresh speed is so fast that Knight can't keep up. It's barely okay now. When there are more people, we have to divert the forum. Knight thought about it and decided to allow users to create sub-forums in the forum and update the forum. Then, he entered the MagicNet Mall. There are already a lot of goods in the mall, and the most viewed ones are of course the goods sold by the official MagicNet. Selling the second generation MagicNet ring. The price is 19999J. Seller, Jude Hartfilia. Click to place an order. MagicNet Express can deliver it instantly to the buyer. However, the inventory column shows sold out. Don't get me wrong, it's not sold out, but there are no extra rings at all, and the next batch will have to wait until November. In addition, the largest transaction volume is points. A large number of points are being sold, and the number of transactions is extremely large. Knight saw through the background that in just a few hours, the transaction points exceeded 5 million. The larger the transaction volume, the more transaction tax the mall extracts. The third place is MagicNet Coin. The transaction volume also reached millions. Who is buying MagicNet coins? Now MagicNet coins can only be used to follow anime, right? Knight was a little confused and found out after a little investigation. Someone on the forum leaked the news about the new game Pokemon of the Star Spirit. Ordinary users who watched 10 episodes of free animation wanted to hoard a batch of MagicNet coins so that they could draw cards freely when the new game was launched. Zero seeking flowers 0. Knight also saw a lot of thank you posts on the forum. All the wizards were worshipping him and thanking him for his great invention. In the future, even if the wizards don't do commissions, they can make a lot of money just by selling magic power. Knight smiled. It's always a bit cute for leaks to thank the capitalists. Cute leaks. Knight decided to treat them better in the future. After that, he went to other sections to inspect. Everything was normal. The bug feedback post did not reveal any sky-high bugs for the time being. Until Knight opened Magic Arena. In the ranking list, the 100 seats for the kings are already full. It's so fast that the 100 kings are full. Nate was a little surprised. Calculating the time, this game has not been online for long, right? The Magic Arena, which was updated to version 0.6, was more than a month ago. Just a week ago, there were only more than 30 kings. They are all hardcore players. They have to play at least 3 games a day on average, and they must win to be promoted to the king. This is not League of Legends, a game with a mouse and keyboard. This is a real-life battle. In a situation where both sides are evenly matched, not to mention magic power, the consumption of mental power and the accumulation of fatigue are inevitable. Nate pinched his chin. Who are these 100 kings? Looking down the list one by one. Until the 6th person, a familiar name. The world of the strong is Azuma of the 7 dependents of purgatory. Next is Uru at the 9th place. Next is Laxus at the 37th place. Fairy Hunter at the 86th place. 92nd place Knight. And 99th place Where to Go Fishing. After a quick glance, there are only a few people I know. Where to Go Fishing? Nate was stunned. Isn't this Gildarts? Are you sure? Gildarts only got the ring for a week, and he reached the king in a week? Nate's point open his profile. Player nickname, Where to Go Fishing. Rank, King 99. Wins and losses, 99/0. Status, matching. 99 consecutive wins? Nate blinked his eyes. 99 games a week, an average of 14 games a day. You are the real liver emperor. As expected of Gildarts, he didn't sleep until 2 or 3 in the middle of the night, still playing games. Oh, I didn't sleep either? That's fine. Nate used developer permissions to change his account directly to King rank, and filled in the wins and losses and other information at will. So, the original King number 100 disappeared, and he became the leaderboard. Match. Nate clicked match and directly selected Gildarts as his opponent. The authority dog is so arrogant. The next moment, Nate entered the Magic Arena. 226 vs Gildarts, Knight's third super magic. Forest Arena. Gildarts finally found an opponent. It was hard to find someone at 2 or 3 in the middle of the night, so he planned to win one more game and go to bed after winning 100 games. At this moment, his consciousness entered the game world, and he saw a familiar face when he opened his eyes. Player nickname, Sigma Man. Rank, King 100. Wins and losses, hidden. Is there a hidden function for wins and losses? Gildarts was stunned for a moment, grinned and greeted. Nate, I didn't expect you to be still awake at this time. I just finished my work and was about to play a game to relax. Knight chuckled and said, Senior, aren't you asleep too? You don't have to call me Senior. The guild is my home, and every member is my family. Gildarts smiled. What else should I call him if not Senior? Father-in-law? I'm afraid that you, a daughter control freak, will go crazy. Knight complained in his heart and simply called him by his name. Gildarts, it's rare that we are matched together. Please give me some advice. Gildarts put on a serious expression, I'm not good at letting you win, but if the opponent is you, it seems that I don't need to. While speaking, magic burst out from his body. He stretched out his left hand towards Knight, with 5 fingers spread out. Crush all magic. A grid-like white structure was released from the palm of his hand, like a spider web, suddenly covering Knight in the distance. Seeing this, Knight's palm flashed black lightning. Summoned the Gate of Truth on the spot. The heavy stone door exuding an ancient atmosphere blocked the front of the spider web. When the two came into contact, Gildarts couldn't help but stagnate for a moment. His magic attack was like an egg hitting a stone, and it was shattered in an instant after the collision. But the strange stone door did not move at all. Gildarts was stunned. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. What kind of magic is this? The Gate of Truth. Knight said, it's a very hard door. This is just its projection. Theoretically, it can still be broken. It's not that there is really a real Gate of Truth. It is a rule of the fairy tale world, and this door is just the embodiment of the rule. As he said this, Knight put his index finger and middle finger together and waved lightly. The Gate of Truth immediately moved towards Gildarts. Gildarts took a step forward and slammed his right fist into the Gate of Truth. Destroy evil and reveal righteousness in one day. A large amount of magic power is concentrated in one punch, and its power is enough to knock the opponent into outer space. Bang! With a dull loud noise, Gildarts' strongest punch failed to break the Gate of Truth. But the aftermath of the collision shattered everything around. Wherever the shock wave passed, the dense forest trees were cut into small square cubes. Even the ground under his feet was the same. Knight used his 6 eyes to observe Gildarts' crushing magic, which was indeed somewhat similar to his super magic vibration. Disappear. Knight waved his finger, and the Gate of Truth disappeared immediately. Then, he concentrated his attention and imagined something in his mind. In the world of the game, the arc of manifestation will exert 300% of its power. With a snap, he snapped his fingers. At the location where the Gate of Truth disappeared, a small sun with a diameter of tens of meters rose from the ground and broke out of the ground. Gildarts staggered a step, stood on the small sun, and was pushed into the sky by it. What is this? Gildarts felt the high temperature coming, and the whole person seemed to melt. He slapped the small sun with one palm, and the crushing magic was activated. With a buzz, the small sun was shattered into small cubes. The next second, there was a big explosion. Boom! A dazzling light was released in the sky. The high temperature instantly ignited the entire map, and the forest turned into a sea of fire. It's super magic, ordinary magic will be shattered. Knight stood calmly in the sea of fire, thinking that the arc of embodiment also has its limits. He clearly wanted to manifest a real sun, but he couldn't do it. At this time, he clapped his hands. Two giants with a height of 100 meters rose from the ground. One held a big sword, and the other shouldered a big axe. The two of them swung their weapons at Gildarts in the air at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. Gildarts stretched out his hands to both sides without panic, and released a grid-like impact from his palms. With another buzzing sound, the giant was smashed to pieces. Black hole. Knight used his imagination again and pointed at Gildarts in the sky. In an instant, the space behind him collapsed and a dark celestial body was born. Gildarts, who had originally fallen into the sea of fire, was captured by a stronger gravity, and his body went uncontrollably towards the black hole. This time again. Gildarts was a little confused, and before he could react, his back was already against the black hole. The terrifying gravity seemed to crush his body. Gildarts' face was distorted, and his mouth could not close. The gravity tore his body and it would be torn into pieces at any time. Full decomposition. Gildarts turned his palms back and used superior destructive magic to smash again. With a thud. The small black hole behind him was also broken into pieces by his magic. However, even so, these countless small pieces quickly collapsed in gravity, and the game space of Deep Web simulated the scene of space tearing. The space tearing affected Gildarts, and his right arm was swallowed by one of the cracks. With a puff, one arm was gone. In an instant, blood flowed like a column. Gildarts burst out with magic power, and the magic prosthesis on his left hand covered his right shoulder and quickly avoided the rest of the space cracks. What a dangerous magic! I almost died. Although it's a game. Gildarts took a breath and fell heavily into the sea of fire. As soon as he looked up, he saw Knight in the distance gathering a powerful magic power. It's just a fake black hole, and it's essentially just a magical creation. It's really useless in the face of super magic. As Knight spoke, he raised his right palm. A golden halo shone on the palm. This is Gildarts was stunned. The best way to deal with super magic is super magic. Sorry, Gildarts, only in the game, the difficulty of releasing this move will be reduced. Knight's mouth slightly raised, Lao Deng, in the game world, how could you be my opponent? The second generation came, and it is impossible to beat me. Fairy's glory. Instantly, a huge magic circle unfolded above the map. The magic circle descended a golden ring, and instantly covered Gildarts' body. One of the three major super magics of fairy tale, the legendary Fairy's glory. Although it was the first time for Gildarts to see it, he also knew this magic 3.2. The scene when it was activated was recorded in the library of the guild. Gathering the power of the sun, moon, and stars, condensing it into a ruthless extinction aura, tightly strangling the enemy and giving ruthless punishment. Super brilliance of annihilating magic fairies. Gildarts burst out all his magic power and tried to fight with crushing magic, but it was still difficult to break free from this magic. It was taught to me by the first generation. It's a very difficult magic to learn. Nate suddenly clenched his right palm. Activate. The next moment, the golden aura that bound Gildarts shrank, and in a burst of dazzling golden light, it cut him in two. Gildarts' house. On the simple wooden bed, Gildarts suddenly opened his eyes and subconsciously touched his waist. Fortunately, it was a game. The experience of death was so real. Scratching his head and sighing. How much super magic did that kid master? What a monster! 227 Preparation for the S-level exam, 4/4, monthly ticket requested. In the game world, you can activate the super magic Fairy's glory, and you don't even need to chant the text, and the reading bar is also very fast. However, Knight has only learned this super magic for more than half a month, and he can only use it in the game. It is quite difficult to use it in reality. Knight's consciousness returned to reality, still on the bed of the small hotel. The sound of playing animation came from his ears, and Kana watched the Pokemon animation with relish. Noticing that Knight woke up, she couldn't help but turn her head and asked curiously. "Did you play games just now?" Well, I met your dad and fought with him. Who won? Kana was very interested in the result. Knight smiled and said, who do you hope will win? Gildarts is very strong. Kana thought seriously for a while, and said with a smile, but I still hope you win. It is said that daughters are carrying little cotton-padded jackets. You are a black-hearted cotton, right? Kana understood this from Knight's eyes, and slapped him in the quilt angrily. Gildarts is a little clingy. I am worried that you will be beaten by him. Then you don't have to worry, I won. Knight couldn't help but smile, and immediately turned over and pressed Kana under him. Kana's face suddenly turned red, and she whispered shyly. What do you want to do? No, I want to see the action. Before she could finish the rest of the words, Knight covered her with the quilt, and a moment later, the joyful voice rang out again in the small hotel. Call Daddy. Kana's laughter came from under the quilt. Dad, 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 Dad is so powerful, Dad, be gentle. The next day. The Magic Council era. After a period of repair, this administrative agency of the magic world has been restored to its original state. In order to distinguish it from the previous council, it is now called the New Magic Council. In a magnificent meeting room, 4 councillors sat on each side of the long white marble table. Most of them were new faces. Former Speaker Crawford Shim was one of the 8 councillors. The new speaker Gurindoma, holding a hook staff and wearing a wizard hat, spoke in a serious tone. It's been a long time since the attack on the Demon Heart, and Jura Regis, who was in charge of the pursuit, didn't get anything. In order to restore the image of the council among the people, we must do something. The 8 councillors in the seats looked at each other. Someone said. Their base camp is a magic airship, which flies in the sky all year round. It is difficult to find it even with satellite magic. If you can't find the people, what else can you do? Or take out your anger on the other dark guilds under the Demon Heart. Gurindoma shook his head, put the Demon Heart aside for now. You should know that a big thing happened yesterday. As he said, he opened the Magic Network forum and showed one of the posts in the forum to the others. Today's meeting will indeed involve this matter. The fat old man, the former speaker, frowned and stood up to speak. What do you want to say? What's the problem with the 0.8 version update of the Magic Network? I didn't say there was a problem. Gurindoma glanced at the speaker in front of him and said calmly, let's not talk about the novel section and the video section. The Magic Network payment in cooperation with the bank is also a very convenient function. The Magic Bank is a great invention. I would like to praise Knight of St. Ten as a genius who brought revolution to the magic world. Generally, good words are foreshadowing, and the focus is on the follow-up. Sure enough, the next sentence is but. However, according to the forum, Knight has also developed a new game called Star Spirit Pokemon, and its animation can already be watched on the Magic Network. New game? An elderly woman asked in confusion, what's the problem? The previous Magic Arena was also very interesting. Big problem. Gurindoma said in a deep voice, according to the information I got, this game can give ordinary people the ability to cultivate magic pets, which will affect reality. Ordinary people occupy an absolute population, and wizards are a minority. If this game spreads, how should those ordinary people who have Star Spirit Pokemon be counted? Count as wizards? Should they be included in the management? If you don't care, although those Pokemon seem to be very weak, any wizard can beat them. But after all, they are also a kind of magical creature, and the damage they can cause can be imagined. It's not that I intentionally target him, it's Knight who is causing trouble for me. Gurindoma was also helpless. He had just taken office and encountered such troubles. Tell me your opinions. We have to find a way. The councillors couldn't help but think about it. They opened the Magic Network forum one by one and searched for information about Pokemon. Former Speaker Crawford Shim smiled. Maybe it was a good thing to be fired as the speaker, otherwise he would be the one with a headache now. But on second thought, if Gulindoma couldn't handle this matter well, would he have a chance to return to the speaker's throne? There is too little information. This game is currently only being tested on a small scale in Magnolia and is very popular. Ogre, the former second seat of the council and the current first seat of the freshman council, raised his hand to signal. I have a suggestion. A middle-aged female counselor asked, Teacher Ogre, do you have any good ideas? Let's collect intelligence first, or trouble Knight to come to the council and ask him about the details of this game. Crawford Shim shook his head. Knight won't come. Send someone to investigate secretly first. Gulindoma knocked on his cane. Come in. After a while, a young man walked into the meeting room. Speaker, members of the council. The young wizard nodded respectfully and greeted, I am Dolan Bart, an agent of the intelligence department. At noon, Knight left the inn and went to the guild. A pleasant night with Kana made him refreshed and in a good mood. Yesterday was a bit hard, mainly because Kana also liked to call him Dad, which gave him an attack speed buff. She is still catching up on sleep. Knight left her a private message. Sigma man, listen to Dad and stop drinking in the future. No reply. Obviously sleeping peacefully. Knight came to the guild and saw 107 President Makarov. The old man was sitting at the bar, discussing something with Myra Jane. Good morning, Myra. Good morning, President. Knight walked over and greeted him. Knight, you're just in time. I have something to discuss with you. The old man jumped down from the bar and waved, come to the second floor with me. After saying that, he jumped up and jumped directly to the second floor. As a result, he didn't pay attention and hit his head against the stone pillar, making a thumping sound. Naquan pretended not to see it and turned to ask Myra, what's the matter? About the S-level exam. Myra Jane held her face and had a headache. There are so many newcomers this year, and there are many people who meet the exam requirements, but there are not enough examiners. Isn't that in December? Yes, but the exam rules are different every year. What should we do this year? Myra Jane said with a smile, the president also wants to ask your opinion. No, I'm a newcomer, why are you asking me? Knight thought helplessly and had to go up to the second floor and came to the president's office. President. The old man sat behind the desk and said with a smile, regarding this year's S-level exam, do you want to participate? Knight thought, I am already Saint 10, why should I participate in the S-level exam? Yes, I will participate. At this time, Mavis showed up and said with a smile. Fourth generation, you must first become the S-level of the guild, and then you can successfully become the fourth generation. First generation, why haven't you given up yet? 228 What kind of monster guild is Fairy Tale? What are the benefits of becoming the president? Knight couldn't think of it even if he racked his brains. But it is foreseeable that the president will attend routine meetings, clean up the mess of the guys in the guild, and write a letter of apology. Knight doesn't want to be the president. Mavis has been calling him the fourth generation, obviously having discussed it with Makarov. The old man also seemed to want to appoint him as the fourth generation, so that he could retire early and be freed from the hell of self-criticism. Nate, with your strength, it is natural for you to become the S-level of the guild. The president said. When you become S-level, I can retire next year. So you are going to appoint me as the fourth generation next year? Knight spread his hands, then I won't participate. Solve the problem from the root. When Makarov heard this, he immediately blew his beard and glared. Then we can only make an exception. With your reputation and strength, no one in the guild will have any objection to you becoming the fourth generation president. Knight's face was full of helplessness. Sometimes being too popular is not good. Who will save me? I don't want to write a self-criticism. Meeting Makarov's expectant eyes and the smiling expression of Mavis little lowly, Knight had to nod, then I'll still participate. That being said, If the president insists on passing the position to him, when he becomes the fourth generation, he can pass the position back. I remember that in the original plot, Gildarts did this. President Makarov went from the third generation to the sixth generation. By the way, the fourth generation in the original work was Uncle Makayo, and the seventh generation was Urza. Makarov smiled and said, "I'll be relieved to hand over the position of president to you." Mavis encouraged, "Come on, fourth generation. Okay, I will definitely work hard to become the president." Knight thought to himself, being the president for 1 minute, that would be considered his effort. Next, let's talk about the S-level exam. When the old man thought that he would retire soon, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Damn the hell of self-criticism, the shitty council idiots, they have nothing to do with me in the future. There are also routine meetings, whoever wants to go can go. According to the practice of previous years, I will select several suitable candidates, and finally pass the tests, and compete for the last qualified person to be appointed as S-level. Nate, if you participate this year, the others can only be runners-up. Besides, there are a lot of people who are suitable for the exam this year. In the annual S-level exam, there may not be a qualified person, and there may be times when all fail. Otherwise, the current number of S-level people in Fairy Tale would not be only 5. The content of the test is not only strength, but also involves wisdom, luck, etc. Nate thought for a while and asked, "President, can there only be one qualified person?" The president shook his head, "It is the content of the exam in previous years. In the end, there will be only one qualified person. There is no limit that only one person can pass. In previous years, the number of people taking the exam was very small, and there might be 4 or 5 people at a time. But this year is obviously different. This year's list of candidates suitable for participation currently, there are these, and there may be more or less in the future. Take a look first." Seeing Makarov take out a document from the table, Knight took it and glanced at it. There are quite a lot of people. Natsu, Gray, Elfman, and Levy are participating for the first time this year. Kana has participated 4 times in a row, and this year is her 5th time. Among the newcomers, Lucy, Juvia, Altair, Melty, Wendy, and Gajeel are also written on it. Of course, Knight's name is also there. In addition, there are Makayo, Wakaba, Farid, Alba Green, Bigusro, and a person named Meister. Isn't this too many? Knight muttered in his heart, why are there so many this year? It would be a pity if only one of so many people could pass. For example, Farid is good at ritual magic and has the strength of S-level. There are also Altair and Melty, 2 former members of the 7 Purgatory, who are S-level no matter which guild they are in. There are also Gajeel and Juvia, the former S-class ghosts. Lucy is not weak either, she has mastered the history of the super magic star map, and has collected all 9 keys of the zodiac. From this point of view, this lineup is a bit luxurious. What kind of monster-level guild is Fairy Tale? President, is it too many? Knight put down the list. Have there been so many people in previous years? You can get 4 or 5 mahjong tables. So I want to ask your opinion on the content of this exam. Makarov was also a little troubled by this. If you want to ask me what my opinion is, then I definitely have no opinion. Knight said, I am also a candidate, it is not appropriate for me to give opinions. Turning around and throwing the Trublito the blonde little Lolita. First generation, why don't you make the rules for this year? Mavis's Ahog stood up immediately, her eyes sparkled, and she looked very interested. Can I? The first generation will decide the content of the exam. The third generation certainly couldn't say no. He raised his thumb and smiled, the first generation will definitely be fine. The old and the young looked at each other, and they understood each other tacitly. Coaxing the first generation little Lolita, that's how tacitly. Ahem, since the third and fourth generations said so, leave it to me. The first generation clenched his right fist and put it in front of his mouth and coughed lightly, then raised a finger excitedly. Mavis, who has the title of fairy strategist, will definitely come up with an excellent exam content. Calling himself Mavis, and calling himself a fairy strategist. It's a bit cute. Knight laughed secretly in his heart and clapped his hands. You are worthy of being the first generation. When you come up with excellent exam content, I will treat you to strawberry cake. Really? The first generation little Loli's eyes lit up, but she quickly reacted. I am not a glutton. The damn fourth generation actually treated her like a child. But it was agreed that strawberry cakes are not allowed to be cheated. Knight left the president's office and went downstairs to the tavern, just in time to see a stranger. Hey? Meister? It's rare to see you back. Someone in the guild greeted Meister and looked very familiar. Meister smiled and said, because of the online commission function, I don't need to accept commissions in the guild now, so I haven't been back for a long time. Really, the magic network developed by Knight is so powerful. Seeing this scene, Knight couldn't help but think, the magic of memory? Why didn't I get it? It should be similar to magic like charm, which is ineffective for people who know the truth. Unfortunately, as a time traveler, Knight knows Mest's identity very well. When I saw the name Mest on the S-level exam list just now, I felt a little strange. Agent of the Intelligence Department of the Magic Council. Thinking of this, Knight immediately walked over, hooked Mest's neck, and said with a smile. Long time no see, Mest, come with me. As he said, he forcibly took him out of the guild. Mest was confused. Well, long time no see? No, did I say long time no see to you in the memory I set? 229 playing games with public funds? This is all for the mission. Are Knight and Mest so close? Not sure. Looking at Mest being led away by Knight, the people in the tavern couldn't help but feel a little confused. I always feel that something is wrong. Outside the guild tavern, Knight pulled the man to a corner before letting him go. Come back. Come back. Mester spoke in confusion, but his heart was very calm. In the memory he set, he should not be that familiar with Knight. The magic memory can change the memory of others, and the key lies in the setting in advance. But it is obviously impossible to set up such a thing in detail. Did the Magic Council send you? At this time, Knight asked straight to the point. Mester's face changed, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Exposed? Facing the questioning of a Saint 10 wizard, he didn't know how to answer. The task given to him by the higher UPS was to sneak into the Fairy Tale Guild and investigate the information about Star Spirit Pokémon. If possible, it would be best to get some handle on Fairy Tale. At this time, his identity was revealed, and Mester's heart sank, and he couldn't figure out what went wrong. There was no time to think about it. As a spy agent, the wise thing to do when his identity was exposed was to run. With a whoosh, Met disappeared. Teleport. Knight raised his eyebrows, and immediately activated Flying Thunder God. Magnolia, the most prosperous commercial street. The area with dense traffic, the streets were full of pedestrians. In an alley on the side of the street, a figure flashed, and Mester appeared out of thin air. He walked quickly towards the crowded street. Facing Knight of the 10th Saint, he did not choose to flee the city. He had read Knight's magic intelligence carefully before coming. The special eye Magic 6 Eyes has a very wide field of view. Instead of teleporting to the sparsely populated suburbs and being discovered by the other party's eyes, it is better to blend in with the crowd and hope to escape. However, before he walked out of the alley, a golden light flashed in front, and Knight also teleported. Mester's face changed, and he said in shock, "Your Flying Thunder God magic is different from my teleportation, and it requires coordinates." Halfway through his words, Mester immediately remembered the previous scene. Knight chuckled, when I was arm in arm with you, I left the coordinates on you. How insidious! Mester thought to himself and teleported away again. This time, he didn't play any tricks, and teleported directly to the sparsely populated eastern forest. Where are the coordinates? As soon as he appeared, Mester searched on his body, and finally found a faint breath of magic on his right shoulder. It's a tricky magic, it's hard to find without deliberate exploration, right? How to destroy this coordinate? The coordinates are implanted in the body, and the easiest way is to cut off the shoulder. If there is enough time, it can be sealed. Just thinking about it, a golden light flashed in front of him, and Knight had already chased him. Why are you running? Knight was speechless. You who also mastered the ability of teleportation, I surrender. Mester simply raised his hands. Even if he faced Makarov, he was confident that he could run away easily. But facing Knight, it seems that he really can't run away. The opponent's magic power is much higher than his, and in the end he must have exhausted his magic power first. Knight shook his head and said, "What did the council ask you to do?" Mester was silent for a moment, thinking about whether he could tell the mission. It seems that there is no problem if he tells it. To investigate star Pokemon. Investigate Pokemon. Knight nodded suddenly. I can probably guess what the Magic Council is thinking. They are afraid that Pokemon will proliferate and burden the management of the magic world. What's your nickname on the Magic Network? While asking, Knight opened the Magic Network and clicked to search. Mester was very honest now. Mester. Oh, another warrior who uses his real name to surf the internet. Knight complained in his heart and added the other party as a friend. I sent you the game client. If you want to investigate, you can play it yourself and you will know. I remembered that I have something else to do. So, goodbye. After saying that, a golden light flashed and the person disappeared in front of him. Mester scratched his head. He left now? He opened the Magic Network and saw the friend request, and there was an additional message. Through Knight's friend request, the client in the message was downloaded to the local computer. If I had known it was so easy, I would have asked him for a client directly. Why bother to modify the memory? Mester muttered softly, and when the download was completed, he opened the game as soon as possible. After studying it inside and out, he roughly understood what was going on. In short, as long as you consume magic web coins, points, or J coins, you can buy 3 kinds of card draw tickets, and you can draw Pokemon from different card pools. Currently, Magic Web already has the Magic Web Mall function. Whether it is Magic Web coins or points, you can buy it with J coins. After conversion, Meister found that the most cost-effective is Magic Web coins, followed by points, and directly using J coins to draw cards is the most expensive. Yesterday, he deposited magic power into the magic bank and got more than 200 Magic Web coins. Let's try, 4 Pokemon in the limited time pool, 4 Pokemon in the permanent pool. Draw Pikachu. Without a half-second hesitation, Meister put all the Magic Web coins into the permanent pool. He also read the Pokemon Unprinted chapter updated yesterday. He believes that after reading it, everyone will want to draw Pikachu. Is there really anyone who can resist not drawing Pikachu? Meister looked at the card drawing screen with great anticipation. After 210 draws, he got 5 fragments. Cunning Knight, what does it mean that Pokemon also has fragments? Mester's scalp tingled. How many Magic Network coins would be needed to collect 10 Pikachu fragments? With his magic power, it was not enough. Wait, I'm helping the council investigate. There's no need to use my Magic Network coins to draw cards, right? Thinking of this, Mester quickly opened the friend list and found the ID of Speaker Grandoma. Mr. Speaker, I have successfully infiltrated Fairy Tail and obtained the game client. After a while, the speaker replied. Grandoma, good job, Doran Bart. Mester, just encountered a little difficulty. Grandoma, what's the problem? Master, to confirm the destructive power of Pokemon, you need to get Pokemon by drawing cards first, and drawing cards must consume Magic Network coins. Master, my magic power is not enough to support myself to draw a Pokemon. I hope to get a mission fund. Well, this is all for the mission, not for drawing cards. Master nodded secretly, looking forward to how many coins the speaker will give him. Grandoma, really? I will ask someone to transfer the funds to you. Remember to confirm the growth and destructive power of each Pokemon. Master, I will definitely complete the mission. This is what you said, speaker. I only wanted to draw Pikachu, but now I have to draw 8 Pokemon. Master thought, this mission is really easy, and I can play games with public funds. After a while, he received the mission funds given to him by the council. Your Magic Network Bank has received 10,000 Magic Network coins. 10,000. Master was shocked and quickly hinted to himself, this is all for the mission. 230 The alien messenger sent by Queen AI, the excited Gajeel. Master is really a member of Fairy Tail. However, in order to perfectly infiltrate the council, he sealed this memory. President Makarov should know about this. Of course, Knight also knew about it. But he didn't point it out because he couldn't explain the source of the news. As for the fact that the other party was assigned by the Magic Council to investigate Pokemon, Knight let him do it. It's a game, so he can investigate it however he wants. The magic world is like this. The council only needs to maintain the order of the magic world, but as a game developer, Knight has a lot of things to consider. For example, is this game good? How much magic can be harvested by playing, whether it will be a loss? I have to go and pick up Wendy and the others. While Meister was obsessed with drawing cards, Knight had already arrived in the world of Edras. Yesterday, Wendy sent him a private message. Knight went on a date with Kana and did not pick her up immediately. At this time, Edras Kingdom, Palace, Amusement Park. It is hard to imagine that a luxurious amusement park would be built in the palace. Ah ha ha ha, Wendy, don't you want to play together? It's very interesting. Natsu sat on the magic version of the carousel, spinning so fast that it had formed an afterimage. Wendy's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and she reminded him, Mr. Natsu, the duration of Troya is almost up. Is Knight not here yet? Xiaolulu crossed her arms. Harpy, love must have been delayed by more important things. As soon as the voice fell, a golden light flashed in front. Knight raised his hand and said hello, hey, are you going back now? Brother Knight, it's your turn. Wendy was delighted. At this time, Natsu was thrown out by the high-speed rotating carousel. Knight was quick and grabbed his collar. Natsu, it seems you are having a lot of fun. Natsu's eyes had turned into mosquito-repellent eyes, and he said dizzily, love. Harpy imitated Knight, spread his hands, and shook his head in a mature manner. It seems that Troya's time has come. I really can't do anything about you, let me help you relax a little. Knight smiled and punched Natsu immediately. Bang! The next moment, Natsu's face suddenly showed a peaceful sleeping face like a baby. Wendy and Xiaolulu both shed cold sweats, and the cat whispered to each other. Wendy, are you okay, Mr. Natsu? Xiaolulu, it's okay, the body of the dragon slayer is very strong probably. Knight carried Natsu on his shoulders and said to the others. Let's go back. Is there anything else to do? No, brother Knight, let's go back now. Wendy answered quickly. At this time, shouts came from outside the amusement park. Wait a minute. Knight raised his eyes and looked at the entrance. Queen Urza was walking with a black cat. See you again, Urza. Queen Urza was wearing a purple dress with a long skirt that could drag on the ground. Her crimson hair was tied up behind her head, and she wore an exquisite crown on her head. She looked more elegant than before, and had more queenly temperament. "It's only been a few days since you left last time," Queen Urza smiled slightly. "I have something to ask of you." Knight signaled the other party to continue. Queen Ai said again, "I would like to ask you to take Pansalili to Asland as well." "Black cat?" Knight looked at the big black cat with a puzzled look. Pansalili immediately explained. After the Magic Network updated to version 0.8 yesterday, Her Majesty the Queen held a meeting overnight, and we realized the importance of Magic Network coins. With Magic Network coins, there is no need to buy magic crystals in Asland. But if you want to buy Magic Network coins, you can only go through the Magic Network Mall, and private transactions are not allowed. Therefore, they need to open an account in a bank in the other world and deposit enough J-coins to purchase a large number of Magic Network coins. Her Majesty the Queen appointed me as the envoy of the Kingdom of Edras, and I will be stationed in the world of Asland in the future. Pansalili said respectfully, "Please take me to Asland with you, Mr. Knight. I am also very curious about the world that His Royal Highness the Prince is nostalgic for." "Are you really going?" Knight's expression was subtle. The other party's motives are understandable, but he always feels a little weird. Natsu has Happy, Wendy has Charlulu, and Gajeel is still alone. "If he sees you, you're done." "Yes." Pansalili looked puzzled. "Is there anything wrong?" "If you have conditions, we can discuss." "Nothing wrong, you are welcome to be my guest." Bringing someone along just a cat, a small matter. Nate snapped his fingers. With a pop, Wendy, Charlulu, Happy, and Lily's feet all appeared flying Thunder God magic circle. Queen Ai smiled and waved goodbye. "Nate, I'm sorry to bother you again this time." While activating the magic circle, Knight asked, "Is the ring going well?" "Some samples have been made, and the first batch will be produced next month. At that time, you will need to attach a magic net to the ring. See you next month, bye." Nate smiled and said goodbye. "Goodbye, Miss Urza." Wendy also said goodbye politely. "Your Majesty, I will complete the mission," Pansalili solemnly promised. Then, the golden light shone brightly. Zero seeking flowers. When the light faded, Knight and others had disappeared in the amusement park. Queen Ai lifted her hair and whispered to herself, "I owe him a lot again." Although the people of the capital called Knight the Savior, the empty name was not enough to repay him. Queen Ai thought with a headache. How to repay the favor? Magnolia, South Exit Park. Knight and others returned to the world of Asland. "We are here." Knight introduced the Black Cat ambassador. "This is the world of Asland, Ishgar in the eastern continent, the southernmost permanent neutral magic kingdom, the kingdom of Fiori, the town of Magnolia, and the location of the official guild Fairy Tale." After saying that, he laughed and teased. "Ambassador, do you want to go to Fairy Tale, or go to the capital to meet the king of the kingdom of Fiori? Or, go to the official organization that manages the magic world, the Magic Council?" Before Pansalili could answer, he suddenly changed from a big black cat to a small black cat like a harpy. He looked at his little paw with astonishment. "It seems that Asland is incompatible with my original physique. Are you okay?" Xiaolulu was surprised. "It looks fine now." Compared to this, Lily looked up at Knight. "I want to go to the guild where His Royal Highness is, that is, your Fairy Tale." Knight nodded and handed Natsu, who was sleeping on his shoulder, to Happy. "You take him to the guild." "Love, thank you for your hard work, Knight." Happy transformed his wings and lifted Natsu up. Every time he saw this scene, Knight admired his strength. Watching them leave, Knight immediately sent a private message to Gajeel. "Sigma Man, guess what I saw? I am Iron Dragon, Knight. What's wrong?" Sigma Man, Natsu and Happy.jpg, Wendy and Charlo.jpg. Sigma Man, Do you think someone is missing? Sigma Man, Black Cat Lily.jpg. I am Iron Dragon, Cat. Wild? Shocked.jpg. No, what does wild mean? Nate complained in his heart. Sigma Man, this black cat seems to be in the guild, don't say I told you, smile.jpg. I am Iron Dragon, thank you for your information. I owe you a favor. Then he went offline. Nate thought, should I go and see the excitement? Forget it, it's more important to create more Pokemon first. Immediately walked back to the apartment. Kana sent a private message. Kana, Dad smirking.jpg. 231 Visiting the Star Spirit World with the eldest lady, 4/4 asking for monthly tickets. Kana, Dad smirking.jpg. Nate didn't know what she was laughing at. Looking back at the chat history, the message he sent was listen to Dad and quit drinking in the future. It turned out that he was following his words and calling him Dad. Sigma Man, awake? How is your health? Nate was a little worried about her physical condition. It was her first time, but she played a little too much yesterday. Kana, it's okay, it doesn't hurt much, Daddy is great shy.jpg. Kana, but it's impossible to quit drinking. Rolling eyes.jpg. As expected of a woman who started drinking at the age of 13, there is no room for negotiation on quitting drinking. Nate didn't have to interfere with her, but drinking too much is not good for the body. Sigma Man, what is wine to you? Kana, it's the water of life. Kana's quick answer made Nate speechless. Kana, if Daddy can promise not to eat my giant panda in the future, I will promise you to quit drinking. Proud.jpg. Sigma Man, you win. As expected of a bold girl, she can say a tiger and wolf word from time to time. Kana, big pervert, shy.jpg. Kana, looking forward to the next date blowing kiss.jpg. Sigma Man, take a good rest, try to drink less alcohol, drinking like you do is too harmful to your health. Kana, I know you are just like your dad, annoying. Left hum.jpg. Sigma Man, once a father, always a father. You must call me Dad in private from now on. Smirk.jpg. Kana, do you want to call me that in the guild? I can do that. Sigma Man. Chatting with Kana all the way back to the apartment. Nate continued to create more Pokemon. With the previous experience, he is now more and more skilled in creating new Pokemon. The most difficult thing is actually the skill reproduction of Pokemon. Creating a Star Spirit doll is simple, but adjusting and adapting the moves of a Pokemon is troublesome. Of course, this is nothing, it just takes a little more time. The trouble is that you will encounter some Pokemon with special moves. For example, Jigglypuff's Sing requires sleep magic. Another example is Casey's Teleport, which requires teleport magic. Although Flying Thunder God can also be used, it is a bit of a waste of talent for Casey. And Ditto's transformation requires transformation magic. In short, the difficulty is all concentrated on these moves. It took more than 3 hours to finally deal with a new Pokemon Rattata. At this time, there was another private message. You, Nate, the reserve magic has reached the warning line. Sigma Man, a run occurred? You, it's not pure magic, it's star power. Seeing this sentence, Knight said secretly. It's here, it's finally here. He knew that the star power would not be able to hold on sooner or later. On the one hand, it is used to create dolls of star Pokemon, and on the other hand, each time a Pokemon is upgraded, a certain amount of star power will be rewarded. Reach after the corresponding level, these accumulated star power will help Pokemon evolve and change its appearance. Sigma Man, I know, I will solve it immediately. After replying to you, Knight prepared to go to the Star World and visit the Star King. The Star King had invited him to visit the Star World many times before. This time he had to go. Before going, Knight greeted the Star King first. Sigma Man, Star King, I want to visit the Star World. I want to trouble you for something. Star King, are you willing to come? I have been waiting for a long time. It won't be long, right? 1 day in the Star World is 3 months in the human world. Knight thought, why not call Lucy too? So, he sent a private message to Lucy again. Recently, Lucy has been busy entertaining Lucy from another world. She takes people to play everywhere every day. I don't know how much money she has left in her pocket. Lucy, are you going to the Star World? I'll go. I'm definitely going. Sigma Man, where are you? Lucy, Phoenix Balsam Village, the hot spring street here is super fun, come with me next time. Lucy, there is also a hotel called Super Express here, which is also a super popular place. Lucy, Picture 1, Picture 2, Picture 3. Like most girls, Lucy also likes to share what she sees and hears with her boyfriend. Nate opened the picture and looked at it. It was indeed a bit lively. He remembered that the Phoenix Balsam Village was just west of Magnolia, and the distance was quite close. When it snows, take you to soak in the snowy hot springs. Sigma Man, is big sister Lucy with you? Lucy, it's Ashley, knock on the head.jpg. Lucy, anyway, wait for me, we'll be back soon. Nate actually wanted to say, don't worry, you can play slowly. The warning line he set for the Star Power Reserve is enough to support 2 or 3 days. 0. After all, there are not many players now. It will be different after the official version of the game is launched. There will be up to 100,000 players. He has to solve the problem of insufficient star power before that. Waited for about an hour. Lucy came to the apartment in a dusty state. Nate. Let's go. The eldest lady was eager to try, and was a little out of breath. Obviously, she ran all the way back. Where is Ashley? Knight saw her alone, so he asked. She went to the guild. It happened that she was tired today. Anyway, let's go to the Star World. Lucy excitedly grabbed her boyfriend's hand, but how to get there? You call Barag out, she can take us there. Yes. Lucy quickly took out the key of Virgo and summoned Barag. Are you summoning me, princess? Barag, dressed as a maid, bowed elegantly to Knight. Lord Knight, we meet again. The Star Spirit King is waiting for your visit. Lucy. I am the master. She suddenly remembered something, but humans can't survive in the Star Spirit world, right? What should we do? Don't worry, princess, just change into the clothes of the Star Spirit world. Barag clapped her hands like a magician, and suddenly, 2 sets of Star Spirit world clothes, one for a man and one for a woman, appeared in her hands. Princess, do you want me to help you change? No, I'll change myself. Lucy picked up the girls 3.0 and walked to the bathroom. I'll change first, Knight. Barag felt a little regretful, and turned to Knight. Lord Knight, can I help you change? Okay. Knight just nodded. No. The young lady rushed over from the bathroom, grabbed Knight, and took him into the bathroom. I can change my boyfriend myself. Kate thought with amusement, the young lady really can't help teasing. Baraga imitated Habby, covering her mouth and flicking her tongue. There is an affair. So, he is my boyfriend. Lucy's roar came from the bathroom. Hee, when I see Aqua in the celestial world, she will no longer be able to laugh at me for not having a boyfriend. The roar turned into pride. After changing into the celestial world costumes noisily, Knight and Lucy finally entered the celestial world with the help of Baraga. 232 Celestial King, I can be a Pokemon too. Celestial world. Completely different from the human world. The sky is like the Milky Way hanging for 9 days, and the planets floating in the space are very close to the visual distance. There are all kinds of wonderful buildings on these small planets. At this time, in the starry world, a vortex was born in the sky. A beam of golden light projected from the vortex and fell into a disc-shaped platform. There was a winding path in front of the platform, leading directly to a crystal-like palace. The golden light dissipated, and Knight and the other two appeared on the circular platform. Lucy opened her eyes wide and looked around, her face full of amazement. "Is this the Star Spirit Realm? It's so beautiful." "Yes, Princess, this is the Star Spirit Realm." Barg made a gesture of invitation. "From here, follow the path all the way and you will reach the palace where the Star Spirit King entertains guests." "Are these planets real?" It was Knight's first time to come to the Star Spirit Realm. He pointed to a planet in the sky and asked, "What is the building on it?" "It's true, Lord Knight, that's the house where the star spirits live. You should be referring to the residence of Pisces." Barg replied. "Pisces?" Lucy looked over curiously. It was the star spirit she had not yet contracted. "Come with me first." Under the leadership of Barg, the two walked side by side along the path. Knight used his 6 eyes to observe everything in the Star Spirit Realm. This place was filled with star spirit power, and the concentration was incredibly high. For example, if the magic power of Edlas was a small pond that was about to dry up, then, Aslan was a vast ocean. And the Star Spirit Realm was a pure water planet. No wonder humans couldn't survive in the Star Spirit Realm, the concentration of star spirit power was too high. Knight thought silently. It's like humans need oxygen, but too high a concentration of oxygen is not good. The Star Spirit Realm clothes he and Lucy wore were specially used to isolate star spirit power. It's difficult for ordinary wizards to move freely here. But if they are particularly powerful, they may not need the protection of these clothes. Knight had the urge to change his clothes and try it out, but considering the different speed of time in the two worlds, he decided to give up. Soon after, the two came to the palace, and the open-air banquet hall had already been set up with tables and chairs. On the table covered with a white tablecloth, there was a rich feast of food from the star world. It looked no different from the human world. "Please sit down." Barg stood respectfully beside the table and gestured for a seat. Knight and Lucy just sat down. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and a mermaid appeared on the table. "Aquia." Lucy was startled. Aquia, the Aquarius star spirit. The lower body is a fish, the upper body is a human, sitting on the table, with the fish tail hanging outside. She supported the table with one hand, put one hand on her waist, and said to Lucy, "It's unbelievable that Lucy has a boyfriend." "Alas! Why are you sighing?" Lucy rolled her eyes at her, took Knight's arm, and proudly introduced. "This is my boyfriend, Knight." "I know, you've been talking about it so many times." Aquia raised the corner of her mouth and raised her hand to show the magic net ring on her index finger. "Lord Knight, what do you like about Lucy?" Knight thought for a while. "It's our first meeting, Aquia, what do you like about Lucy?" "Well, this is a complicated question." Paused. "Where is the Star Spirit King? If you stay here for one more minute, 1.5 hours will have passed in the human world." As soon as the voice fell, a huge figure appeared in the starry sky. "My dear friend, and my old friend, welcome to the Celestial Spirit World. Lord Celestial Spirit King." Aquia and Baluge immediately saluted respectfully. Lucy also stood up, eyes wide open, so big. The Celestial Spirit King's physique is comparable to a skyscraper, and he seems to be wearing armor, looking like a warrior. Nate stood up and nodded to greet. "Celestial Spirit King, first meeting, I am Knight. My dear friend, your magic web is very interesting, and the updated Pokémon animation is also very interesting." The Celestial Spirit King grinned, and his two long beards trembled slightly. Because the time flow rate of the two worlds is different, he started watching it as soon as it was updated, and he hasn't finished watching the first episode yet. Celestial Spirit King, this visit is for this matter. Nate thought, flew up lightly, and came in front of the Celestial Spirit King. Then, he condensed a card and released the full-level Pikachu in the card. This is the Celestial Pokemon I created, it's called Pikachu. Celestial King looked at Pikachu. It is very similar to Celestial, but it is not Celestial, it can only be regarded as a puppet. The power that drives Pikachu is very complicated, even he can't see through it for a while. Amazing creation. Celestial King praised, why not give it a real soul? Isn't this because I can't afford to offend the god Angsaram? Nate simply said, the new game I am developing now needs the magic of the celestial realm. I hope to get your help on this. I have heard of celestial Pokemon a long time ago. Celestial King nodded and smiled. My friend, I already know your troubles, and I can help you, but I have a small request. The Celestial King is quite easy to talk to. Nate doesn't quite understand why the Celestials are so friendly to him now. It's not that the Celestials are bad and shouldn't be friendly, but their attitude is a little too good. Is it because of the identity of the Lord of the Demonic Web? Knight guessed, what request? I can agree to it within my ability. Your animation is very interesting. Celestial Pokemon was born in the celestial world, and this kind of fictional story makes me look forward to it. The Celestial King pointed at himself and smiled brightly, can I appear in the animation? Ah! Knight was stunned for a moment. Although I am the king, I am also a celestial. The Celestial King crossed his arms and grinned as if showing a row of white teeth. At the same time, I can also be a Pokemon. Knight had a black question mark on his face. He understood the Celestial King's request. It's similar to Levi's idea, wanting to play a minor role in the animation? No. It's really not appropriate for the Celestial King to play a minor role, and he has to arrange a more important role. Divine Beast? Knight's special expression is subtle, it is not impossible to create an original mythical beast. Are there any difficulties? The Star Spirit King is very concerned about being a minor role. If there are any difficulties, you can tell me, I will help you find a solution. No difficulties, but Star Spirit King, are you sure? Nate had to take precautions in advance. As a Pokemon, it may enter the card pool. It would be even better if it could enter the card pool. The Star Spirit King nodded and said, my friend, I'll leave this matter to you. Still want to enter the card pool? Nate didn't know how to complain for a while. However, the problem of insufficient star spirit power was solved. 233x784S level exam, 17 participants. With the help of the Star Spirit King, the problem of insufficient star spirit power was easily solved. After achieving the goal, Knight wanted to run away. After all, the time flow rate of the two worlds is too different. If you stay here for 1 day, 3 months will pass in the human world. But the Star Spirit King obviously won't let him leave easily, and warmly invited him to drink together. Knight couldn't escape, so he went to the Feast of the Stars with Lucy. At the feast, he saw many stars of the zodiac, and all the stars that Lucy had contracted came to attend. It is worth praising that the food in the star world is very delicious. For example, crab seafood pasta with stardust cream. Another example is lamb chops topped with lamb sauce. And, 8 treasure fresh fish rainbow hot pot. While tasting these 3 delicacies, Knight couldn't help but look at Cancer, Aries, and Aquarius. I really don't know where these ingredients come from the dark star world. At the feast, Lyra also performed harp performances, and the beautiful singing sounded like the sound of nature. After the feast, Knight and Lucy visited the library of the Star World together and saw many books that could never be seen in the human world. If time was not tight, Knight would really like to read it carefully and learn about the history of the Star World. At the time of parting, The Star King gave Lucy a magic book that recorded many star magic. My old friend, I hope this magic book will be helpful to you. Thank you, Uncle Beard. Back to the circular platform where they first landed. After Barag activated the teleportation magic 560, Knight and Lucy ended this short journey to the star world. Knight's apartment. Lucy looked at the moon outside the window and said in surprise. Is it already up? The moonlight outside the window was already hazy. Knight confirmed the current time through the magic network and nodded. Yes, it's up in 10 days. Ah. The eldest lady looked confused. Didn't it just pass a few hours? Knight said, to be precise, it's more than 2 hours in the star world, but it's 10 days in the human world. 10 days, the eldest lady cried with her head in her hands. Is it November now? It's over. What's over? What should I do with the deposit this month? I have no money. The landlord is definitely looking for me. Knight. Lucy looked at Knight pitifully. I've been taking Ashley around lately. Not only have I spent a lot of money, but I haven't worked hard. You have no money? Knight raised his eyebrows. Please lend me 70,000 J. Lucy hugged Knight's arm and began to act coquettishly. Okay? You are my boyfriend, you can't just stand by and watch you die. Knight's mouth slightly raised. You still owe me more than 30 million. If you want me to help you, you have to repay it with your body. As he said, he picked up Lucy and walked towards the bed. Lucy's face flushed, and she slapped her boyfriend's chest in shame and anger. Kiss 2 million. Isn't it too much to increase tenfold? No words all night. When I woke up the next day, Lucy had left early. After getting up and washing up, I walked past the dining table and found that there was breakfast prepared by Lucy on the table, as well as a sticky note with a message. Be on time for breakfast, Lucy. Nate smiled slightly. It felt good to have a girlfriend taking care of him carefully. So, he sat down and ate breakfast while opening the magic network to reply to various messages. After disappearing for 10 days, a large number of private messages piled up. He replied one by one, explaining the reasons. After breakfast, Knight took another hot bath, changed into clean clothes, and then went out to the guild. When he arrived at the guild tavern, he saw that the tavern was particularly lively today. The president will announce the list of S-level exams and the exam rules for the first level later. Xiaolulu stood on the table, with her arms folded across her chest, proudly swinging her tail, and a pink bow was tied on her tail. Really? Lisana said in surprise, is this the ability to predict the future? Xiaolulu shook her tail embarrassedly. I went to Edras to meet the queen of our clan before. She told me that I have the ability to predict the future just like her. It is an innate power. After realizing this, I have been able to control this ability a little. Wendy praised, you are so amazing, Xiaolulu. Lisana's eyes flickered, and she asked curiously, then tell me, whose bride will I be in the future? Xiaolulu's expression collapsed immediately. It's too far in the future, I can't predict it. Hey. Suddenly, a picture flashed in her mind. It's Lisana and Knight kissing. Xiaolulu blushed and covered her face in disbelief. Lisana opened her beautiful eyes. Who is it? Who is my future husband? This can't be predicted. Xiaolulu quickly covered her mouth. She thought it was better not to say anything about the shocking facts. And isn't Knight in love with Myra Jane? Why did Lisana appear in the prediction? If she could predict it, it means it's in the near future, right? Two sisters like the same boy at the same time? No, there's Urza too. Back in the Tower of Paradise, Urza and Knight kissed. This was what she and Wendy saw with their own eyes. So, it's a four-corner love. This was too exciting for Xiaolulu, and her face turned red. However, this kind of gossip can't be shared with others, it's so uncomfortable to hold it in. At this time, with a pop, the sound of a firework tube was heard from the second floor. Colorful ribbons and colorful fireworks fell from the sky, and a guild flag unfolded in the fireworks and hung down from the second floor. This scene instantly attracted everyone's attention. On the corridor on the second floor, Myra Jane smiled and waved at everyone. President Makarov stood on the railing and coughed lightly. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet for a while. It's finally time this year. According to the rules of Fairy Tale and everyone's performance at work this year, I will announce the participants of the S-Class Wizard Upgrade exam next. As soon as these words came out, except for Lysina and Wendy at Xiaolulu's table, everyone else showed astonishment. It's only the beginning of November, President. Yet, isn't it a bit too early to announce this year? It's over. I still want to complete some tasks in this month. People who don't work hard usually have already wailed. An important basis for the qualification to participate in the S-Class exam is the number and quality of tasks completed within this year. Therefore, every November is the time for everyone to cram and rush to complete the task. But this year is obviously different. The list will be announced just after November. Myra Jane explained with a smile, this year's situation is a bit special. The number of participants is much larger than in previous years, and the rules are also different, so it has to be announced in advance. Just as she finished speaking, several more people appeared on the second floor, all of whom were S-Class wizards of the guild. Guildarts, Laxus, Mist Gang, Urza. Nate already knew the list, and when he walked to the corner, he found Mavis. First generation. Long time no see, fourth generation. The first generation said with a smile. For you, it's 10 days, but for me, I just saw you yesterday. Nate complained in his heart. At this time, Makarov, standing on the railing on the second floor, took out a list and began to read it. There are a total of 17 participants in this S-Class upgrade exam. When this was said, everyone was stunned. Are there so many? Divided into male and female groups, 9 men and 8 women. First, the women's group. 234 choose Knight as your partner. Knight is the examiner. First, the women's group. First, Kana Alyapalana. Great. Kana happily raised her glass in the audience. Although she no longer needs the S-level status to give herself the courage to meet her father. But I failed the 4th time before, and I want to challenge it for the 5th time. Knight glanced at her and thought, at least she didn't hold the barrel, and there was progress. Second, Lucy Ha. Lucy was searching for easier tasks through online commission. But because it was too convenient, such jobs would be taken away by others once they appeared. Why not just sell some magic network coins? Just when I was thinking about this, I suddenly heard my name. Lucy looked up in surprise, at me. Levy, who was sitting next to her, asked curiously, Lucy, what is it? Speaking of which, I don't know your last name, Lu. Last name is not important. Lucy fooled away awkwardly. The only people who knew her last name was Heartfilia were Knight and the President. As for why the President also knew. Lucy heard that her father donated a large sum of money to Fairy Tale, and asked the President to take care of her more. That stupid dad, why don't you give me the money? I can't even pay the rent. The third one, Levy Makugadan. Lucy took the opportunity to change the subject. Levy, you are also selected. The fourth one, Jirox. Miss Rain Girl was lurking in the dark, secretly observing Knight, and was a little concerned about the blonde loli next to Knight. Fifth, Olushia Milkovich. Sixth, Medi. These two were not in the bar. Knight had asked when he replied to the message in the morning. They were out on a mission. Myra, notify them online later. Makarov also noticed that the two were not there, and then announced. 7th, Alba Green. 8th, Wendy. Should I participate too? Wendy whispered nervously. It's a pity that I didn't get selected. Lisanana was full of regret and suggested, Wendy, you have to work hard, why don't you choose me as your partner? What does partner mean? It's... Lisanna explained the rules of the previous S-level exams to the newcomer Wendy. At the same time, President Makarov continued to announce the list. Next is the men's group. First, Natsu Dragneel. Natsu stood on a stool with one foot and stepped on the table with one foot, pointing to the second floor and shouting excitedly. S-class people on the second floor, wait for me, I will definitely become S-class. Natsu, magic fusion is prohibited in the exam. Laxus curled his lips, Thunder Dragon is not allowed. Natsu was struck by lightning on the spot, but he recovered his fighting spirit the next second. Even if this is the case, I will not lose. It's good to be motivated, but be quiet now. Makarov threw his hand, his arm grew longer like Luffy, and knocked Natsu down with a punch. Second, Grateful Paster. Is it finally my turn this year? Gray stood up. The people next to him immediately reminded him, clothes. Clothes. Third place, Elfman. Elfman raised his fist, a man should pass it once. Fourth place, Farad. Fifth place, Begusro. The thunder gods were all very quiet, no noise. Sixth place, Gajeel. Gajeel stood on the second floor, leaning against the stone pillar with his arms folded, and a black cat followed him on the railing. When Knight cast his eyes, Gajeel just raised his index and middle fingers and responded with a cool face. Are you Vegeta? Knight complained in his heart, this action is a thank you, right? Thank him for providing information about the black cat? It seems that you get along well. Seventh place, Loki. Loki was a little surprised, am I selected too? Eighth place, Meister. Hearing this name, many people couldn't help but whisper. Meister? It was such a pity last year. Did Meister participate last year? Almost passed. This part is a real memory, not a character created by memory magic. Makarov called out the last name, ninth place, Knight. Instantly, everyone was looking for Knight. Is Knight back? I haven't seen him for half a month. I heard he went on a date with Lucy. A honeymoon trip? What about Sister Myra? Hey, can you stop spreading gossip more and more outrageous? Nate couldn't help rolling his eyes. Who was spreading the gossip? He had to find out. He would curse him to have constipation and poop afterwards. Soon, everyone found Knight in the corner. You're back, Knight. The card pool has not been updated. Update Pokemon quickly. Yes, even on a date, you can't forget to work. Zero seeking flowers. The moment everyone looked at him, the first generation disappeared. Knight's 6 eyes can still see, but others can no longer see. Next time, definitely next time. Knight used the bear to spread his hands and explained in public, I went to the celestial world. The time flow rate of the two worlds is different. Myra Jane said with a smile, regarding Pokemon, Pokemon is allowed in this upgrade test. What do you mean? Pokemon battle. Begusro jumped up excitedly, baby, it's your turn to perform. He threw out 8 cards, and a white light flashed, and 8 Pokemon appeared immediately. Ahem. Makarov coughed helplessly, put away the Pokemon first, and then announced the rules of this year's exam. Previous rules allow participants to find a partner, but this year is different. There are 17 contestants this year, so you need to find partners in the same group and form teams of 2. The 2 people in the team are both competitors and trustworthy partners in the exam. Kana raised her hand as soon as the president finished speaking. President, I choose Knight. With Knight taking the exam, no matter who teams up with him, they can pass, right? Other people also reacted quickly. I choose Knight too. Alba Green said second. Juvia and Lord Knight are a pair. Miss Rain Girl glared at the two angrily. Miss Ultia and Miss Urza are fine, why are you also targeting Juvia's Lord Knight? Lucy sighed, he's my boyfriend, okay, he should be in the same team with me. Lysina whispered, Wendy, it will be easy for you to be in a team with Knight. Xiaolulu also agreed, isn't this equivalent to cheating? Knight is one of the 10 great mages of the Holy Land. It's a bit strange that he can take the S-class exam? No. Myra Jane raised her index finger and chuckled, Knight is a special case. His exam content is independent. In short, he will participate as an examiner like other S-class. Hey! Everyone was stunned. Knight is an examiner? What kind of nightmare is this? Myra Jane continued with a smile. Moreover, it is a team within the same group. The women's group will be with the women's group, and the men's group will be with the men's group. After removing Knight, there will be 8 Team BS in total, with 8 people in each group. 235 The rules of the first stage, the exam has begun, 4/4 flowers requested. Everyone was very shocked that Knight participated in the exam as an examiner. Are we going to fight Knight? The content of the S-level exam is different every year, and it is generally divided into 3 stages. But one of them will face the S-level examiner of the guild. When I thought about the possibility of fighting with Knight, the women's team was fine, but the men's team was a little desperate. Myra Jane was still burning the soy sauce, and her smile was somewhat sinister. There are 6 examiners this time, including Knight. It's me, Urza, Laxus, Mist Gang, Gildarts, and Knight. Everyone, keep working hard, we will meet you in the second stage. Even if it's 2 to 1, facing these 6 people, the probability of winning is too low. Will they let them go? If they don't let them go, can anyone really pass? Considering this, it might be better to meet Knight. The friendly Knight will definitely let you go. Unlike previous years, this year multiple participants are allowed to pass, so don't be discouraged. Show the ambition of a fairy tale wizard. Urza encouraged with a serious face. Mr. Gang nodded, there is still a month before the official exam, so the choice of partner is very important. Laxus grinned, climb up, Natsu, crawl in front of me. Natsu, who was highly expected, climbed up from the ground. Facing Laxus's contemptuous tone, he wanted to rush over and fight him on the spot. Be quiet first. The old president suppressed the situation and continued. This exam is still a 3-level test. After passing the 3 levels, you can get the title of S-level wizard. Now announce the content of the first level of the exam in advance. The tavern was quiet in an instant, and everyone pricked up their ears and listened attentively. Knight couldn't help but glance at the first generation beside him and activated the telepathy magic. First generation, you came up with the content of this exam, right? Yes. Mavis was confident, don't cheat on the strawberry cake you promised me, 4th generation. The president on the second floor continued. The exam will be held at the guild's holy place, Tenro Island. At that time, everyone who takes the exam will be randomly teleported to a certain place on the island. Your goal is simple, reunite with your partner as soon as possible. After reunion, arrive at the second level exam venue as soon as possible, and you will be deemed to have passed the first level after arriving. Is it that simple? Knight's first reaction was that it was a bit simple, but he realized the problem immediately. It seems simple, but in fact, it faces considerable difficulties. The rules are announced now, and partners can choose them. As long as the two agree on a rendezvous point and rush to the destination immediately after the exam begins, the first level can be passed. If everyone does this, it is not impossible for 8 groups of 16 people to pass the first level together. But this is obviously unrealistic. Everyone is a competitor in the exam. Once you encounter someone from another team, it is normal to find a way to eliminate the opponent. Secondly, there is still a month before the exam. Why do you have to announce the rules in advance? Nate immediately realized the reason. First generation, you are so insidious. This is an intelligence war. In fact, the exam has already begun. The first generation puffed up his cheeks in dissatisfaction. Where is insidious? This is the exam content she finally came up with. This era is a bit too peaceful. The children in the guild don't pay enough attention to intelligence. Especially Natsu and Gray, who are all stupid and reckless. As a fairy strategist, Mavis wants everyone to understand that intelligence is a very important part. At this time, after hearing the rules of the first level, the candidates on the scene fell into deep thought. Find a partner, agree on a meeting place, and meet up with your partner as soon as possible. The content of this exam is completely different from the style of previous years. Myra Jane covered her mouth and laughed. In this upgrade exam, candidates are not allowed to use the magic network to communicate throughout the whole process. But they are allowed to use the star Pokémon they have cultivated. This is the rule this year. The content of the second and third levels will be announced on the day of the exam. After the announcement, everyone dispersed on the spot. Makarov jumped down from the second floor. Nate, follow me about your exam content. Okay, President. Nate immediately followed him. He was also very curious about what his exam content would be. The two left the guild and walked down the steps in front of the guild. There is actually no preparation for your exam content. When Makarov spoke, Knight was stunned. No. Because it is meaningless. With your strength, you don't need to take the exam, the old man laughed. The first generation didn't think of how to test you, so when the exam is over, you will become S-level. Nate thought so too. If he can't pass the S-level test with his strength, then there is something wrong with the S-level test itself. So, you will only participate as an examiner. When the time comes, you will need your Flying Thunder God magic to randomly teleport them to the island. I understand. After explaining, Makarov left. Nate watched the old man walk away, thinking, the second generation was fooled by him to go to the western continent. This exam there shouldn't be any problem. I don't know where the second generation is now. We should develop a map function so that he can keep track of the location of the magic network users at any time. Write it down. When we develop this function later, we'll call it satellite map. Knight thought of another person. According to the plot, he might encounter Ziref on Tenro Island. Do you want to go to the island first to see the situation? Knight was somewhat curious about this legendary black magician. But there is no rush. There is still a month before the exam. Let's go and see a few days before the exam. If Ziref is really there, find a way to send him away. Although Ziref is there, it may not attract the black dragon. But what if? Knight doesn't want to see what if, nor does he want Fairy Tail to be sealed for 7 years. As a member of the guild, Knight feels that he needs to nip this situation in the bud. I'm really worried about it. Shaking his head, Knight turned around and returned to the apartment. Let's continue to rub Pokémon. In the tavern, the selected candidates are busy looking for partners. Oh, it's a pity that we can't find Knight as our partner. Listen aside. You don't have to take the exam. Xiaolulu wanted to complain, but she held back. Turned to Wendy and said, Wendy, who do you want to be your partner? Myra Jane came over and smiled softly. Wendy is not good at fighting, but she is good at healing. There must be many people who want to team up with you. Wendy lay on the table, thinking with a headache. In fact, she didn't care much about whether she could pass the S-level exam. But if she chose a partner, she had to try hard for her teammates. Who should she choose? While thinking about this, many people had gathered. On the other side, Lucy was also having a headache about this problem. Altair will definitely be in a group with Melty. They are always inseparable, so there are 5 people left. Kana, Juvia, Wendy, Levi, Alba Green. Looking up, he looked for other people in the tavern. Lucy saw Kana fiddling with cards and walked over curiously. Kana, are you fortune-telling? Yet. When she saw Lucy, Kana suddenly felt guilty. She could guess that Lucy was Knight's girlfriend. She had teased Lucy before. If Lucy knew that she called Knight Dad, she would be too embarrassed to see anyone. Why are you blushing? Lucy wondered. Oh, the guilt is too hot. Kana quickly changed the subject. Do you want to fortune tell? My fortune telling is very effective. Can I? Lucy was interested. Following Kana's instructions, she selected a 1.6 card. What's the result? Kana stared at the divination result for a long time, and asked tentatively. A sign of wealth. Lucy, your father is very rich? Extremely rich. Ah. Lucy widened her eyes. Is it so accurate? Quickly shook her head. No, my father is very poor. I can hardly pay the rent. That's right. Kana was puzzled. So your boyfriend is very rich? Is Knight very rich? It seems that he is very rich, but I have never seen him work. Lucy covered her face with tears. She still owed her boyfriend a lot of money. Why can't I be very rich? She said unconvinced. Impossible, impossible. Kana shook her head again and again. Lucy, you look poor at first glance. Lucy really cried. Kana comforted. Don't worry about it. By the way, how about we form a team for this S-level exam? Can you choose me? Lucy was surprised. Of course you can. You are Knight's girlfriend, and Knight is my father. We are a team, how dare Knight not let us win? Kana thought, the plan works. 236 Scarlet Angel, Irene Belzarian. Irene is in the picture. When they were on the stage, Knight learned from Marajana's private chat that the 16 people who took the exam had formed 8 teams. Women's Group 4. Kana and Lucy, Altair and Melty, Juvia and Wendy, Levy and Alba Green. Men's Group 4. Natsu and Gray, Farid and Bigusro, Elfman and Gajil and Mest and Loki. Sigma Man, how many people will pass in the end? Traveler who set out, I don't know, maybe all of them can pass, smile.jpg. Knight naturally didn't believe it. After finishing the chat with the poster girl, Knight continued to immerse himself in the production of Pokémon. In order to launch the game as soon as possible, he had to work overtime to get all the first-generation Pokémon ready before the S-level exam officially began. 3 days later, Nate updated the third card pool. The 4 Pokémon in the original second card pool, Pidgeot, Caterpie, Tyrannosaurus, and Arboritus, were also transferred to the permanent pool. The new limited-time pool is Spearow, Rattata, Sandshrew, and Pidgeot. After updating the card pool, Knight received a private message from Mr. Jude. Jude Heartfilia, my dear son-in-law, the third batch of rings has been produced. Since knowing that Knight and Lucy were dating, Jude rarely called Knight, and always called him son-in-law. Knight always felt that this guy was urging him to get married in disguise. Sigma Man, how many rings are there this time? Jude Heartfilia, the bank was very happy with the Magic Network payment function that we cooperated with the bank before. Jude Heartfilia, thanks to their loan funds, the monthly output can now reach 1 million pieces. Knight was also very happy to achieve the goal smoothly. According to the current output, the most optimistic estimate is that everyone in the Kingdom of Fiori can use the Magic Network in a month. Thinking about it this way, it seems too little. Sigma Man, can the output be increased? Jude Heartfilia, it is difficult in the short term. It is not a matter of money, but there are not so many prop masters. Jude Heartfilia, apprentices will be recruited next, but it takes time to train apprentices. Sigma Man, I know where you are. I will add Magic Net to the ring. Jude Heartfilia, I am. Jude is at home. The magic workshops he acquired are all over the country, and the largest one is in the capital. All the workshops will deliver the finished rings to his house every week. Nate replied, I will come soon. Then, he activated the Flying Thunder God magic. This time, the eldest lady will not be brought along. Lucy is practicing with Kana to prepare for the S-level exam. Of course, so are the others. The guild has been much quieter recently. Lucy's super mansion. Master Knight, I heard that you are dating Miss Lucy. When Mrs. Spyeth greeted Knight at the door, the first thing she said was gossip. Nate was speechless. Who is so big-mouthed? It must be Jude. This father-in-law might be talking about it every day, and even the maids know it. Mrs. Spett, long time no see. Where is Mr. Jude? In the warehouse. I'll take you there. Under the guidance of Mrs. Spett, Lucy came to the warehouse of the annex. It's called a warehouse. It's bigger than Knight's mansion in the suburbs of Magnolia. Jude was waiting for him in the warehouse. Knight left a Flying Thunder God magic circle here, so that he could teleport to the warehouse at any time in the future. My dear son-in-law, you are here. Knight greeted him and immediately began to enchant the ring. 1,000,000 rings, working from day to night, finally got it done. Jude was always by his side, asking about his and Lucy's recent situation from time to time. Although the old father said that he would not interfere in his daughter's life, he still couldn't hide his concern for his daughter. After completing the enchantment, Jude suggested, I think we can transport part of this batch of rings to the capital and open a magic network ring store there. It's all right, Knight thought for a while and added, but at least keep some and sell them through the magic network. We need to gradually get everyone used to online shopping. As for physical stores, just open a few symbolic stores. Jude pondered and said, then try 100,000 pieces first. I'll set it up now. As he said, he opened his magic network and filled in the inventory quantity in the magic network mall. At the same time, the western continent is separated from the eastern continent by a sea. On this continent, there is an extremely large empire. Its name is Albaraz Empire. It's a super magic military empire formed by 730 guilds. Its capital is called Vistalion. It's a very prosperous city. Compared with it, Magnolia can only be regarded as a small town. At this time, the night of the capital. The city is brightly lit, and the streets are bustling with people. Even on the streets, the nightlife here is extremely rich, and the people live a rich life. On the top of a tall spire building, Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, is standing on the roof, looking at the palace in the distance. Strange, the emperor here is called Shuparigan, not Ziref. Azuma murmured softly. Under the leadership of President Hades, they traveled across the ocean and came to the capital of the empire. The purpose is to find Ziref. Of course, they will not be like reckless men, directly attacking the palace and forcing the whereabouts of the emperor. Instead, they sneak into the capital and collect information bit by bit. But the result is not ideal. The people here call the emperor Shuparigan. Is the information wrong? Azuma frowned and said, no, at least we have to confirm the appearance of the emperor himself. Let's report to President Hades first. As he said, he input magic power into the ring and activated the magic net. The next moment, a translucent interface appeared in front of him. And at this moment, interesting, there is no trace of magic flowing at all. What kind of magic is this? A woman's voice sounded behind him. Azuma's pupils shrank suddenly and he turned around. A woman with long crimson hair tied in 4 braids and a face that was strikingly similar to Urza appeared behind him at some point. The woman was wearing a black cloak and black high-heeled over-the-knee boots, a black wizard hat on her head, and a brown-yellow deer antler-shaped wand with black spots in her hand. Staring at the magic net interface with curiosity. Little mouse, tell me, what kind of magic is this? Why is there no magic power? The scarlet-haired woman smiled and spoke. Who is this woman? Azuma's mind was shocked. What a terrible magic power, even more terrible than that of President Hades. Standing in front of the other party was like facing a burning flame, the flame of magic. Run! Azuma did not hesitate at all and chose to run away at the first time. But the moment he turned around, with a puff, his body shrank. In a few tenths of a second, he changed from a tall man to a mouse. Little mice should look like little mice. The scarlet-haired woman raised her lips slightly, picked up the magic net ring beside the little mouse, pinched it with her thumb and index finger, and observed the moon. Is this it? Tried to inject magic power to activate it, but there was no response. Strange magic prop. The scarlet-haired woman showed a confused expression. The little mouse Azuma gritted his teeth and said, "That's the magic net ring. Others can't activate it. If you want to use it, you must buy a new one." Really? The woman looked down at the mouse. "Hand over a new one and I'll let you go." "Where can I get a new one?" Azuma was silent. What kind of magic was that turned him into a mouse? "Remove the magic first. I can buy one for you through the magic net," Azuma said in a deep voice. The moment he was ready to recover, he tried to escape. The woman with long crimson hair smiled lightly, and with a touch of the magic wand, the little mouse turned back to its original state. However, Azuma found that he couldn't move at all. "Don't think about running, little mouse. I'm just a little curious about the magic in your hand. Is it called the magic net?" At this point, Azuma took the ring thrown by the other party and put it on again. He opened the magic net mall, but was surprised to find that it was actually in stock. The number was as high as more than 90,000. However, the number was decreasing rapidly, decreasing at a rate of thousands or tens of thousands per second. Without time to think about it, Azuma quickly bought a ring through the magic network currency. Just a few seconds after clicking the order and paying, the ring was sold out. He was very lucky to grab one. The next moment, a teleportation array opened, and a ring appeared in his hand. "Hey? There is no magic fluctuation again." The scarlet-haired woman was stunned. It was obviously a teleportation magic, but 217 did not have magic fluctuations. This completely subverted her cognition. With a wave of her hand, a new ring appeared in her hand. After putting it on, inputting magic, and words immediately appeared in front of her. Azuma hurriedly said, "The thing has been given to you. I remind you that it is best not to use your real name. Can you let me go now?" The woman waved her hand, and Azuma left quickly as if he had been pardoned. Internet nickname. The scarlet-haired woman thought for a moment and input Scarlet Goddess. What a good name, Scarlet Despair, not cute at all. After entering the magic network, she quickly browsed the forum and various sections. The more she understood, the more shocked she was. God's magic. It didn't look like magic that humans could master, but more like magic at the level of gods. After thinking for a moment, the woman clicked on the magic arena and the match was completed almost instantly. At this moment, the woman's face changed slightly, and she felt that her consciousness was forcibly stripped from her body. When she opened her eyes again, the seaside arena had appeared. Moved to the seaside in an instant. "No, this is not the real world, isn't it? The fictional space of the game." The woman ignored her opponent, but squatted down, scooped up the sea water with her white palms, and stretched out her tongue to taste it gently. Suddenly, her pupils shrank. The taste of sea water. After 400 years, she experienced the sense of taste again. "Hey, do you want to fight?" A dark-skinned woman on the coast said helplessly, "This is the arena, not for you to drink." A flash of red magic passed by, and the dark-skinned woman was instantly wiped out, not even a speck of ash was left. Not dead, my consciousness was teleported away. Is it really the magic of God? The magic called the magic net? No, magic. Who created it? While thinking about this question, the woman's consciousness was also teleported out of the game. Her eyes were full of desire, and she quickly locked onto the creator of the magic net through the forum. Nate, your nickname is Sigma Man. Erin Belzarian learned it by herself, quickly searched for this ID, and added it as a friend. Message: Hello, respected God, what kind of authority are you in charge of? 237 Mother of the Dragon Slayer, Erin, I my daughter? Pictured is Erin. Lucy's Super Villa. The warehouse of the annex. Judah put 100,000 rings on the magic net and watched them sold out in just a dozen seconds. As the richest man in the kingdom of Fiori, Judah was also extremely surprised. This business model had a huge impact on him. When did business become so easy? The teleportation magic circle of Magic Net Express flickered continuously, delivering the goods in the hands of the user who placed the order. My dear son-in-law, in just a dozen seconds, we made 2 billion, and the profit after deducting the cost is about 1 billion. Robbing a bank is not so fast. Judah muttered in amazement. Knight was also a little surprised. The 100,000 rings on the shelves this time were not notified to users in advance, nor were there any publicity. It was just suddenly put on the shelves, and then sold out in a dozen seconds. There must be someone waiting in front of the Magic Network Mall, waiting for a rush to buy after the inventory is updated. A middleman? Knight thought, and opened the backstage to check the order data. The largest transaction was a one-time purchase of 10,000 rings. There were also many other purchases of hundreds or thousands. This kind of large-scale transaction accounted for at least more than half, and the rest were normal transaction orders, a dozen, a few, or one or two. Should a purchase limit be set? Knight couldn't help but think about it. Knight didn't care much about the middleman making money from his rings. But you bought the ring, don't leave it in the warehouse to collect dust, you must activate it for me. My dear son-in-law, do you want to put another batch on the shelves? Jude couldn't help asking, the speed of making money was too scary. Leave a batch of inventory, and put 10,000 pieces on the shelves every day in the future. Nate thought for a while and said, remember to post a notice on the mall page, I will modify the program later. Purchase restrictions must be imposed at this stage. Each account can only purchase 10 pieces at a time. After saying goodbye to Jude, Knight returned to Magnolia and immediately started to modify the Magic Net Mall. This thing is also very simple to modify, and it can be done in less than half an hour. In short, it is a small function. Allow sellers in the Magic Net Mall to add a purchase restriction function under the products they sell. After modifying the program, Knight did not rush to synchronize the update to all network users, but opened the forum to take a look. Sure enough, there were many posts complaining. The rings in the mall were snapped up in an instant. Who is so fast? There should be 100,000 rings, right? I just took a sip of water, and it was gone. When will it be put on the shelves again? Jude Hartfilia. I waited for several days, but I didn't get a single one. Sigma Man, Lord Knight, please prepare some more rings, kowtow.jpg. Sure enough, there should be a purchase limit. Nate closed the post and secretly modified them all. After doing this, a friend request suddenly popped up. User Scarlet Sky Girl applied to add you as a friend, do you want to add the other party as a friend? Message: Hello, respected God, what kind of authority are you in charge of? Who is this? Nate complained in his heart, the identity of the Sigma Man ID is not a secret, and everyone on the Magic Network knows it. The Wizard of Fairy Tale, one of the 10 holy wizards, the founder of the Magic Network, the master of the Magic Network. These are all open information. Was it a new trick to add him as a friend? Is it interesting to say this or not? Just like pretty girls often face all kinds of pickup, and the general pickup methods are no longer strange. It was the same for Knight, who had seen all kinds of friend requests. But it was the first time that he was directly called respected god. Scarlet Goddess. Knight clicked to agree while checking the other party's information. With developer privileges, all actions of Scarlet Goddess on the Magic Network were visible. This was a new account, registered just half an hour ago. After registering, he browsed through various sections of the Magic Network and matched a magic arena. In a very short time, he defeated a bronze rank wizard. Knight continued to investigate the other party's battle record. The result was a one-shot kill. It was not uncommon to kill in a second, it was just a bronze rank. The arena could simulate the player's magic level. The magic star level of this Scarlet Goddess. It was the highest among all players at present. Such a powerful magician is definitely not an ordinary wizard. Scarlet Angel, could it be her? A name popped up in Knight's mind. Erin Belzarian. One of the 12 shields of the Alvarez Empire, the founder of dragon-slaying magic, the mother of dragon-slaying wizards, and the title Scarlet Despair. She came to Ishgar. No, it was the second generation who came to the Alvarez Empire and brought the magic network with him. Knight guessed. At this time, Scarlet Angel sent a private message. Scarlet Angel, respected God, it is an honor to be your friend. Knight thought that there was a 99% chance that it was Urza's mother. As for the fact that the other party called him a god, Knight could understand it. Just like when Mavis first learned about the magic network, she would think that he was a god, or a human body of a god. The deeper the magic attainments of the wizard, the more he can understand the power of the magic internet. Knight thought about it and simply typed it. Sigma Man, Erin Belzarian. The other party didn't reply for a long time, maybe he was scared by the identity being revealed. After a long while. Scarlet Goddess, I'm honored that you know my name, smile.jpg. Learned quickly, and even used emoticons. Knight complained in his heart, and didn't know what this person wanted to see him for. Sigma Man, the founder of the Dragon Slayer, your talent is amazing. Scarlet Goddess, you know this too? You are worthy of being God. God? Nate thought, if you knew I was your daughter's boyfriend, I wonder what expression you would have. Scarlet Goddess, I hope to receive your blessing, and for this, I am willing to give everything. God's blessing? If there is such a thing, Knight would like to give it to himself. Nate is somewhat curious about the blessing that Irene wants. Sigma Man, what do you want? Scarlet Goddess, because of the side effects of Dragon Slayer magic, I lost my sense of taste. Scarlet Goddess, in your magic arena, after more than 400 years, I experienced it again. Scarlet Goddess, I think you may be able to help me, I want to become a human again. Erin was transformed by dragon-killing magic, from a human to a dragon. She lost her sense of taste and could not sleep. A wizard who learned dragon-killing magic would have dragon seeds born in his body. As the magic becomes more sophisticated, dragon seeds will gradually grow and eventually completely transform humans into dragons. Fire Dragon King Igneel had to use secret techniques to stay in Natsu's body in order to suppress the dragon seeds. It was to suppress the dragon seeds and completely solve this side effect. After thinking about it, he simply replied. Sigma Man, I can help you, for your daughter's sake. Sigma Man, I know you are anxious, but don't worry, I'll ask Fire Dragon King Igneel first. After saying that, he was too lazy to deal with the other person for the time being. At the same time, Alvarez Empire, the capital. Erin looked at the private chat interface, and a beautiful question mark appeared above her head. My daughter. 238 The shock of the Fire Dragon King, stepping into the gate of truth. After finishing the chat with Irene, Knight continued to make Pokémon. It is good news that the magic net has spread to the western continent, but the current ring production is so limited, so it is not meaningful to spread it. The leeks are crying for food, but unfortunately the landlord has no surplus food. The current goal is to ensure that everyone in the kingdom of Fiori can use the magic net. As for the blessing that Irene wants, ask Igneel tomorrow. The next day, morning. Knight sent a message to Natsu. Sigma man, Natsu, where are you? I need your help with something. Natsu, in special training. Then report a location. In Magnolia, beside a river in the suburbs, a waterfall poured in from a high place, stirring up waves. A beam of golden light fell from the sky and landed with a thud. Knight met Natsu and Grey. The two of them sat cross-legged under the waterfall, wearing only a pair of shorts, and used their bodies to withstand the force of the waterfall. Good morning, Knight. Happy sat on a small rock on the shore and greeted Knight when he saw him. Good morning, Happy. Knight nodded. Is this how a wizard practices? At least Natsu practices like this. Doesn't Knight need to practice? I usually practice while lying down. A question mark appeared on Happy's head, and he really couldn't connect lying down with practicing together. Natsu. Knight smiled and shouted to the two who were practicing. Under the waterfall, Natsu and Grey opened their eyes at the same time. The next moment, Natsu jumped up and jumped directly onto the shore across the distance of a meter. 687. What do you want me to do? Natsu grinned. For members of Fairy Tale, helping each other is always a matter of one sentence. To simplify it, it can be where to go and who to fight. No need to fight, I'm looking for Igneel, to ask him something. Looking for Igneel? Please. Natsu put his hands on his hips and puffed out his chest. Why does it feel weird? Knight complained in his heart, stretched out his hand and pressed on Natsu's chest, and his 6 eyes caught Igneel's breath. A world of volcanoes and magma. Knight's spirit body stood in the magma and stepped towards a volcanic island in the center of the magma. Igneel, who was crawling under the volcano, opened his eyes after noticing the outsider, and his huge dragon eyes locked on the visitor. Knight. Only Knight could easily enter such a place. See you again, Fire Dragon King. Knight greeted cordially, how are you recently? Igneel's 2 front paws were placed one above the other, and his big chin rested on the 2 paws. For Knight's question how are you recently, a trace of helplessness flashed in the dragon's eyes. If you don't disturb my sleep, I'll be fine. What's the matter? Igneel raised his dragon head and stared at Knight. After a moment, he was amazed. Your magic power has become much stronger than last time. Agi, I practice hard every day, so it's natural to make progress. Nate said seriously. Igneel looked suspicious. Although he was asleep most of the time, he was not completely ignorant of the outside world. Aren't you a famous slacker in the guild? Don't even work, let alone practice. Ahem. Nate coughed lightly. This time I visited you, I actually have something to ask you about the dragonization of dragon-slaying magic. When the word dragonization was mentioned, Igneel's expression suddenly became much more solemn. Subconsciously checked Natsu's situation. Everything is normal, the dragon species is suppressed by him. I wonder if you have heard of the name of Irene Belzarian. Wise dragon Belzarian. Igneel frowned in a humanized way. He is dead. Not Belzarian, but the first dragon slayer wizard who taught him the power of dragons and added the power of dragons to humans, thus creating dragon slayer magic. Nate roughly described Irene's predicament. After she turned into a dragon, she lost her human sense of taste and came to me for help. Nate spread his hands like a little bear. JPG, I have a connection with her, so I came to ask you if there is any solution. Igneel's eyes were deep. Nate was indeed a bit mysterious, even knowing people from 400 years ago. Could he be from that era too? While thinking, Igneel shook his head and said, do you want to turn back into a human, or do you want to restore the human sense of taste? There is no way if you have completely transformed into a dragon. But if you just want to restore the human sense of taste, this is still possible. Knight asked, "What method?" Igneel grinned. Let Belzarian, who taught her the power of dragon, use the secret method to enter her body and suppress the dragon species. You are really a joker. How can you make a dead person, a dead dragon, come back to life? Knight complained in his heart. He didn't expect that Igneel with thick eyebrows and big eyes would also joke. Can other dragons work? Knight remembered that there were 5 dragons in the northern continent, and the 5 divine dragons are still alive and well. The properties of dragon power are different, so it won't work. Igneel shook his head and said, "Of course, there are other ways." Can you finish your words in one breath? Knight couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Igneel smiled and said, "Reincarnation magic, give up all power, and the soul will turn into the body of an unborn baby. This way you can become a human again, but the price is to lose all magic power." This is a way. Nate thought, remembering that in the plot of the 100 Years Quest, Irene was reincarnated into the parallel world of Edras. Is there any other way? No. Igneel shook his head simply, "But I think you should have a way. Instead of asking me, you might as well think about it yourself." In his opinion, with Knight's talent for creating many magics, it is not impossible for him to come up with a better way. 6 Eyes, Flying Thunder God, Sky Dance, Internet. Any of these magics is a brilliant and great invention. Especially the Internet, which has surpassed the level of magic. Realizing this, Igneel couldn't help but say, "When you create it, ask me for advice." "Okay, Fire Dragon King." Knight nodded helplessly, wondering whether he should ask Grandine or Metalicana. As if he could see what he was thinking, the Fire Dragon King smiled again. "It's the same if we ask them. If there is a better way, do we still need to stay in the body of the Dragon Slayer?" "That makes sense." Knight nodded. At this point, he could only use the last resort. While thinking, he stretched out his right hand, and the palm of his hand flashed with black light. "Summon the Gate of Truth." Boom! A black lightning bolt fell into the magma, and then a heavy and ancient huge stone door that seemed to have existed for eternity slowly rose from the magma. Igneel stared at the scene in amazement. "This breath and power god! What is this door?" Igneel changed from lying to standing, and the shock in his pupils could not be concealed. "The Gate of Truth." Knight thought for a moment and said softly, "The magic I created, it seems that it can't be called magic, or it can be called artificial god." "Artificial god?" Igneel opened his dragon mouth and stared at the Gate of Truth blankly, and couldn't help staring at Knight fiercely. "You can't be the incarnation of a certain god in the human world, right? This door can answer all the truths in the world, about the solution to dragonization." Knight's mouth corners slightly raised, and he said with a planned smile, "Would you like to go in with me?" Fire Dragon King. 239 Magic of Truth, Flying Thunder God, the real magic of space and time, 4/4. Please vote. To solve the dragon transformation, the Gate of Truth must first understand what dragon-killing magic is and what dragon transformation is. Therefore, the help of Igneel, a real dragon, is needed. Since Igneel has no way to solve Irene's dilemma, Knight can only take the last resort. The main reason is that the Gate of Truth was born not long ago and is in the infant stage. If it is a mature Gate of Truth, there is no need to be so troublesome, just ask directly. At this time, Knight pushed open the Gate of Truth and turned back to invite Igneel to come in together. "What's inside?" Igneel was very curious, and his eyes looked through the door and saw the pure white world. The World of Truth, a place that contains all the truths in the world. Knight thought for a while and explained. It follows the principle of equal exchange. As long as the price can be paid, it can answer anything. Igneel felt very incredible, unheard of magic. No, it can't be called magic. No kind of magic can do this. It is more like a god in charge of truth. And this god was created by Knight, an artificial god? Igneel felt his dragon skin numb. Can it really do this? Then go in and take a look. Igneel flapped his wings and flew into the pure white world behind the door. Night also followed him into the door. Behind the door, the pure white world of truth. Igneel looked around. The boundless space has no end, at least he can't see the end. Secondly, there is nothing, not even magic. Night said, if you want to solve the dragon transformation, you must first let the gate of truth understand the dragon transformation. Igneel, please show me the real power of the dragon. Okay. Igneel nodded, releasing golden flames around his body. 10 seconds later. Is it all right? It's all right. Night nodded, and at the same time activated the Fire Dragon Slayer magic in the magic app. With a thought, with a puff, the flames wrapped around his body. Seeing this scene, Igneel was shocked. When did Night learn the Fire Dragon Slayer magic? No, something's wrong. This doesn't seem like learning, but simply borrowing. The difficulty of practicing Dragon Slayer magic is extremely high. In essence, it is the magic that transforms human physique into dragon magic. It's a bit like the second generation of Dragon Slayer magicians. The second generation mastered Dragon Slayer magic by implanting dragon crystals in their bodies. But the way Night showed it at this time was to go a step further. It was to use Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic to perform Dragon Slayer magic. How did he do it? Igneel looked confused. What an unexpected path. But it seemed that there were some flaws, and the strength of the magic was reduced. Just as Igneel was thinking, Night lifted the Dragon Slayer magic. Then, he said loudly to the world of truth. You should understand it, right? Using Dragon Slayer magic deeply will cause people to become dragons, and people will become dragons. Even if you use magic to turn back into humans, your inner essence is still a dragon, and you will lose your human sense of taste. I want to know how to solve this problem and pay the price with magic. The world of truth quickly sent feedback. The first solution is as follows. The first one? In other words, there are more ways? It is worthy of being the gate of truth. Night said quickly, wait, tell me the method with the lowest cost first, and explain how much magic power I need to pay first. Calculating. The method with the lowest cost, according to the principle of equivalent exchange, requires 10 stars of magic power. Only 10 stars? Cheap. Night wondered in surprise, is it reliable? In the current deep web space, the reserve magic power has exceeded 100,000 stars. Although most of it is the user's deposit, it is just a drop in the bucket to embezzle a little. Night decisively agreed to pay. Next, the answer was poured into his mind. The cheapest solution provided by the Gate of Truth is very simple. The wizard creates a substitute, the substitute learns dragon slaying magic, and fights with the substitute. When necessary, it can also merge with the substitute to become a dragon slaying wizard for a short time, thereby bursting out powerful power. In this way, the fate of dragonization can be avoided. But it will still make people dizzy in transportation. The answer provided by the Gate of Truth was very detailed. Except for not saying how to create such a stand, everything was very reasonable. How come this plan looks like a stand user? Night complained in his heart. If it is useful, it is indeed useful. It is useful for those who are learning dragon slaying magic now, but it is useless for Irene who has already turned into a dragon. So, Night added. How to solve it after I have turned into a dragon? He simply told the Gate of Truth about Irene. The Gate of Truth crashed for a while, as if it was stumped by this question. At least a minute later, feedback came. Calculating. The method that best suits the master, according to the principle of equivalent exchange, requires 300 stars of magic power. This time the feedback changed, from the lowest cost to the best for the master. The cost also reached 300 stars. This is equivalent to 40 Makarov's magic power. But for Night now, it is still a drop in the bucket. The price was paid. After draining the magic power for more than 40 times in a row, the Gate of Truth gave the answer. Infuse magic knowledge for you, the Master. Space-time magic flying thunder god truth magic flying thunder god. In an instant, a profound magic knowledge was forced into Knight's mind. What's wrong? Igneel frowned and asked. Nothing. Zero ask for flowers. Knight waved his hand and took a while to digest the new knowledge. Regarding Flying Thunder God, this magic was strengthened and became magic of truth. Although Flying Thunder God in the past was known as space-time magic, but in fact, it only involves space. But now, Flying Thunder God can travel through time. As long as he has the coordinates of the corresponding time and space, Knight can go back to the past. The solution provided by the Gate of Truth is also very simple. Let him take Irene back to 400 years ago, to the time when she had not yet turned into a dragon, and the problem of dragonization can be solved. Thinking of this, Knight didn't know how to complain for a while. In terms of cost-effectiveness, this method is really simple and efficient. It also strengthened a kind of magic he had mastered. Truth magic? Is the magic strengthened by the Gate of Truth called truth magic? While thinking, Knight said to Igneel. I have found a solution, but it is not suitable for Natsu and others. Can it really solve the problem of dragon slayers who have already turned into dragons? Igneel's eyes widened. Knight nodded, thank you for your help, Fire Dragon King. If you need my help in the future, please feel free to ask. I didn't do anything. It was you who surprised me. Igneel shook his head. In fact, he wanted to ask if there was any way to kill the black dragon. But after seeing the price Knight paid, he temporarily extinguished this thought. The Gate of Truth, equal exchange. Reality. Knight opened his eyes. Thank you, Natsu. I won't disturb your practice. I'll leave first. After saying goodbye to Natsu, Knight turned and left. While thinking, he opened the friend list and found that Irene was online. Scarlet Angel, Magic Arena Matching. Has she become an internet addict? Knight opened the information and saw that she had reached the gold rank as soon as she logged in, and had played 33 battles without losing a single game. Don't you need to sleep? It seems that you really don't need to. Knight complained in his heart, if only the tool man of the missing body didn't need to sleep, he could write code 24 hours a day. Sigma Man, I have a way to help you solve the dragon transformation. Aaron replied immediately. Scarlet Goddess, Lord God, is this true? Staring.jpg. Sigma Man, I'm only helping you for your daughter's sake. Sigma Man, but even I spent a lot of effort, how will you repay me? Spreading hands.jpg. Scarlet Goddess, I am willing to dedicate everything to Lord God, kneeling and kowtowing.jpg. This kowtowing expression is really interesting, as if it is equipped with a small electric motor, and it can kowtow 10 times a second. Knight couldn't help laughing. Sigma Man, I had a dream before, although I can fly, I always want a dragon as a mount. Sunglasses.jpg 10,000. 240 Girlfriend becomes daughter? Winter morning with Urza. The picture shows Urza's back in winter clothes. Alvarez Empire. The pavilion in the garden. Erin sat elegantly at the stone table, holding a cup of coffee in her hand, putting sugar cubes one by one into it. She looked at the message sent by Knight and couldn't help but smile. Mount? This god is more humane than Ankarthrum. Ankarthrum will only curse those who violate the taboo of life and death. Interesting god, I really want to see it with my own eyes. Erin took a sip of hot coffee, still without human taste. Then, she cancelled the match in the magic arena and replied to Knight. Scarlet Angel, Lord God, do you want to experience the feeling of riding a dragon? Smile.jpg. Your smile is a bit intriguing. Knight walked towards Magnolia while chatting with her. Sigma Man, release the dragon form in the real world, and you will attract a nasty black dragon. Scarlet Angel, Akunologia is really annoying. Scarlet Angel, Lord God, how can I turn back into a human? Sigma Man, it's very simple. I will go back to 400 years ago, when you had not yet created the dragon-killing magic. Is it that simple? Irene was stunned. This is traveling through time and going back to the past. Is he really a god? He has such incredible power. Scarlet Angel, as expected of Lord God, he easily said something that surprised me. Worship.jpg. No, you are very good at playing with expressions. Nate took a screenshot of the chat content, and maybe he can use it as a black history of Irene in the future. Sigma Man, I can also take you back, but it may lead to some unknown consequences. If Irene now meets Irene 400 years ago, what will happen? Nate is not sure either. Perhaps a parallel world will be split instantly. Scarlet Angel, I hope to ask you. Sigma Man, it seems that you don't want to go back. Scarlet Angel, I am just afraid that the tiny hope will be shattered. Lord God, you must not understand my current mood. Nate thought about it and seemed that he really couldn't understand. After all, he didn't live for more than 400 years. Sigma Man, I need to send a time and space coordinate back to the past. This takes time. Please wait patiently. Scarlet Angel, I understand. Scarlet Angel, I look forward to the good news from Lord God, and I am willing to give everything to Lord God. Sigma Man, take a photo first. I'm afraid I won't recognize you when I go back to the past. After a while, Irene sent a selfie. She learned these magic net functions very quickly. Scarlet Angel, Pavilion Selfie.jpg. Scarlet Angel, I'm afraid I'll be younger when you see me. Oh, I'm old. Sigh.jpg. Knight opened the photo. Irene in the photo looked about 26 or 27 years old. She looked very similar to Urza, an older version of Urza. In addition, Urza's daily expression was more serious, while Irene's face was much softer. She was smiling in the photo. While clicking on the collection, Knight was thinking about what to do when he went back 400 years later. First, dragon-slaying magic must be created. If there is no dragon-slaying magic, the world may split into a parallel time and space without dragon-slaying magic, which is equivalent to doing nothing. Second, the marriage needs to be ruined. Finally, Urza must be born. The difficulty lies in the end. How will Urza be born? Do it yourself? Knight took a breath and quickly put out this 404 thought. Anyway, send the coordinates back first. Knight raised his hand to activate a Flying Thunder God magic circle. The next moment, the magic circle quickly shrank to a point and finally disappeared. It began to travel through time and space. A week later, Magnolia ushered in the first snow of X784. The pure white snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, like beautiful silver butterflies dancing. When Knight woke up, it seemed as if the whole town was shrouded in heavy snow. Streets, roofs, stone arch bridges. Looking out the window, everywhere was covered with snow. There was a knock on the door. Knight could see the magic aura of the person outside the door through his 6 eyes. Walked over and opened the door, and it was Urza outside. Although it was a snowy winter day, Urza's clothes were not warm at all. She tied her long crimson hair into a ponytail, a black tight sweater on the upper body, a brown plaid skirt on the lower body, black warm stockings under the skirt, and black over-the-knee boots on her feet, with snow on the boots. Since becoming his girlfriend, Urza has become more and more feminine. In terms of dressing, she has begun to approach ordinary girls. Aren't you cold wearing so little? Nate pulled her into the house and touched her hand, which was cold. So he activated the fairy law and used the warm sacred light to keep her warm. Too exaggerated, using super magic to cover my hands. Iluza couldn't help laughing, and took out a black sweater of the same style from behind with her other hand. It's cold, and the clothing store I often go to has a winter fashion style, so I bought you one 2.0. Is it the heart-shaped cross again? Nate took the black sweater of the same style, which is a men's version. The workmanship and fabrics are very good, and it looks expensive. The magic armor Black Knight that Urza gave him last time was also produced by this store. Yes, and I got a discount. When the winter style is selling the hottest, I still give you a discount. It's my sincere request. Iluza imitated the scene at that time and said seriously, please give me a discount, please. Nate was speechless. With your expression, they don't give discounts because they are afraid that you will tear down their store. This is not called sincerity, this is called intimidation, at least that's what the store owner thinks. Anyway, sit down first. Nate went to the kitchen to make a cup of hot tea, but unfortunately the chamomile he had drunk before was finished. Maybe he should ask the former speaker for some more. A couple sat at a low table, each holding a cup of hot tea, drinking happily, enjoying the leisurely winter morning. Iluza grabbed Knight's hand and put it on her thigh. What are you doing? Don't you like black stockings the most? Urza said seriously. I have studied fashion magazines for a long time, and only this kind of black stockings is the warmest in winter. Thank you for your hard work. Nate didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you are afraid of the cold, you can go without stockings. This kind of black stockings worn in winter are a bit thick, but they also have a unique flavor to the touch. 1.1. Iluza held her chin with both hands and looked at Knight with a smile. Actually, I have never understood why you like black stockings so much. I like white stockings, too. Iluza's mouth corners slightly raised. I bought white stockings too. Nate's heart moved. As soon as she saw his expression, Urza knew what he was thinking. Do you want to change? Wait a minute, let me touch the black stockings first. It's great to have a girlfriend who can change clothes and likes to cooperate with you. Nate suddenly remembered something and said. Iluza, if you have a chance to meet your mother, would you like to meet her? Mom. Urza said doubtfully, do I have one? Don't want to meet her. Well, I don't know who my mother is. I have never seen her. Everyone in the guild is my family. President Makarov is like my father. At this point, Urza smiled brightly, you are my boyfriend, I am satisfied. 241 0.8.1 version. New game Pokemon is launched. A leisurely winter morning spent with Urza. The two of them just sat together drinking tea, chatting, and watching Pokemon the Star animation. The warm and leisurely time passed quickly, and Urza had work to do, so she said goodbye and left. When I returned to the house, there was one more person in the house. You, it's rare to see you out recently. Knight looked surprised and walked to the tea table and sat cross-legged. You sat opposite and poured himself a cup of tea. Because it's snowing, how about learning ice-shaping magic with me today? After a pause, he smiled and said, don't worry, I have corrected this little problem of taking off clothes casually, and you will definitely have no problem. I want to make Pokemon. Knight looked helpless. Haven't you finished it yet? Soon, try to finish it this month. It's too tiring to be busy all the time, right? Let's go, relax today. You got up and came to Knight's side, smiling and pulling him up. Knight had no choice but to accompany her first. There is a balsam village to the west of Magnolia. How about going there to soak in an open-air hot spring? Good idea. Yu's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands in approval. So, the two of them went out together. Nate rode his cool obsidian magic guide too and took Yu to Balsam Village. On a snowy day, there was no one at the hot spring bath, so Knight simply booked it. After playing with Yu for an afternoon, Lucy invited him to watch a movie again when he returned home in the evening. Then, Knight watched Snow Mountain Love for the third time. How come this crappy movie hasn't been released yet? How many times do I have to watch it? The next day, make Pokemon. Kana learned that he and Lucy went to the movies yesterday, and said she was jealous and wanted to date. On the third day, continue to make Pokemon and accompany Juvia. On the fourth day, still make Pokemon, and have dinner with Miss Witch and Melty at Ursha's house in the evening. After dinner, I watched Snow Mountain Love for the fourth time with Ursha. Are there no other movies? Of course, it is not a big problem to accompany my girlfriend. There are 7 days in a week, and he only has 6 girlfriends, so there is 1 day left. Such days passed day by day, and it was the end of November in a blink of an eye. Nate finally completed the production of the first generation of Pokemon. Of course, there are some special Pokemon that he has not taken care of for the time being. For example, Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres. For example, Dratini, Mewtwo, Mew, etc. On the last day of November, Night chose to release the official version of Pokemon Magic Internet Alpha 0.8.1 version update announcement. First, a new game Star Spirit Pokemon was added to the game section. Players can consume Magic Network coins, Magic Network points, and real currency to draw the Pokemon they want in the card pool. Second, the Star Spirit Pokemon online battle function was added. Players must have at least 3 Pokemon to participate in ranked battles. 3 fixed some bugs. The main content of this minor version update is the new game. After writing the update announcement, Night forced synchronization of the entire network. The moment the synchronization button was pressed, all users lost their connection with the Magic Network. Of course, except Night. Night's account has the highest authority and can never be disconnected from the network, unless the reserve magic power is exhausted. While all the Magic Network users were disconnected, Night opened the background to check the data. Total number of Internet registrations, 1,011,011. Current online users, 1. It's already 1 million people without realizing it. Night was a little dazed. He officially joined Fairy Tail in early July and got the first user Myra Jane. As of today, the last day of November. In about 5 months, the number of Internet users has exceeded 1 million. Will it increase by millions every month in the future? Nate was quite satisfied with this. 1 million is just the beginning. 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion. Until everyone becomes his leak. While thinking, the number of online users began to change. Some people began to reconnect. The number jumped from 1 in the single digit to 5 digits in an instant, and then increased by thousands and tens of thousands every second. In a short moment, the number of online users exceeded 300,000. Nate entered the forum, and sure enough, a large number of posts about new games began to appear in the forum. Finally waited for it. The animation has been updated to more than 50 episodes, and the game is only online. Are you being lazy? Sigma Man, Doghead.jpg. Start drawing. Pikachu, here I come. In order to wait for this day, I hoarded 50,000 Magic Network coins, cool.jpg. Pikachu.jpg, I drew Pikachu. Cool. No, I drew it just after the update. What kind of Destiny Emperor? Knight was shocked. After the official version was launched, he modified the rules of the card pool. Now all Pokemon are squeezed into one card pool, and 4 will be selected from the permanent pool next week and enter the limited time pool. Then they will rotate every other week. So, if you want to draw a specific target, you either have to wait for the limited time pool to be updated, or force a draw from the permanent pool. As for the cost of force drawing, as long as you spend more money, you can always draw it. But everyone wants to draw Pikachu, and Pikachu is not strong. Knight complained, wondering if those who trained Pikachu would regret it in the future. He had no intention of strengthening Pikachu. Pikachu is Pikachu, and Pikachu is Pikachu. Knight thought about it, and simply opened Celestial Pokemon and clicked on the match. The game was online, and he had to play it himself. In order to avoid being told that the stupid designer didn't play the game at all. However, now the players are busy drawing cards, and the matching is a bit slow. Only a very small number of inside players meet the ranking conditions. Knight was browsing the forum while waiting. After waiting for almost 3 minutes, the prompt finally popped up. Looking for opponents with similar ranks for you. Matching successful. The next moment, Knight's consciousness entered the Pokemon battle map. The battle map is similar to the competition venue that appeared in the first episode of the animation. It is a modern gymnasium that can accommodate 50,000 spectators. Knight also kindly made a large number of dummies. The dummies would not say anything, but would only cheer. At this time, cheers came from all directions, giving players an immersive feeling. In the center of the competition venue, Knight saw his opponent, a little boy of 12 or 13 years old. "Brother Knight!" The little boy shouted in shock. "You are Romeo, the son of Macau." Knight was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. "Brother Knight, do you remember me?" Romeo said with surprise, "I didn't expect to be ranked with you, Brother Knight." Then, he saw Knight's player information. Player nickname, Sigma Man. Rank, none. Number of Pokemon, 3/3870. Ranking matches, none. Ranking win rate, none. I haven't played a single ranking match, and I only have 3 Pokemon. I can win. Romeo's eyes were burning, and he grinned. "Brother Knight, I won't show mercy. Come out, Charizard." "Even Charizard?" Knight praised, "I remember the setting is level 36 evolution, it seems that you played very seriously during the internal test phase. What a good leak. You must have drawn a lot of cards, right?" Romeo smiled and touched his head. "I admire Brother Natsu very much, so I trained Charmander first, but it's a pity that Brother Natsu only has 1 Pokemon and doesn't play ranked at all. In the battle, players can't see the level of the opponent's Pokemon." Nate suspected that this Charizard might be maxed out. Even if it's not maxed out, it's at least over 40 levels. "Brother Knight, aren't you going to play Pokemon? Let me think about which one to use." Nate only has 3 Pokemon, of course they are all maxed out and very intimate, so a string of 6 is no problem. "That's it, go, Gengar." Nate threw out a Star Spirit card, and a white light flashed. The next moment, a huge ghost appeared in the competition venue. "Gengui." Romeo opened his mouth in shock and blurted out, "Why is it white? Isn't Gengar black?" "Well, because mine is shiny Gengar." Nate smiled and said, "There is about a 1 in 24,576 chance of drawing a different colored Pokemon." Romeo seemed to be hit by a bolt from the blue. "Why is it 1 in 24,576? He muttered stupidly, and suddenly felt that his Charizard was not good enough, and the white Gengar was too handsome. "Damn, it seems to be. The picture shows shiny Gengar. 242 Pokemon battles must be played with roars. Why is the probability of drawing shiny Pokemon 1 in 24,576? Because it is the number 1024. In fact, the accurate statement should be that there will be only 1 shiny Pokemon in an average of 24,576 star Pokemon. But what is special about shiny Pokemon? No. It is just a different color. But Knight believes that there must be people who like it. Shiny Pokemon is a high-end luxury product, and the main point is that it does not cheat the poor. As long as the color is changed, a large number of Magic Network coins can be harvested from the rich. The cost performance of this thing is too high. Thinking of this, Knight couldn't help laughing. "Don't be dazed, Romeo, the game has begun." "Wait a minute, Brother Knight, let me take a picture." Romeo opened the Magic Network, activated the camera function, and took a few pictures of Knight's shiny Jengar with envy on his face. He will post it to the forum later, and he can't be the only one who envy it. After taking the photo, Romeo shouted with great momentum. "Let's go, Charizard, use Fire Dragon's Roar." After receiving the master's order, Charizard opened his mouth to condense a ball of flame, and the flame dragon breath sprayed out. This is Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic. After Charmander evolved to the Charizard stage, even the Fire Dragon's Roar can be used. As for the power, it is completely incomparable to the original version. Get out of the way. Nate finally had the opportunity to shout out this magical skill. The chubby Jengar is 3 meters tall, but very light. With a light jump on his short legs, he avoided Charizard's Fire Dragon's Roar. Shadow Ball. Nate then gave the order. Gengui waved his short hand, and a ball of energy condensed by dark magic suddenly counterattacked. This move, the prototype of the style, Miragina's Dark Magic Dark Spark. Facing Jengar's counterattack, Romeo quickly shouted. "Fly to the sky. Charizard, use Charizard's wing attack." Charizard's wings fluttered and it soared into the air. Nate didn't give his opponent a chance to counterattack, and said neatly. "Hypnosis." Jengar grinned, and his short hands pointed at Charizard in the sky. "Sleep magic from Mist Gang." Charizard didn't remember to flap its wings and attack with wings of fire, but suddenly felt groggy. With his eyes closed, he fell from a height of more than 10 meters on the spot. "Ah!" Romeo hurriedly shouted, "Wake up, Charizard! Give it the last blow, Shadow Fist." Nate had no shame in beating a child, and gave the order very decisively. When Pokémon stay with their owners for a long time, their personalities will be close to their owners. Jengar also had no shame, and took advantage of his weakness to kill him. The chubby body jumped up, intercepted Charizard in the air with agility, and punched Charizard out of the field with a punch wrapped in dark magic. With a bang, the falling Charizard was judged as defeated by the game on the spot. "Come back, Charizard!" Romeo took out a new card and waved it forward. "It's you, Beedrill." A flash of white light, a huge poisonous bee appeared in the field. It was about 1 meter tall, and its hands were 2 large and thick white needles. There was also a poisonous needle on its yellow and black tail. Ordinary people can't see the level of the opponent's Pokémon. But Knight's 6 eyes can see through the star power in the Pokémon's body. The level range of the target Pokémon can be roughly determined by the amount of star power. This Beedrill should be more than level 20. "Goblin, use the poison needle." "Hypnosis." Gengli laughed hee, stuck out his tongue provocatively, and hypnotized the Beedrill with a raised hand. Beedrill didn't have time to launch an attack, and fell from midair on the spot, falling into a baby-like sleep. Seeing this scene, Romeo was struck by lightning. Isn't the success rate of hypnosis very low? Nate crossed his arms and couldn't help grinning. That's at the same level. My Jengar is level 50. Damn! It's a max level Pokémon. Romeo wanted to cry but had no tears, so he quickly took back the sleeping Beedrill and released the third one. Go ahead, Pidgeot. Hypnosis. Brother Knight, is this the only move your Jengar has? You have 3 left, Romeo. I won't give up. Come out, Zubat, use ultrasonic. Hypnosis. With a plop, another Pokémon fell into a high-quality sleep. Romeo cried with his head in his hands, this is cheating. How can there be such a cheating skill? Knight warned earnestly, this is the consequence of not working hard to level up. You cheated. Romeo burst into tears. It's not that easy to level up a Pokémon at the maximum level. I haven't lost yet. Romeo wiped his tears and summoned the 5th Pokémon firmly. Believe in the bond between us. Come on, Pikachu. With a flash of white light, an electric mouse appeared in the field. Knight looked closely and saw that it was no more than level 10. Hypnosis. Gengui laughed strangely and cruelly gave Romeo despair. Pikachu fell asleep on the ground. Don't cry, Romeo. As a trainer, you have to stand up where you fell. Nate's face was serious. Pokemon duels should be played with roars. With a plop, Romeo knelt on the ground and said blankly. Brother Knight, how can I break the hypnosis? Believe that the bond between you and Pokemon is just hypnosis. Overcome it with willpower. Bond. Yes, bond. Knight said, level does not mean everything, only bond is the most powerful force. Really? I am the developer of the game, would I lie to you? Then how can we build a strong bond? It's love. Nate smiled and said, if you don't draw all the Pokemon in the card pool, how can you show your love for Pokemon? Romeo was shocked and enlightened. I understand. I lost this game, Knight, I will challenge you again. After saying that, he admitted defeat and quit. Knight thought, this kid might have gone to his father to ask for money, after all, drawing cards is still very expensive. This is all to Spermacao, urging him to work hard and make money. If you don't make money, how can your son draw cards? Come back, Jengar. Knight took Jengar back and was kicked out of the game. Reality, apartment. Knight's consciousness returned and he received a private message. Genelia right, Knight. Genelia right, let's fight. Genelia right, Pikachu.jpg, proud.jpg. The poster girl of the Blue Pegasus? Knight replied. Sigma man, so you also play Pokemon? Genelia right, I just drew it. It's the initial level 5, right? Why don't you level up properly and challenge him? Sigma man, at least 3 are needed for online battles. Are you stupid? Don't you read the notice? Genelia right, I drew something else. Anyway, come and fight me. Sigma man, no, you're too weak. Han. Genelia right, don't underestimate me. Rage.jpg. Genelia right, if I win, you'll join our Sky Pegasus. Haven't you given up yet? Nate thought with amusement that the poster girl next door was thinking about pulling him to Blue Pegasus every day, and he didn't know why she was so persistent. 243 The first meeting with Jalal, April 4th, asking for monthly tickets. Nate chose to change the subject. Although it's fun to bully weak players, it's boring if you're too weak. At least you have to gather 6 max level Pokemon to challenge him, right? Otherwise, you can't even withstand a hypnotic spell from Jengar. Sigma man, by the way, how is your live stream recently? Genelia right, don't change the subject. Genelia right, come and fight my Pokemon, rolling on the ground.jpg. Nate had no choice but to send her 2 screenshots. Sigma man, 1v50 Pikachu.jpg, 1v50 Jengar.jpg. Sigma man, look, it's not that I don't want to play with you, it's just that the level gap is too big. Spread your hands.jpg. Genelia right, why are you maxed out when the game is just launched? And there are 2 of them. Sigma man, level up well. When you have 6 full level Pokemon, I will make you the gym leader. Sunglasses.jpg. After sending away the poster girl next door, Knight pondered for a moment and ran to the forum to post a pinned post. In order to stimulate the enthusiasm of players, he planned to hype the Pokemon competition. As for whether it will really be held, it depends on fate. After a while, the post was edited, published, pinned, and marked in red, all in one go. Soon, 447, all users who entered the Magic Network forum could see a striking new post regarding the competition plan for the celestial Pokemon. Hello everyone, I am Knight, and my nickname on the Magic Network is Sigma Man. After the release of this 0.8.1 version, I wonder if everyone has drawn the Pokemon they want? I think players who have watched the Pokemon animation will definitely have some fantasies. I can also participate in Pokemon competitions like Xiaxai and compete with trainers from all over the world. In order to meet everyone's wishes, I am actively communicating with all parties, hoping to hold such a competition in reality. Regarding suggestions for the competition, everyone is welcome to leave a message. We also welcome active feedback on bugs in the game. Finally, to celebrate the successful completion of the game, every user who leaves a message on this post will have the opportunity to get a free gold card draw ticket. That's all. Developer, Knight. As a developer, Sigma Man's popularity in the Magic Network belongs to a superstar. As soon as the post was sent out, the comments below increased at a visible speed. Kiss Lord Knight in the front row. Thank you for your hard work. Rose.jpg. Active communication? I seriously suspect that you are just slacking off. Doghead.jpg. Holding a Pokemon competition in reality? Great. I will definitely participate. Lord Knight, I report a user named Sigma Man, who has a white Jengar. Envy and Tears.jpg. Who came up with the Hell card pool? More than 60 kinds of Pokemon. I only want Pikachu. The back is full of comments from stupid netizens. There are also some bold girls expressing their love. No, maybe it's a boy. After all, nicknames on the internet can't tell whether a person is male or female. Knight was a little speechless for a moment. Can you give some constructive suggestions? Forget it, let's leave the post hanging. At this time, the avatar flashed in the lower right corner. When I opened it, I saw that it was the president. The fairy family, it seems that you are done, Knight. Sigma Man, is there anything for the president? The fairy family, regarding the S-level upgrade exam, the exam date is in a few days. I need you to go to Tianlang Island in advance to set up the teleportation array. So it's this. Knight suddenly remembered something more important. Jerf. He had to go to the island in advance to confirm whether Jalal was there. By the way, he also had to set up the teleportation magic array needed for the exam. Thinking of this, Knight replied immediately. Sigma Man, I know, I'll go now. Fairy Patriarch, Tenro Island is not easy to find. Do you need the first generation to go with you? Sigma Man, I left the coordinates when I went there secretly last time. Fairy Patriarch, thank you for your hard work, Knight. I just finished the development of the game and now I have to ask you to do these things again. Sigma Man, after all, he is the 4th generation. Spread your hands.jpg. Fairy Patriarch, I am very pleased that you can realize this. Haha.jpg. Happy? You are too early to be happy. Wait for you to pass the location to me, and I will give it back to you. Knight's mouth corners raised, looking forward to what the old man's expression will be at that time. Finishing the communication with the president, Knight he turned off the magic net and then activated the Flying Thunder God magic. The holy place of fairy tale, Tenro Island. In front of Mavis's tombstone. A flash of golden light, Knight arrived in an instant. Put aside the setting of the random teleportation magic circle, let me see is Zeref here. Knight slowly soared into the air, flew to a height of 100 meters, and stepped on the void. The 6 eyes instantly captured the situation of the entire island. Tenro Island is not a particularly large island, so it is not difficult to search. There are many magical creatures living on the island, some of which can even speak human language. Knight made a carpet observation, and after a while, he found a figure by a stream. It was a young man with short black hair. The young man wore a black robe with a high stand-up collar, a pendant on his chest, a long white cloth tied outside the robe, and black boots on his feet. Although they had not actually met, Knight still recognized the other party. Zerf has wandered to this island as expected. Knight's thoughts moved, and he turned into golden light and approached the other party. Zerf squatted by the stream, scooping up warm water from the stream with both hands. The magic world is always full of incredible things. Now that Magnolia has entered winter and the rivers have begun to freeze, Tenro Island is still warm as spring. This is the holy land of the Fairy Tale Guild. People without the guild emblem are not welcome to set foot here. Suddenly, a young male voice sounded behind him. Zerf was shocked and turned his head to look. Who are you? No, don't come near me, I don't want to hurt you. Knight looked at this legendary wizard. The most violent, powerful, and evil in the history of the magic world, the legendary ancestor of the Black Wizard. Zerf, Zeref Dragneel. Whenever this name is mentioned, it is almost all negative information. Magic power 2 stars? Less than 2.5 stars. According to the observation of the 6 eyes, the magic power in Zeref's body is just this level. In the Fairy Tale Guild, he is probably a B-class wizard, and he is not very impressive. I don't want to get close to you either. Nate smiled lightly. Of course, I don't want to hurt you either, but can you please leave this island? Zeref was stunned, and he slowly stood up. Who are you? I'm Knight, anyway, can you please leave? Nate. Zeref seemed to have heard this name somewhere, and nodded. I know, I'll leave right away, sorry, I thought there would be no one here. After saying that, he turned and left. However, the next moment, Zeref's face changed, and he bent down and hugged his head in pain, and a dark breath was released from his body. Go! Stay away from me! 244's level exam, officially begins. Black mist-like magic appeared around Zeref, forming a hemispherical cover. Knight carefully observed this special power with his 6 eyes. At this moment, the magic power in the opponent's body became extremely unstable. At the lowest point, the magic power fell below half a heart, almost like an ordinary person without magic power. At the highest point, it was far more than 9 star and 10 star. The frequency of change was too fast, with dozens of violent fluctuations in a few tenths of a second. Even his 6 eyes could not accurately judge. It's death hunting. Go! Jerf shouted in pain. The moment the voice fell, the dark breath burst out, and quickly swept across a radius of more than 10 meters in the form of a shock wave. Wherever it passed, the grass and trees by the stream withered and turned into dust and dissipated. Even the stream water was stained with a layer of black, and many fish and shrimp corpses floated on the surface of the stream. After this power passed, Jalal felt much better. He breathed lightly and looked up at where Knight was. Knight stretched out his right hand, and outside the palm, a black mist-like breath was suppressed. Jalal was stunned for a moment. Are you okay? This curse power is nothing. Knight suddenly closed his 5 fingers, and with a puff, the black mist-like magic was grabbed and exploded. Death Hunt can indeed plunder the life of everything. But Jalal is very weak now, and the power of his moves is also ordinary. Not to mention him, even if it was replaced by other S level in the guild, it would be possible to block it. You are very powerful, Jalal breathed a sigh of relief. I'm leaving now, I'm sorry to disturb you. It's quite polite. Knight thought, this guy is also a poor man, cursed by the god Angselram. The more he values life, the more he will spread death. I will follow you until I confirm that you leave this island. Knight followed Jalal. The two walked on the island on foot, without a clear direction, and walked all the way to the coast. Jalal had no boat, and didn't need a boat. He stepped directly on the sea and walked out of the land of Tianlang Island. Watching him walk out of the Holy Land, Knight thought for a while and simply took out a first-generation magic net ring. Wait! Jerf turned around and saw a silver-white ring flying towards him. Knight smiled and said, "Give it to you as a gift. Don't come next time." Jerf looked at the ring in his hand with a confused look. Someone gave him a gift. He had intruded into the island under the jurisdiction of another guild and almost killed the other party just now, but the other party gave him a gift. Jerf was moved to tears. "Thank you, Knight, goodbye, I will never get close to this island again." After thanking him, Jalal left and disappeared into the sea. Knight was not interested in where he went, as long as he was not on Tenro Island. In this way, the black dragon will never appear again, right? He reviewed in his mind whether there were any details that he had missed. No. Knight turned around with satisfaction and began to set up the teleportation magic circle for the S-level upgrade exam. In fact, it was just setting some flying thunder god coordinates. Then in a blink of an eye, the day of the S-level wizard upgrade exam finally arrived. Early in the morning, Knight came to the guild. The atmosphere in the guild was a bit solemn. Even if they were not candidates, their faces were full of nervousness. Knight didn't know what they were nervous about. "Hey? Big sister, why are you here too?" After entering the tavern, Knight saw Lucy, the big sister, next to Lucy. "It's been more than a month, and this girl has no intention of going back. She even rented a cheap apartment in Magnolia, because it is far away from the guild, and the price is only 58,000 J. "Good morning, Knight," big sister Lucy greeted first, and then complained. "My name is Lucy Ashley, can you please stop calling me big sister, it's very embarrassing, you know." "Are you not going back? Just join our guild." Knight joked. "It's fun here. I heard that you have an exam today, will you live broadcast it?" Big sister Lucy smiled and said, "I will cheer for you here." Lucy complained, "He is the examiner, he should cheer for me." At this time, President Makarov, Laxus, and others came out of the door. "Get ready to go." The old man glanced around the tavern, nodded to Knight, and announced loudly, "Exam participants, gather at Magnolia Station." "Oh!" Elfman raised his right arm. "Let's go." Habby flew up. "This time, I must pass." Kana cheered herself up silently. Other members of the guild also sent their blessings. As Magnolia entered December, the weather was getting colder. Luckily, the weather was good today, and the warm winter sun was shining in the sky. The examinees of the S-level upgrade exam, including the examiners and the president, totaled 23 people, and there were 3 cats accompanying them. A large group of people will take the magic train to the port city of Harjan. Then they will take the fairy tale ship and cross the sea to Tenro Island. Nate suggested that he could use Flying Thunder God to send everyone to the island. But the old man refused. "Ask for flowers." He said something like, "This is a ceremony and respect tradition that I couldn't understand." In short, finally, we took the train first and then the boat. On the train, the examinees sat in pairs with their partners. Nate was an examiner, so he sat with the examiners. There were 6 examiners, including him, including Urza, Myra Jane, Laxus, Mist Gang, and Gildarts. 2 girls. Nate sat between Urza and Myra Jane. On his left was his girlfriend, and on his right was the poster girl. Caught between these 2 girls, Knight felt a little stressed. The 3 people opposite him were silent. Gildarts, once a romantic gentleman, cast a playful look at Knight, with a smile on his face. At this time, Myra Jane suddenly smiled and suggested, "Would you like to watch the latest episode of the animation?" Urza nodded, "I haven't watched it either, Knight, do you want to watch it?" "You all want to watch it, how can I say no?" So, Knight opened the magic network and played the latest episode of the animation. The 3 of them gathered together to watch the animation. Gildarts and others on the opposite side looked at each other and simply opened the magic network and went to play games. A few minutes passed like this. Gildarts suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Knight found that Lao Deng's expression was a little wrong. "No, nothing." Gildarts breathed lightly and said, "I just met a strong enemy in the arena and lost again." Myra Jane covered her mouth and said in surprise, "Gildarts lost?" "Ah, it's the 3rd time I met her, and I lost 3 times." Gildarts nodded, and his tone became relaxed. Not only me, that woman is now the #1 king, and she has never lost a game so far. The #1 king? I don't play the arena much, so I don't know much. Myra Jane was a little curious. Is the first king a female wizard? As a loyal player of the arena, Urza quickly said after hearing it. I haven't matched with her, but I know her. Her nickname is Scarlet Angel. Gildarts looked at Urza with a strange expression. Urza, do you have any relatives like a sister? No. Urza shook her head, full of confusion. Why do you ask? You look a bit like that Scarlet Angel. I thought you were sisters. Gildarts sighed. That woman is too strong. The magic world is really deep. That's her mother. Knight thought that Erin was obsessed with the arena recently. She didn't sleep 24 hours a day and played ranked every day. She has become a complete internet addict. 245 8 Magic. Who is Scarlet Angel? The magic train Bang, Bang came from Magnolia. Departing from the Ya station, the train traveled southwest along the railway. The scenery outside the window gradually became desolate from the crowded urban area. The branches and leaves of the trees along the railway were withered, which was completely different from Knight's previous 2 rides, when it was still summer and autumn. In the carriage, the quiet atmosphere gradually became lively. The entire carriage was full of fairy tale members. Where there was fairy tale, it would not be deserted. It's not that they paid a lot of money to get off the train. It's that the other passengers in the original carriage left and ran to other carriages as soon as they saw fairy tale. Knight didn't know whether to say this was a benefit or a disadvantage of being famous. Let's just call it a benefit. Scarlet Angel, this woman is very strange. Gildarts was still talking about Irene. When I first got her, she didn't look like she was here to spar. Isn't the magic arena a place for sparring? Urza was very interested in this. She cares more about the game map than the opponent, as if she is just taking a walk in the arena. Gildarts recalled. Myra Jane tilted her head. Does she just want to stay in the game? That's the feeling. Gildarts nodded. Stay in the game. Arisa thought for a moment and couldn't understand the other party's motive. So, the idle people had a long discussion about Irene's motive. What if she is unable to move in reality and can only lie in bed, and can only get freedom of body and mind in the game? This is the guess of the black-hearted Miss Myra. Gildarts refuted it with this woman's magic power is very strong. Arisa guessed maybe she is studying magic. Just like Laxus and others studied the magic fusion between dragon slayers in the magic arena. Just such a question, a group of people can talk all the way. Later, Laxus and Mistgang also joined in and expressed their opinions. No, we are taking the level up exam, right? As examiners. Can't we talk about something related to the exam? For example, who has the best chance of passing this year? This is what examiners should talk about. Knight was speechless. Why not just ask in person? The action-oriented Urza immediately started matching. Unfortunately, she didn't get her wish until the train arrived at Harjan. It was already past 1 in the afternoon when everyone walked out of the Harjan train station. Then everyone rushed to the port. A sailing ship had been waiting at the port early. There was a huge fairy tale pattern on the sail of the ship, and the flag of fairy tale was hung on the mast. According to Makarov, this ship is the property of the guild and is rarely used. It will be leased to a shipping company. After everyone got on the ship set sail and slowly left the port. On the deck, Ahem Makarov stood at the bow and coughed softly to attract everyone's attention. It is expected to arrive at our guild's holy land, Tenro Island, in the evening. The first round of the exam will be held at night. You already know the rules of the exam. Now let's make a supplementary explanation of the rules. As soon as the president finished speaking, Mavis's figure suddenly appeared above. Seeing Mavis suddenly appear, everyone except Knight was shocked. Who are you? Natsu shouted. I am Mavis, the first-generation president of Fairy Tale. Hello, children of Fairy Tale. Mavis floated lightly in the air with her bare feet. Everyone was more shocked. Juvia was surprised. She was the first generation? Lucy opened her eyes wide. President Mavis. Lucy, we meet again. Mavis greeted with a smile. Let me explain the rules of the first stage of this S-level upgrade exam. Third generation. The old man took out a small wooden box with a round opening on the top that could allow a hand to pass through. Mavis continued. There are 16 small balls inside, and they look the same. Each of you will draw one. Please keep it properly. After the exam begins, take it and reunite with your partner. After reunion, put the two small balls together, the seal will be lifted, and the things inside will guide you to the second stage. The candidates looked at each other. Gray raised his hand to indicate, what if you accidentally lose it? Gray, Mavis called out the other party's name and said with a smile, you will lose your qualification. What if it is taken away by someone else? Gajiel grinned. Mavis smiled but said nothing. Fidey whispered to his partner, I feel that the biggest trouble in the first level is not the fusion, but how to protect your ball before the fusion. Unlike others who were concerned about the supplementary rules of the exam, Mest was in awe. I didn't expect that the first president of Fairy Tale was still alive. Tracing back the history of Fairy Tale, it was founded in X686. In other words, the person in front of him lived for at least 100 years? Then, he found that Mavis's state was different from that of ordinary people. She was a ghost. This matter needs to be reported to council? Meister couldn't help but glance at Knight. Knight knew that he was an undercover sent by the council, but he didn't tell anyone else. After thinking for a moment, Meister chose to wait and see. Okay, this is the supplementary rule. I look forward to your performance. Mavis landed beside Makarov, took the wooden box from the old man, and said to the candidates with a smile. Let's draw lots now. Soon, all 16 candidates drew a white ball from the box. Natsu wanted to open it at the first moment, but there was a seal on the ball. Forcing it to open would destroy the things inside. At dusk, the ship finally arrived at the coast of Tenro Island. Knight stood in front of many candidates and smiled. Then, let me take you up. I will activate the teleportation magic circle and randomly teleport you to somewhere on the island. Kana cast a look, as if to say give me some water. Knight pretended not to see it. Even if she was his girlfriend, she had to follow the rules at this time. With a snap, Knight clapped his hands. The next moment, 16 golden magic circles appeared under everyone's feet. Well, good luck to you. As soon as the voice fell, 16 people were teleported to the island. 3 cats were also teleported away. In a blink of an eye, only a few people were left on the deck of the ship. Makarov said, you examiners, go up too. Hearing this, Knight activated Flying Thunder God again. The next moment, including himself, 6 examiners also disappeared on the deck. Tenro Island, under the Tenro tree. A flash of golden light. Knight looked up at the dusk haze and thought, how to solve the problem of food. Sitting cross-legged under the tree, Knight opened the programming tool that came with the magic network. I was free anyway, so I might as well write a few lines of code. Now that the number of registered users of the magic network has exceeded 1 million, it is time to divert the forum. Unconsciously, the sky gradually darkened. Suddenly, Knight stopped the work at hand. The magic power in the body seemed to break a certain limit and suddenly burst into a wave. Knight opened the panel immediately. Magic. 8 stars. 246 The new holy 10, you are you? Candidates show their magical powers. Pictured is Alba Green. In the past, it seemed that he raised the magic star level when he was sleeping. This time he was awake. Knight did not feel anything special, just like eating and drinking water, he reached it naturally. Now that he has reached 8 stars, he can rank at the top even among the 10 holy wizards. Speaking of which, who are the current holy 10? Knight suddenly thought of who the new holy 10 was after Jalal was removed from the list because of the Tower of Paradise incident last time. No one told him. At that time, he nominated Ultia. Apparently the Magic Council did not accept his nomination. Out of curiosity, he simply asked. Sigma Man, speaker, after Gerald was removed, who will be the new Holy 10? It took a while to recover. Crawford Shim, it was the former speaker. Sigma Man, in my heart, you are the speaker. I don't know what Gurindoma is. Smile.jpg. Crawford Shim, I have harvested another batch of chamomiles from my planting recently. I will give you some later. Laugh.jpg. Nate couldn't help but laugh. To put it nicely, there are gifts? Sigma Man, thank you, speaker. I just finished the previous one. Crawford Shim, 11 new holy 10, it has not been decided yet. Sigma Man, last time I nominated Oloshia, did the council reject it? Who did the other holy 10 nominate? Crawford Shim, Ultia is qualified, but she has a stain. The so-called stain refers to joining the council at the same time as Jalal, and Jalal attempted to build a system. Ultia's suspicion has not been cleared. Crawford Shim, then the Demon Heart invasion occurred, and the original council was destroyed, so this matter has been delayed. So there is still a position now? Knight thought, if Ultia is not good enough, then change someone more suitable. Sigma Man, can I nominate now? Crawford Shim, of course, the council will seriously refer to the suggestions of the 10th saint. Crawford Shim, do you have any good candidates? Sigma Man, you are you. Crawford Shim, who is you are you? Knight was speechless for a while. It's only been 10 years since he died, and he has been forgotten? Sigma Man, didn't the council invite her to become the Holy 10 before? Crawford Shim, are you talking about the great ice mage Uru who was active in the north? She died. Sigma Man, she is alive. Her name is among the top 100 kings in the Magic Arena ladder ranking. Sigma Man, I have confirmed that it is Uru himself. Smile.jpg. Crawford Shim, is this true? Crawford Shim, if she is alive, she is indeed a very suitable candidate. Sigma Man, then I will nominate her. If she is not good enough, I can also nominate Urza. Smile.jpg. Crawford Shim, Arisa is a little lacking. Wipe sweat.jpg. Crawford Shim, I will ask Uru's opinion first, but I am not the speaker now, and it is unknown whether the council can pass it. End the chat with the former speaker, the fat old man. Knight's mouth slightly raised. The 10 holy mages. The fourth is Vlad Shinkin, an old predecessor of Fairy Tale and one of the 4 founders. The fifth is Makarov, the 3rd generation president of Fairy Tale. The 9th is him. The 10th, if Uru can be elected. The 10 positions, almost half of them are occupied by their own people. If they work harder, one day the 10 holy mages will hold a meeting, and Fairy Tale will have the final say. What magic council? Go sit at the table of the children. Talk to Uru first. Knight clicked on Uru's avatar and told her about it. I still have to ask for his opinion. If Uru is not interested, forget it. Time goes back a little, about half an hour ago. 16 candidates were randomly teleported to somewhere on Tenro Island. A golden light flashed, and Lucy appeared in a cave. Where did we teleport to? As soon as she looked up, she saw a group of red-eyed bats hanging upside down above the cave. Ah! Lucy screamed, scaring the bats to fly out of the cave in a panic. It's really like hitting a wolf with a stick. Anyway, let's meet up with Kana first. Lucy took a long breath and took out a card from her pocket. During the exam, candidates are not allowed to use the chat function of the magic network. But they can use magic. Of course, this is a magic exam. At this time, an arrow appeared on the card, pointing to Kana's direction. Lucy walked out of the cave and walked in the direction of the arrow. Under a tree. Ursula looked around, no one was around. She raised her left hand, and there was a magic mark on her wrist. The lost magic sin. Melty is quite resourceful. Ursula smiled softly. The name of the magic is feeling connection, which can connect the feelings of two people. As long as you follow the induction of magic, you can let the two people meet. Ultia doesn't care whether she can become S-level, but since she has participated, it seems a bit embarrassing if she fails. But it's so hot, why is this island so hot? After walking for a while, Ursula suddenly stopped. Raising her hand, a crystal ball appeared from the parallel time and space, and the next moment, the crystal ball flew to a tree not far away. With a whoosh, the lush branches and leaves trembled. A figure flew up. Because the ocean currents nearby are quite special, it is spring and summer all year round on Tenro Island. 2 pairs of wings grew out of Alba Green's back, and she flew in the air, opening a folding fan in her hand. While fanning, she said in a relaxed tone. What a coincidence, Ursula, we are very close to each other. Why do we have to fight? The first level is just to reunite with your partner. Ultia looked up at the other party, waved her hand, and dozens of crystal balls appeared around her. Alba Green took off her glasses, and her pupils released emerald green light. Petrified eyes. Juvia is so hot, but Juvia has to reunite with Wendy as soon as possible. Juvia wore winter clothes and strolled in the forest, sweating profusely. It would be great if it could rain. Thinking in her mind, dark clouds immediately appeared in the sky, and the drizzle took away the heat. Wendy will be able to find this place when she sees the rain, right? Juvia simply stopped walking and found a big tree to hide from the rain. Come out, Ignala. Natsu threw out a card and released his full-level Charizard. Then he jumped onto the dragon's back. Let's go, fly to the sky to find Grey. Charizard carried Natsu to the sky. Happy couldn't help but complain, Natsu, have you recovered from your transportation sickness? Natsu was shocked, what are you talking about, Happy? Ignala is not a transportation. Damn, status -1. Happy made a dead fish eye. But on second thought, it seems cool to ride a dragon. The examinees showed their talents and looked for their partners on the island. As an examiner, Knight was naturally very relaxed. He even had time to go back to Harjan and get himself a barbecue grill. I was happily grilling beef, and when I looked up, I saw Mavis. Are you attracted by the smell? 4th generation, it looks delicious. The glutton has a sharp nose. Nate complained in his heart, and had to say, does the 1st generation want to eat together? Sure. Mavis floated to his side, and suddenly opened her eyes wide. 4th generation, your magic power has become stronger. 247 Knight, you actually used our magic against us. 4/4 monthly ticket. Mavis flew around Knight, as if she was looking at some rare species. It's amazing, the magic power is really much stronger than before on the ship. I am familiar with almost all the magic in the continent, but this is the first time I have seen a training method like yours, the 4th generation. The little lowly was full of amazement. She could probably guess Knight's training method. Magic net. Perhaps the more people join the magic net, the stronger Knight's magic will be. This training method is completely different from that of ordinary magicians, and she can't understand the principle. I'm curious. Mavis' eyes sparkled. You are really Chitanda AI, right? Knight complained in his heart and said seriously. I just used the time others spent drinking and chatting to practice. Every drop of my magic power is earned by my own efforts. Mavis couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Since leaving Tenro Island and returning to the guild, she has never seen Knight practice for even a minute. Either writing code or dating his girlfriend. So is barbecue here also practice? This is part of the plan. Knight said helplessly, first generation, if you want to eat, don't just watch, let's do it together. Mavis laughed, I'm a ghost, come on fourth generation. Why didn't you say you were a ghost when you were eating? Facing 100-year-old Loli, Te couldn't force her to help. The result was that he was responsible for grilling and Mavis was responsible for eating. In the end, most of the beef was eaten by her. Knight couldn't help but look at Mavis's stomach. She didn't see her stomach getting bigger after eating so much. Another dimension stomach? Mavis blushed slightly, ahem, it would be nice if there was some sweets. After saying that, she looked at Knight with expectant eyes. Knight rolled his eyes at her and took out a strawberry cake from the dressing space. Oh! Thank you fourth generation. Mavis happily held the strawberry cake, dipped a little cream on the cake with her slender fingers, and sucked it happily. At this time, the sky was dark. It had been almost an hour since the exam started. Hey! Someone came so soon! Knight exclaimed, stood up and looked up at the sky. A fire-breathing dragon flew under the Sirius tree, and then two figures jumped off its back. Natsu, Gray, Knight praised, it seems that you have successfully passed the first level. Are you the examiner of the second level? Gray took out two white balls, the balls held by the two partners collide with each other, and a map appears inside. There are 6 points on the magic map, representing the locations of the 6 examiners. Knight nodded, each examiner's test is different, but you actually chose me. Do you think I will let you go? Then you guessed it right. I will let you down. Since we are going to challenge, of course we should choose the strongest one. Natsu grinned and clenched his burning fist. Knight, tell me, what is your test? My test is very simple. It is your strength. Knight walked towards the two and stopped 10 meters away. According to the rules of the second level, I will suppress the magic power to 5 stars. As long as you can persist before my magic power is exhausted, you will pass. It sounds simple. Natsu was full of fighting spirit. Is it really simple? Gray was not as relaxed as him and reminded him seriously. Don't be careless, Natsu, that's Knight. Let's go together, Gray. Natsu shouted and opened his mouth to gather the magic in his mouth. His cheeks bulged and he suddenly spit out a dragon's breath. The roar of the fire dragon. A red magic circle was born, and the flames released from the magic circle attacked Knight. Knight opened the magic app with a thought and activated a magic in it. Roar of the fire dragon. The same dragon's breath spewed out from Knight's mouth. The two flames collided violently, and the flames shot up into the sky in an instant. What? Natsu was shocked. My magic. Your Charizard can do it, what's so surprising? Nate chuckled. Beside the grill, Mavis ate strawberry cake while watching the battle with interest. Magic app is really amazing. It can perfectly replicate the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, but the disadvantage is that Knight needs to use more magic power to achieve the same power as Natsu. So he is letting me down. Of course, Mavis doesn't think there is anything wrong with this. The purpose of the exam is to test whether the candidate is qualified to become S-level. Instead of letting the candidate really beat Knight. Natsu, calm down, I will create a flaw. Gray spoke very calmly, then clenched his right fist and placed it on his left palm. Ice magic flowed in his palm. At the moment he took action, Knight made the same pose. Could it be Gray's face changed? Impossible, the magic app did not write my ice shape magic. Gritting his teeth, the magic was activated. Ice make, battle axe. He swung his arms to the right at the same time, and an ice axe instantly changed its shape, and then swept towards Knight. Ice make, axe. It was still the same action, and Knight used the same. After the two ice battle axes collided, they annihilated each other with a bang. Not only did they replicate the shape, but even the power was exactly the same, otherwise it would be impossible for the two magics to annihilate each other. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. Nate spread his hands and said, "I already know ice shape magic, so I don't need to use magic app. It was you who insisted on teaching him." Natsu shouted, "Too despicable, Knight, you actually use our magic against us. Please, I'm deliberately giving you a break, okay?" Nate complained in his heart and made a provocative hook gesture. "Don't be stunned, come on. Damn it, Gray, come together. I understand." The two looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Natsu's body was on fire, and he rushed towards Knight like a flying dragon. The sharp horns of the fire dragon. Ice make, lancers. Above the flying dragon, a large number of ice spears fell from the sky. Knight did not continue to play the imitation game. He clapped his hands and pressed one palm on the ground. "Ice make, ice dragon." The ground was frozen, and an ice dragon rose from the ground and headed for Natsu's headbutt. With a bang, the ice dragon was smashed, and Natsu's headbutt continued. "Is my ice so weak?" Knight complained in his heart. What is the principle that the power will be reduced if it is not released according to the standard action? He did not forget to complain during the battle. At the same time, his right foot stepped back half a step, and his body turned slightly, avoiding Natsu's headbutt at almost the limit distance. Then, countless ice spears fell from the sky. Knight dodged in the rain of ice spears as if he was taking a leisurely walk in the garden. In a moment, he stopped, and the ground was already full of ice spears. "Natsu, his 6 eyes are troublesome." Gray shouted and immediately released an ice column. Natsu spurted out a flame in tacit understanding. After the ice column collided with the flame, a large amount of steam was immediately released. The thick steam enveloped the area of dozens of meters. "You don't think a little steam can block the 6 eyes?" Nate instantly locked 2 magic powers in the steam, and his hands ignited flames and suddenly joined them. Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. A large fireball was thrown at Gray hidden in the steam. The next moment, a big explosion occurred again, and the flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the night like day. 248 Reversal Magic Silence, Angry Mavis. In the explosion, the fire-breathing dragon swooped down from a high place, grabbed Gray's shoulder with its claws, and took him to the sky. "You can use Pokémon in the first level, but you can't use Pokémon in the second level, right? Knight." Gray dodged the attack, and a voice came from above. "Yes, you can use Pokémon throughout the test, but you can't use magic web coins." Knight answered loudly. Not allowing magic web coins is equivalent to not allowing the use of the magic bank. All Pokémon's activities will consume the owner's magic power. But running to the sky will only make you a living target. Knight used his right hand as a pistol, and his 6 eyes penetrated the steam and locked onto Gray, who was moving at high speed. "Ice make, Barret." With a thud, an ice crystal bullet was fired from his fingers. The target was not Gray, but Charizard. Charizard's head was hit by the bullet, and it screamed and fell from a height. At this time, the flames burning around suddenly gathered in one direction. Natsu opened his mouth and swallowed all the fire, his stomach swelled into a ball, and then quickly returned to its original state. "Eat it, and the power will surge out." "Hehe, thank you for the treat." As soon as the voice fell, Natsu's feet sprayed fire, like a sharp sword tearing through steam, and he quickly approached Knight. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The punch from behind was easily avoided by Knight. But then, Natsu's close attack was like a storm. Fire Dragon's Broken Teeth. Fire Dragon's Flaming Elbow. Fire Dragon's Hook Claw. After eating, Natsu's every move and style was quite powerful, and the attacks were endless. Knight pierced through all attacks with his 6 eyes and kept dodging. But Natsu was obviously determined to suppress him head-on, regardless of his own magic and physical consumption. After the storm of attacks, the flames on Natsu's body became hotter and hotter. The fire dragon's flames wrapped around his arms, forming two sharp blades of fire. Natsu turned his body and used the flames to slash. Dragon Slayer Secret Crimson Blade. Secret? Knight's eyes narrowed slightly, and his 6 eyes caught Gray's movements. After Natsu's Charizard was shot down, Gray summoned a Blast Waz immediately. At this time, while Knight was being suppressed by Natsu, Gray and Blast Waz attacked together. Blast Waz, use Water Cannon. Fusion Magic Ice Cannon. 2 water cannons suddenly shot at Knight. Gray used Ice Shape Magic at the same time, and the water cannon was fused with Ice Magic at the same time. In an instant, the power of the Ice Cannon increased several times. At this moment, Knight faced the ultimate moves of both of them at the same time. Natsu's Dragon Slayer Secret, and Gray's Pokemon Fusion Magic. Unless you use Flying Thunder God, you can't dodge it. Very capable. Nate thought, although he can also use the magic of these two people, but obviously not as good as them in skills and proficiency. While thinking, 2 big moves hit at the same time. Boom! The magic ball formed by the explosion is half ice and half fire. The 2 forces intertwined, forming an extremely beautiful scene. Gray's eyes were firmly fixed on it. Did you win? Even if it's Knight, it's impossible to be safe after taking these 2 attacks, right? Natsu panted, his face was covered with sweat. Not far away, under the Sirius tree. Mavis clapped lightly and praised, "Great, Natsu, Gray, you can beat the examiner." As soon as she finished speaking, Knight's voice suddenly rang out. "Don't talk as if I lost." The magic ball intertwined with ice and fire suddenly exploded. Knight stretched out his arms to both sides, forming a milky white magic shield around his body. "What?" Gray muttered in astonishment. Nothing happened. The harpy watching the battle in the sky complained loudly, "Cheating, Knight. You actually used super magic." Knight was speechless. "I didn't say that I can only use the magic of you two." When several people heard it, it seemed to be true. What Knight said at the beginning was that he would suppress the magic power to a 5-star level. Ah ha ha ha, that's what makes it interesting. Natsu clenched his fists, and flames ignited around him again. The victory or defeat starts from now. Knight. No, that's enough. Knight drew a circle in front of him with his hands up and down. Reverse magic silence. Ding. Natsu and Gray's ears seemed to hear a buzzing sound. The next moment, the world fell into silence. All sounds disappeared. Even the vision that could be seen seemed to be stained with a layer of black and white. What kind of magic is this? Natsu opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. He could only stare at Knight. "I can't move." Gray's pupils shrank, as if his brain had lost control of his body, and he just kept a posture and didn't move. Not far away, Mavis opened her eyes wide in surprise, and the hair on her head swayed. She could understand the magic that Natsu and Gray couldn't understand. It was because she could understand the power of this magic. Knight walked towards Natsu and said as he walked, "Life lies in movement, and movement can also be understood as vibration. Sound is vibration, and people can walk by friction, and friction is vibration. Even your muscle contraction depends on the vibration of cells." As he said this, he had already walked in front of Natsu. Knight bent his fingers and flicked them at Natsu's forehead. With a thud, Natsu flew backwards. Happy screamed, and then saw Natsu's body covered with golden light, and disappeared in an instant. "Natsu." He passed. "Send him to the 3rd level." Knight glanced at the harpy and snapped his fingers to send him away. Then he turned and walked towards Gray. Gray looked at Knight walking towards him. With strong willpower, he broke through the suppression of the reversal magic and took a step back. But he only moved 1 step. Knight was surprised. "It's amazing. He can still move. Gray found that the magic was lifted and couldn't stop panting. Did you pass? But you still have magic. I'm the examiner, I have the final say. Is it really okay to be so casual? Gray was powerless to complain for a while, the magic just now. Knight thought for a while and said, there is positive magic, there is negative magic, there is surface magic, there is inner magic. Just like there is ice-shaping magic, there is also fire-shaping magic. There is no difference in essence. After speaking, Knight sent Gray away. It's not good to lie, 4th generation Mavis floated over. How could I lie to him? Knight rolled his eyes at her. Reversal magic is just the reverse application of positive magic. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Mavis put her hands on her hips. The magic just now was not only vibration, but also involved. Suddenly, Mavis's expression became gloomy, her eyes were covered with a layer of shadow, and anger appeared in her eyes. It was the first time Knight saw her expression like this. As expected of the 1st generation, she is cute when angry. Knight thought, what's wrong? A thief broke into the guild. 249 Mermaid's Heel, Kagura Mikazuki. Pictured is Kagura. A thief broke into the guild? Knight said puzzledly, the tale of the Great Crow. The people who participated in the S-level exam this time are almost all the main members of Fairy Tale. It can be said that the defense of the guild is the weakest now. The leader of Raven Tail, Makarov's son, Ivan, has always been keeping an eye on Fairy Tale. During the previous Harvest Festival, he appeared in the Eastern Forest and asked Laxus about the information of Shooting Star. Laxus informed Makarov of this matter immediately. Of course, he would not be unprepared for this exam. I don't know the barrier magic I set up in the guild, people without the guild emblem can enter and it will be triggered. Mavis shook her head, 4th generation, please go back. Nate nodded, and with a thought, he disappeared from Tenro Island. Magnolia, it was past 7 in the evening. There were not many people in the guild tavern. When Myra Jane was away, Lysina took over her job. At this time, in front of the bar. Please. Lysina handed the guest a glass of juice. Thank you. The guest was a woman, who looked about 16 or 17 years old. She had deep eyes and a frown, her face looked meticulous, and her long black hair wore a rabbit ear-like headband. It seemed that she was a difficult person to get along with. Lysina thought to herself and asked tentatively. Are you looking for Urza from our guild? Yes. Urza went to take the S-level exam and is not in the guild at the moment. So, where is Knight from the Holy Ten? Brother Knight is not here either. Lysina shook her head. Just when she wanted to ask what is the specific matter. And can I convey it to you? A golden magic circle unfolded on the floor of the tavern, and then Knight returned to the guild. Hey? Not the Raven Tail. Knight raised his eyebrows and noticed the girl at first sight. She was wearing a white uniform, a white tight skirt and black stockings, and a pair of white boots. The most eye-catching thing was that the girl wore a katana around her waist. Although it was only a back view, under the observation of the 6 eyes, it could be seen that the other party had quite good magic power. Brother Knight. Lysina said in surprise, why are you back? Is the exam over? It just started, I was hungry and came back to have a meal. Knight answered helplessly. Mavis ate his barbecue, and he was indeed a little hungry now. At this time, the girl stood up from the chair in front of the bar, turned around and bowed politely to Knight. Mr. Knight, nice to meet you. I am the Wizard of Mermaid Heel, Kagura Mikazuki. The greeting was polite, but the voice sounded without any emotion. Knight knew this, the strongest S-class Wizard of Mermaid Heel. In the original plot, he will appear in the Great Magic Fighting Martial Arts in 7 years. By the way, does the Mermaid Eyes Guild exist now? This is a wizard guild composed entirely of women, known as the Dancer of the Sea. Because of the Iron Forest incident, Knight went to attend the routine meeting of the presidents and had never met the president of Mermaid Heel. While thinking, Knight asked, "Hello, Miss Kagura. What is the matter with your visit to our guild?" "I've been looking for my lost brother," Kagura said in a serious tone. "Until recently, I got the ring and saw a post about the Tower of Paradise incident on the forum of the Magic Network." "How long ago was that?" Knight thought, "It's amazing that you can find such an old post. So you found it?" As he spoke, Knight walked to the bar and sat down. "Listen, can I order a meal now?" "Brother Knight, my cooking skills are not as good as Sister Myra's." Listen smiled lightly and turned to walk into the kitchen. Kagura kept looking at Knight. "My brother's name is Simon. I searched for this name on the forum, but there is no." Knight's mind appeared Simon's appearance. "By the way, where are Simon and his friends now?" "At the beginning, they were taken away by the council and participated in the trial of Jalal as tainted witnesses. There was no news after that. I don't know where your brother is either." Knight spread his hands and said, "But I remember his nickname on the Magic Network." "What's the nickname?" Kagura asked hurriedly with a flash of his eyes. "Samurai." The reason why he remembered it was because Samurai sent Urza a ticket to the Arcane Resort through Magic Network Express. It was because of this ticket that his relationship with Urza was able to heat up, and then they smoothly developed into a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. In this respect, Knight has to thank Simon. So, he became much more friendly to Simon's sister Kagura. Kagura quickly opened the Magic Network, searched for Samurai's ID, and applied to add him as a friend. "Ask for flowers." "But Samurai is not online now." Kagura can only stare at the search screen, waiting foolishly for a reply. Knight was speechless. "How long are you going to wait like this? Sit down first. Your brother may be traveling somewhere. Anyway, he must be alive." "Thank you, Mr. Knight." Kagura thanked him gratefully, suppressing her inner excitement. "I can't repay this kindness. What can I do for you?" "It's just a small thing, don't worry about it, sit down first." Nate poured himself a drink and asked curiously, "By the way, where is the mermaid heel of your guild?" After Kagura sat down, he answered seriously, "Daffodil." "Daffodil? Daffodil?" Nate thought that all the city names in the kingdom of Fiori were named after flowers. For example, Magnolia represents Magnolia. However, he really didn't know where Daffodil was. "It's just a coastal town in the south of the kingdom of Fiori," Kagura explained sympathetically. After thinking for a while, he added, "It takes 8 hours and 13 minutes to get here by car. There are decimals and integers, so it took you 8 hours and 13 minutes to get here by car this time, right?" Nate thought with amusement that this rigid personality fits his appearance very well. Just seeing this person, I think he would have such a personality. I couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Kagura looked much younger than he remembered. "By the way, you just said, what can you do for me?" Knight suddenly remembered something. "Yes, please tell me what to do." Kagura nodded seriously, "It's a small matter for you, but it's a great favor for me." Knight drank a sip of juice and shook his head, "It's not a big deal. I've considered holding a Pokemon competition. The plan is to let the Wizard Guild serve as the gym. Are you Mermaid Eyes interested? Do you know Pokemon?" Hearing this, Kagura took out a card from her pocket. "I only have this Pokemon. Come out, Jigglypuff." A white light flashed, and a round pink spherical Pokemon suddenly appeared on the bar. Knight was shocked. Even a cold-looking girl likes this cute Pokemon? Kagura seemed to understand Knight's eyes and felt a little embarrassed. "I only drew this," as she said that, she couldn't help but touch Jigglypuff's round head. 250 Gym Plan, sleeping in a tent with Mavis. Kagura was able to get the Magic Web ring thanks to the second-hand dealer. Magic Web Mall has a purchase limit, and each user can only buy 10 rings per day. Even so, it did not stop the enthusiasm of the second-hand dealers. They can hire ordinary people who have rings to buy them. And the rings are not hard to sell. About 5 days ago, a second-hand dealer brought hundreds of rings to the Mermaid Heel Guild. It was also at that time that Kagura finally bought the magic web ring. So, we Mermaid Heel have joined the magic web for a short time. Regarding the Pokemon competition you mentioned, I wonder if I can help. Nate thought about it, and there was no rule that every gym must be particularly strong. So he said, as long as there is a gym leader, the requirements are not high. Just gather 6 Pokemon and try to raise the level as much as possible. Is that so? I understand. I will ask the president for his opinion when I go back. Kagura nodded solemnly, stood up, and said, well, I'm sorry to bother you at night. I'll take my leave first. Wait a minute. Nate quickly called her and said helplessly. You should add me as a friend so that you can contact me later, so that you don't have to take the 8-hour and 13-minute train to Magnolia next time. Sorry, Kagura apologized, and then quickly added Knight as a friend. There is no need to apologize. Nate complained in his heart, feeling that the girl blushed just now. Then, the ring flashed a white light. Open the magic network, it is a friend request. User Bulletin Ju Dai Tian applied to add you as a friend, do you want to add the other party as a friend? Message, I am Kagura Mikazuki. Nate was speechless for a while. Adding a friend in person and leaving a message? Compared to this, the nickname Fearless should be the name of the knife in her hand. Murderess. Kagura and Urza are wizards of the same type, extremely powerful in physical skills and swordsmanship. Click to pass the friend, Knight said to her. Okay, next time you have something, just ask directly on the magic network, no need to go so far. I understand, then, goodbye, Mr. Knight. Kagura bowed slightly and turned to leave the tavern. After she left, Lysina came back with a meal a few minutes later. Hey, Knight, where is she? I made 2 specially. Let's go. Knight took the meal from her, took a bite without hesitation, and praised. It's delicious, not worse than Myra. Really? Lysina was surprised. Of course it's fake. Knight thought, just to coax you. Lysina's cooking skills are similar to Lucy's, both of them are delicious. The poster girl is an exception. She can be the chef of a high-end hotel. Of course it's true. Knight said seriously. Lysina held her cheek and smiled shyly. I know you are teasing me, Knight, but I am also very happy. By the way, Knight, are you dating Myra? Why did the topic suddenly go to the horizon? Knight was thinking whether to nod or shake his head. The relationship with Myra is more than friends but less than lovers. They will do some things between lovers, but the relationship has not been confirmed. I guess so. Lysina was obviously not satisfied with this answer. Myra admitted it. She kissed you and you touched her panda. Yes, we are dating. Knight was a little helpless. Your sister is not very good at dating. What do you talk about with Chengdu? Lysina nodded in satisfaction, then blushed, and whispered. Last time you were on a date on the 2nd floor of the guild, did you have that? That? Knight looked up, which one was that? Lysina blinked, stretched out her right index finger, clenched her left fist, and then slowly brought the 2 closer. That is what I saw in a book. She blushed and whispered. Knight rolled his eyes at her. Children, don't read it. How am I small? Lysina angrily put her hands on her waist and puffed up her cheeks. Knight's eyes swept over subconsciously. Lysina could feel the gaze, and quickly hugged her chest, saying angrily, Brother Knight, you are so lustful. No, you stood up yourself. Most people would subconsciously take a look, right? Knight felt helpless about her behavior of blaming others. I really don't know what books this sister usually reads. Next, I spent the time chatting with Lysina. After finishing the meal, I helped her clean up the tavern, and then returned to Tenro Island. Under the Tenro tree. When night came back, Mavis was gone. Put the grill in the dressing space, and then took out the tent that he had used when camping with Myra Jane before. With the experience of last time, Knight has learned how to set up the tent. It took some time to set up the tent, and Knight simply lay down in it. Tenro Island is warm like spring during the day, but it will be a little cold on the ground. Sitting cross-legged on the sleeping bag, open the S-level upgrade exam chat group. Sigma Man, how is the exam going? Sigma Man, I have made Natsu and Gray's group pass. Eruza, no one chose me. Psy.jpg. Myra Jane, no one chose me either, covering her face.jpg. Gildarts, I caught a fish, do you want to eat it? Fish.jpg. What? The fisherman actually caught a fish? Nate expressed disbelief. He suspected that Gildarts used magic to catch the fish and then pretended that he caught it himself. Laxus, currently only 2 groups have joined together and passed the first level. Sigma Man, who is the other group? Mr. Gang, Mester and Loki. Mester? With teleportation magic, it is very easy for him to join his partner. Nate was not surprised by this. Sigma Man, it seems that today's exam will last for a long time. Sigma Man, I'm going to sleep first, Anan. Turn off the chat group. Nate silently changed his clothes, put on pajamas, and lay in his sleeping bag. Just as he was about to go to bed, a ghost floated in. First generation, do you know it's scary? Has the thief been solved? It's the Wizard of Mermaid Heel, not to find out the secrets of the guild. Nate explained, and then saw Mavis crawling into the sleeping bag next door. So warm, the little lowly made a surprised sound. Nate. Anan, 4th generation. No, what does Anan mean? You, a ghost, still need to sleep in a sleeping bag?